Chapter 201. Deep Meditation. Cain bought a regular fishing rod at the largest fishing shop in Vermilion City, and then, under the enthusiastic recommendation of the owner, he also purchased bait that supposedly had a great effect. Additionally, he bought a small chair and headed straight to the beach. Although the weather today was average, there were still quite a few people fishing on the beach. The fishermen probably knew that, in fact, the better the weather, the harder it might be to fish. Of course, for experts, there isn't much difference. Cain walked through the crowd and continued on until he reached a secluded part of the beach where there were almost no people. He found a spot under a rocky cliff, set up his chair, sat down, and began working with the fishing rod. In truth, Cain had never fished, not on Earth or in his previous life. He didn't know anything about this skill and had simply decided to try it on a whim today. He just wanted to find a way to relax, to ease his always tense body. Suddenly, he thought of fishing as a way to calm his mind, and being so close to the sea, he decided to give it a shot. Cain, somewhat clumsily, placed the bait on the hook. After casting the rod several times, he finally managed to get the hook to fall in the right spot. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and realized that fishing wasn't as easy as it looked. Slowpoke, meanwhile, was lying calmly next to Cain's chair, watching his clumsy movements. It tried to suppress a laugh, attempting to stay composed, although Cain had already noticed. Cain coughed awkwardly to get Slowpoke's attention, suggesting it keep its composure, and then released Skorupi and Miltank. With Cain's current identity in the league, the presence of Slowpoke and Miltank posed no problems. Since Skorupi was appearing for the first time, and Cain hadn't yet decided what role it would play among his Pokémon, he let it out to enjoy a bit as well. Skorupi, as soon as it appeared, was very interested in the sand. It soon buried itself completely, leaving only its tail visible, moving above the surface. In the last battle the day before, Skorupi had leveled up twice, reaching level 14. However, from now on, its leveling speed would likely slow down. The quick level up was because, during its juvenile phase, it had accumulated enough to enter the growth phase, experiencing a rapid level increase. In the future, further improvements would require constant honing. Leaning back in the chair, Cain planned his Pokémon's training, feeling completely relaxed. Even the smell of the sea felt fresh and invigorating. His mind was completely clear, and the gentle breeze brushing his face seemed to open all the pores in his body. Slowpoke, surprised, looked at Cain, noticing something strange. Through its psychic perception, it felt that Cain was gradually disappearing, though it could still clearly see him. Understanding Cain's state, Slowpoke quickly connected telepathically with Miltank and Skorupi, explaining the situation and asking them not to disturb Cain or let anyone else interrupt him. Miltank nodded seriously, and even Skorupi, who was usually playful, emerged from the sand and positioned itself quietly next to Cain, watching for any movement in the sand to prevent anyone from approaching. But what was Cain actually doing? Cain wasn't clear on what he was doing. If he had to explain it, he would say he was simply in a blank state. However, this blankness was a bit special. Cain felt his mind was empty, without needing to think about anything, simply enjoying the moment. Slowly, he seemed to see the system in his mind, a black card glowing with a peculiar light, flashing again and again. When he tried to touch it, he came out of that state. Opening his eyes, Cain saw Slowpoke and the others on high alert and quickly asked, "What's going on? Is there an enemy nearby?" Slowpoke, noticing Cain had awakened, hurried to use telepathy to explain his previous state. "So, I entered what psychics call a rare state of deep meditation," Cain said in amazement, recalling what he had read in the psychic training manual Sabrina had given him. Psychics, in their daily lives, can occasionally enter a state called deep meditation. No one knows exactly how to access this state, but those who manage to often experience a significant increase in their psychic powers. To confirm Slowpoke's account, Cain took out his psychic power training manual and compared the descriptions. Finally, he confirmed that he had indeed entered a state of deep meditation. "System, scan my entire body and check if there are any changes," Cain ordered, wanting to know what had changed in his body. And for that, the best option was to ask the system, which constantly monitored his body. Beep. It has been detected that the user entered an unknown state. Brain activity reached 300% of normal and has now returned to normal. However, the user's overall brain activity has steadily increased to twice the usual level, the system reported, showing a 3D model of Cain with his brain activity levels. "So, has my psychic ability improved significantly?" Cain asked excitedly. For him, his psychic abilities had always been a serious issue, almost more frustrating than if he hadn't awakened them at all. Cain focused and began to move the sand with his psychic power. First 1 grain, then 2, then 3. The number of sand grains started to increase, but so did the pressure on Cain. He soon reached his limit, his face turning red with effort. In front of him was a small pile of sand, about the size of 2 thumbs, contrasting with Cain's reddened face as he struggled with all his might. Although he had experienced an improvement in his deep meditation state, and his psychic ability had doubled, considering his original skill, the improvement wasn't much. Cain couldn't help feeling frustrated. After all the effort, and with the system and others on high alert, his psychic power had only marginally improved. Such a rare opportunity for deep meditation seemed to have been wasted. If Cain had psychic abilities as powerful as Sabrina's, another deep meditation session would have meant a remarkable improvement in his abilities. 1. End of chapter. Chapter 202. Clouds that do not disperse. Although his psychic ability hadn't improved much, Cain still felt much more relaxed. That constant feeling of having a dagger hanging over his head had disappeared, and after the deep meditation, he felt in a state of total emptiness, as if not only his mental strength had grown, but every cell in his body was enjoying it. He twisted his neck, making his bones crack, and with a smile, patted his Pokémon on the head before turning his gaze to the bobber in the water. It was a beautiful day, and Cain thought that when his strength was great enough that no one could influence him, finding a beach and enjoying this life would be wonderful. Yadin. Slowpoke let out a soft grunt and lay back down to rest. Perhaps other Pokémon didn't notice much, but Slowpoke, being very sensitive to psychic abilities, could perceive the change in Cain. It was as if a stormy lake had calmed down. However, that didn't mean the lake was harmless, but rather that it was gathering strength for an explosive moment. As Cain watched the bobber, he noticed it move slightly, bobbing up and down a few times. Cain was perplexed, as he had never fished before and wasn't sure if this meant a fish had bitten the hook. While he was still hesitating on whether to pull on the rod, the bobber suddenly sank. Even someone with no experience knew that something had been caught. Cain stood up and grabbed the rod with both hands to keep it from being pulled away. After familiarizing himself with the fish's resistance, he gave a firm pull and pulled a red Magikarp out of the water. It started wildly jumping around on the sand, spitting bubbles, looking quite lively. Magikarp is known as one of the Pokémon with the greatest survival capacity in the aquatic world, the equivalent of persistent little insects on land. They can survive in any kind of water, no matter how dirty, and in the ocean, they make up a large part of the marine fauna. Additionally, Magikarp is a classic example of a Pokémon whose potential transforms drastically after evolution. Its base value is only 200, but upon evolving into Gyarados, its base value rises to 540, practically tripling. Gyarados' combat power is well known to everyone, and its fierce temperament and tendency to appear in groups make most trainers prefer to avoid facing them. However, since Magikarp practically has no combat abilities, it is considered a fairly weak Pokémon in the water, so few trainers choose to raise them to evolve into Gyarados. Most trainers who have a Gyarados have directly caught one that has already evolved. Cain was quite interested in capturing a Gyarados if he found a suitable one. However, Gyarados isn't called that for nothing. Its violent nature makes it difficult to tame, and this is the main reason why, despite being such a strong Pokémon, so few trainers have one. For now, he set aside the idea of Gyarados and didn't pay more attention to the Magikarp that was jumping on the sand. Cain knew these Pokémon have incredible survival abilities, and that even if they stayed out of the water for a day, they would still be very active. When Cain finished fishing, he would return them to the sea. He baited the hook for a second time, and he already felt much more skilled at it. He cast the rod, sat down, all in one smooth motion, and was starting to look like a real fisherman. However, he hadn't been sitting long before the bobber sank again. Another fish had taken the bait. Cain, thinking about how good the bait recommended by the seller was, saw another Magikarp fall onto the sand next to the first and start jumping. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth, all Magikarp, and each time at shorter intervals. In the end, as soon as the hook touched the water, a Magikarp was biting it. Cain looked at the dozen Magikarp jumping on the sand and thought his fishing day might be over. They were too intense. Even knowing there was a hook, they kept biting without fear, and Cain could clearly see that in the area where he always cast his line. There was a group of Magikarp lurking, waiting for Cain to fish again. Cain wondered if this area of the ocean had so few resources that the Magikarp were desperate for any food, even if it was on a hook. However, aside from Magikarp, Cain didn't see any other aquatic Pokémon. Could it be that there was an overpopulation of Magikarp? It didn't seem to be the case because if there were so many Magikarp, The fishermen on the beach wouldn't be so interested in fishing here. Just then, Slowpoke suddenly got up, and Cain frowned, looking toward the horizon. A large dark cloud was approaching the coast. Additionally, beneath that cloud, there were several water whirlpools and some brief flashes of lightning in the sky. Is a storm coming? Cain murmured as he watched the scene. Cain just wanted to relax and fish, but first, he encountered a horde of Magikarp, and now it seemed an unusual storm was approaching. Not only Cain noticed the approaching cloud, but the other fishermen as well, who began gathering their gear to take shelter from the rain. But as the cloud approached, Cain felt something wasn't right. The cloud was too solid and contrasted too much with the surrounding sky. It didn't look like a natural storm cloud. Is this a cloud formed by the rain dance move? Cain asked in a doubtful tone, but he was almost sure it was. He gathered his few fishing tools and kicked the Magikarp back into the water. Cain was ready to leave because the situation didn't seem normal. Other trainers also noticed the peculiarity of the cloud and quickly decided to leave. Was that cloud formed by the rain dance move? It's huge. Could it be from just one Pokémon? That cloud is getting closer to the city. What are we doing standing around? Let's go to the shelter at the Pokémon Center now. If something happens, someone will handle it. Yeah. Hurry, let's leave before it's too late. The trainers on the beach, seeing that the cloud didn't seem friendly, rushed to leave the area. End of chapter. Chapter 203. Gyarados. Just as Cain was about to leave the beach with his Slowpoke, several police patrols stopped on the road beside the beach. From the cars stepped out several uniformed Alliance officers, led by a determined and energetic officer, Officer Jenny. It was clear that everyone wore very serious expressions as they looked toward the distant dark cloud. Officer Jenny took the vehicle's loudspeaker microphone and positioned herself at the front. Attention all beach visitors. The nearby marine area may experience storms and even high waves. Please evacuate in an orderly manner and remain calm and safe. I'll repeat, the nearby marine area may experience storms and even high waves. Please evacuate in an orderly manner and remain calm and safe. Officer Jenny repeated the message constantly, and tourists, following the police officer's instructions, began leaving the beach in an orderly way. Trainers, a Level 2 Alliance mission is now issued. Those who help us resist this Pokémon invasion on the beach will receive Alliance points according to their level of contribution. Officer Jenny organized the trainers who initially planned to leave and informed them of the policy that Vermilion City had established to handle this situation. Alliance missions are designed for Alliance trainers, allowing them to earn mission points by completing tasks. These points can be exchanged for various items or materials useful for Pokémon. Although any trainer can earn points, the ability to redeem certain valuable items varies according to their status within the Alliance. Core members have unlimited access, while trainers like Cain face restrictions. However, whether you're an elite member or a regular trainer, Alliance points are extremely valuable because they represent a key resource for a trainer's development. There are things that money alone can't buy, but Alliance points can. For civilian trainers, earning points can be even more efficient and useful than earning money. Therefore, when the Level 2 mission was announced, many trainers who had planned to leave stayed and joined the police officers in preparing for the storm. Cain, upon reaching the road, noticed the empty beach and the street filled with patrols, police officers, and trainers. Cain frowned upon seeing them and, for a moment, thought they were there to arrest him. But, remembering his Alliance identification card and assessing his own strength, he relaxed a little. He chuckled to himself, knowing it wouldn't take such a deployment to catch him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Cain headed toward the group of police officers and trainers. To leave the beach, he would have to pass through them anyway. Officer Jenny, seeing Cain approach with his Slowpoke, smiled with interest and walked toward him. After showing her police ID, Officer Jenny said, "Hello, trainer. We've issued an emergency Level 2 mission to help repel the Pokémon coming with the storm. From what I see, you seem to be a strong trainer. At the end of the mission, points will be distributed according to each person's contribution. Would you help us?" Cain looked at Officer Jenny calmly. To him, Alliance points weren't particularly necessary. The Team Rocket exchange list didn't impose status restrictions. As long as you had enough mission points, you could exchange for anything. Compared to this, the Alliance's exchange policies weren't as attractive. "Can I exchange them for Pokédollars?" Cain asked. Few people chose Pokédollars over points. As expected, Officer Jenny was a bit surprised by Cain's request, but then she smiled and said, "No problem." For her, making an adjustment and exchanging points for Pokédollars wasn't complicated at all. Although most prefer points, she understood that some, like Cain, might need money instead of points. Cain agreed, and with Officer Jenny's quick approval, he decided not to refuse the offer. Moreover, with so many trainers around, if the Pokémon turned out to be very strong, he could always stay at the end of the line of retreat. And with Slowpoke and his teleport move, Cain wasn't worried at all. As he joined the line of trainers, some tried to start a conversation with Cain. They had seen Officer Jenny personally invite him, which meant he must be a strong trainer or have a special connection, especially with the uniquely colored Slowpoke, suggesting a possible member of the Alliance elite. However, as they approached to greet him, the dark cloud over the sea suddenly sped up, enveloping the beach in moments. Roar! With the arrival of the dark cloud, everyone could see why there were water spouts beneath it. Each of those spouts was, in fact, a Gyarados. Cain counted at least 20 Gyarados under the cloud. Officer Jenny maintained a serious expression, but with no surprise, clearly aware of the nature of this storm and the number of Gyarados involved. She recruited the trainers because she knew the number of Gyarados could exceed her officer's capabilities. Many trainers were already aware of the threat, as reflected in their calm and prepared demeanor. Taking advantage of the little time left before the storm arrived, Cain, curious, turned to a trainer beside him who showed no surprise. "Hey, aren't you surprised at all to see so many Gyarados here?" The trainer, who had wanted to speak with Cain, smiled and replied, "It seems you're not from around here. This beach is called Gyarados Beach. These Gyarados raid the beach twice a year. Anyone who has lived in Vermilion City for more than 6 months knows about it, because it's their mating season now." At the mention of the mating season, the trainer gave a sly smile, as if recalling something amusing. The trainer's words helped Cain understand why he had only caught Magikarp while fishing. Now that he knew it was the Gyarados mating season, it made sense that so many Magikarp were gathering in these waters. End of chapter. Chapter 204. Blastoise. Although Gyarados is not a common Pokémon, in an area as large as the sea, there can be an uncountable number of them. This beach is clearly a regular spawning ground for a group of Gyarados. If it weren't for how easily Gyarados becomes enraged, such a scene would be an incredible wonder. A group of Gyarados began swirling together as the rain under the dark clouds intensified, falling noisily onto the sea. Several Magikarp started floating at the surface of the water, watching with envy the Gyarados caught in the whirlwind of water in the air. This is a form they have always dreamed of becoming, but of all the Magikarp, very few succeed in evolving into Gyarados. This is truly impressive. If it ends like this, we probably won't have anything to do, Cain commented as he watched the ever-growing water vortex in the distance. Don't get excited too soon. This is just the beginning. Soon the Gyarados mating season will come, when they become even more enraged. When that happens, it'll be total chaos. If we don't stop them, residents near the beach will be in trouble, said the person from before, hearing Cain's comment. Oh. Cain narrowed his eyes as he observed the dozens of Gyarados in the distance. They're coming. With a low warning from the person, the Gyarados began shooting out of the water vortex, their eyes completely red with rage as they charged toward the beach, bringing waves that flooded the shore in an instant. Many of the recruited trainers were locals from Vermilion City, while the other half were trainers from out of town. Seeing the terrifying horde of Gyarados approaching, panic ensued. Not all trainers have the courage to face a horde of Gyarados, especially those just beginning their journey, who descended into complete chaos. Some trainers with less mental fortitude even triggered some panic, running around like headless chickens. They never imagined that this mission would make them face a group of enraged Gyarados. Fortunately, Officer Jenny was prepared for such a situation. A group of police joined the trainers, each one leading 4 or 5 trainers, forming small teams and calming their terrified hearts. With clear leadership, the panicked trainers began to settle down. Guided by the police officers, each team of 5 or 6 people faced one Gyarados, ensuring that as long as no major mistakes were made, there would be no problems. If a Gyarados was stronger, it was assigned a larger team to face it. If it was weaker, a smaller team handled it. The idea was to make sure that each Gyarados was confronted by someone. Of course, among the Gyarados, there were also some that were extremely powerful. The strongest of all was directly confronted by Officer Jenny. An enraged Gyarados was fighting against a much smaller Blastoise in size, while an Arcanine helped keep it under control. Although Arcanine is a fire-type Pokémon, it showed no disadvantage against Gyarados. Occasionally, it fiercely charged at Gyarados with explosive flames, blackening and scorching its scales. Meanwhile, Officer Jenny, standing at the sidelines, remained completely focused, directing Blastoise and Arcanine, giving them various commands. Powerful orange beams and huge water jets shot from Garridos' mouth, creating giant waves on the shore as it mainly targeted Officer Jenny's small figure. However, each time Garridos aimed its attacks at Officer Jenny, Blastoise would leap with all its strength, using gravity on its descent to strike Garridos' head hard, sinking it into the sand. But Garridos, with its size advantage, quickly threw Blastoise away, as its dragon head was one of its greatest prides. At that moment, Arcanine took advantage of the opening created by Blastoise's hit, quickly lunging and biting Garridos with electrified fangs, causing it great damage. Garridos, being water and flying type, is extremely vulnerable to electric attacks, taking 4 times the damage. Injured and enraged, Garridos launched frantic attacks on Arcanine and Blastoise. Thus, Officer Jenny managed to completely hold back the strongest Garridos, demonstrating incredible power. Cain was also assigned to a team, led by a police officer, to battle one of the Garridos. Passing by the battlefield where Officer Jenny and Garridos were fighting, Cain's system automatically activated, obtaining data on some of the Pokémon. Pokémon: Garridos, green, gender, male level, 39 type, water plus flying ability. Intimidate held item, none egg moves, none basic moves, bite, thrash, leer, twister, ice fong, aquatail, scary face, dragon rage learn moves, hyper beam, water pulse TM moves, none. Pokémon: Blastoise, dark green, gender, male level, 36 type, water ability. Torrent held item, none egg moves, yawn, aqua jet, brine basic moves, flash cannon, tackle, tail whip, water gun, withdraw, bubble, bite, rapid spin, protect, water pulse, aqua tail learn moves, iron tail, ice punch, hydro cannon, dragon pulse TM moves, ice beam, hyper beam, rain dance, brick break, rock slide. Surf. This level 39 Garridos with green attributes, and the level 36 Blastoise with dark green attributes, are extremely powerful Pokémon. This Garridos is likely one of the smaller dominants in this ocean area, and Officer Jenny's Blastoise is probably one of her starter Pokémon. Among the water-type starter Pokémon from the Kanto region, this Blastoise, with dark green attributes and level 36, could outmatch all of Cain's Pokémon with just itself. As for Arcanine, since it was evading Garridos' attacks, Cain couldn't obtain its data, but it was surely also extremely strong. Otherwise, it couldn't have handled Garridos so easily despite the type disadvantage. In reality, Blastoise would have no problem facing Garridos alone. However, with Garridos in an enraged state, its attack power is much higher, and Officer Jenny cannot allow the shockwaves from its attacks to interfere with other teams, which is why Arcanine is also in the fight. The goal is to stop the strongest Garridos without causing massive destruction. End of chapter. Chapter 205. Solo battle against Garridos. Due to the urgency of the situation, Cain didn't stop to observe too much. Under the guidance of the police officer leading the team, he quickly headed toward their target Garridos. Observe the situation before attacking. I'll have my Pokémon keep Garridos busy. If possible, use electric or rock-type Pokémon, as they can deal more damage, explained the officer in charge before throwing his Pokeball. A Tentacruel appeared in the water, immediately wrapping itself around Garridos. This Garridos wasn't as strong as the one Officer Jenny was facing. Its level was 28, and its quality was yellow. However, due to its enraged state, its attack power had increased slightly. Cain, not wanting to stand out, had Slowpoke attack occasionally, ensuring that Garridos wouldn't escape from the team. While others worked hard to attack, the officer in charge showed signs of exhaustion and a lack of skill in directing the battle, as his forehead was covered in sweat. There were moments when Garridos nearly managed to break free, but Cain ordered Slowpoke to intervene at the last moment, preventing the team from being defeated. This situation was repeating in various parts of the beach. The gathered trainers had different skill levels, as did the police officers, who were barely managing to keep the Garridos under control. The ability to defeat them largely depended on the summon trainers. If a team failed to weaken a Garridos within a reasonable time, the situation became dangerous. Just as Cain and his team were about to defeat their Garridos, another nearby team made a grave mistake, allowing their Garridos to break free and begin attacking wildly, disrupting the surrounding battles. Some people, overcome by fear, stopped directing their Pokémon, watching as Garridos defeated the police officer's Pokémon on their team. With the biggest obstacle out of its way, Garridos headed toward Cain's team. The members of Cain's team turned pale, frightened. Facing one Garridos was already difficult for them. If two joined forces, the consequences would be disastrous, possibly leading to total defeat. Just when they thought the situation couldn't get worse, two nearby Magikarp, stimulated by the battle, suddenly evolved into Gyarados. Once they adapted to their new bodies, they would also join the fight, further aggravating the situation. Cain, frowning, looked at the officer, who was equally surprised and disoriented, and said, "I'll take care of that, Gyarados. You continue with this one." Before the others could react, Cain and Slowpoke left the battlefield and headed toward the Gyarados. As they approached, Cain obtained this Gyarados' data. Pokemon, Gyarados, light green, gender, male level, 28 type, water plus flying ability. Intimidate held item, none egg moves, none basic moves, bite, thrash, leer, twister, ice fong learn moves, hyper beam, water pulse TM moves. None. This Gyarados had a light green capacity, which explained why it had managed to defeat the entire team. Not everyone could see a Pokemon's level and capacity like Cain, so the selection of Gyarados to combat was based on the police officer's subjective assessment. Most of the time, it was fairly accurate, but sometimes not, as in the case of this Gyarados. Gyarados, seeing someone in its way, already enraged from the battle, completely lost reason. It opened its enormous mouth, and a yellow light began to concentrate inside it. Hyper Beam. Slowpoke. Use Protect. Ghastly, Confuse Ray. Faced with Gyarados' most powerful attack, Cain remained calm, giving quick orders to his Pokemon. Ghastly, who had been hiding in Cain's shadow, immediately appeared, sending a small light orb toward Gyarados. Slowpoke, on the other hand, created a light green energy shield around its body just as Gyarados' Hyper Beam was about to hit them, fully absorbing the impact of the attack. After releasing its Hyper Beam move, Gyarados was momentarily weakened. Ghastly's Confuse Ray affected it, temporarily blinding it. If not for the fact that Gyarados needed time to recover energy after using Hyper Beam, it would probably have launched another devastating attack in all directions, without regard for whether it hit foes or allies. Slowpoke, use Psyshock, then Calm Mind. Ghastly, use Shadow Ball. Cain knew that after using Hyper Beam, Pokemon needed time to recover, giving them an opportunity. Although Gyarados was blind and out of control, it still had the capacity to move and attack instinctively. Gyarados, blinded and enraged, thrashed violently in the water, causing huge splashes and waves that affected nearby battles. When Gyarados regained its sight, the effect of Ghastly's Confuse Ray began to wear off. Despite the level difference, it had managed to land a hit, which was surprising. Upon regaining its vision, Gyarados locked its attention on Cain, instinctively identifying him as the weakest, and decided to attack him directly. This time, Gyarados didn't use Hyper Beam but instead concentrated a blue water orb in its mouth and launched it toward Cain. Water Pulse. Slowpoke, use Water Gun reinforced with Confusion. Ghastly, keep using Shadow Ball. Cain remained unfazed as he gave instructions to counter the attack. Ghastly continued launching Shadow Balls, while Slowpoke, after using Calm Mind, strengthened the Water Gun move with Confusion, sending a water jet that pierced through Gyarados' Water Pulse, hitting it directly in the face. End of chapter. Chapter 206. Defeating Gyarados. Ghastly hasn't fully developed its poison type yet, and the moves Cain bought last time haven't been used either. Otherwise, even though Ghastly's level is a bit lower than Gyarados', with moves like Toxic to wear it down, winning wouldn't be impossible. After all, this Gyarados has already lost all strategy in its fighting. After being hit in the face by Slowpoke's Water Gun, Gyarados was pushed back a little, but the effect of the Water-type move was mediocre. Aside from shaking its head, it didn't cause much damage. However, while Gyarados was stunned, Slowpoke and Ghastly didn't stop attacking. Slowpoke, keep using Psyshock. Ghastly, launch as many Shadow Balls as you can. Gyarados, who had been pushed back, tried to get close to use its physical advantage, but Slowpoke and Ghastly clearly weren't going to give it a chance to counterattack. Especially Slowpoke's Psyshock, which turned out to be lethal damage for Gyarados, whose brain isn't exactly complex. Gradually, Ghastly's Shadow Ball left Gyarados covered in wounds, giving it no chance to react, as Slowpoke's mental force completely dominated it. The already red eyes of Gyarados began to bleed, clearly showing the considerable mental pressure it was under. That's enough. Slowpoke, use Yawn. Ghastly, apply Hypnosis. Using his system, Cain observed Gyarados' condition and realized that its body was already at its limit. Additionally, due to Slowpoke's mental attacks, Gyarados was so dazed that even if the attack stopped, it wouldn't be able to move for a while. Following the command, Slowpoke released a yawn from its nose, creating an oval bubble that floated slowly toward Gyarados. As it burst, Gyarados felt its eyelids grow heavy, its initial rage fading, and it was unable to stay awake. At that moment, Ghastly used hypnosis, and combined with Slowpoke's yawn, Gyarados fell into a deep sleep. With a loud crash, its massive body fell into the water, sending up a huge splash. Cain pulled out a Pokeball and threw it at Gyarados. Many people were watching this battle since it directly affected the course of the entire fight, as this was the first Gyarados to have broken free from the perimeter. Facing a Gyarados alone was already beyond the expectations of many, and not everyone has the support of a powerful family like Officer Jenny or the status of being a direct league member. Normally, Cain's defeat of a Gyarados would make everyone feel relieved. However, just then, two Gyarados appeared on the water's surface, quickly approaching the shore. Although these two Gyarados had just evolved and might not be as strong, all the teams were already at their limits. If these two Gyarados joined the fight, the balance would break, triggering a series of chain reactions. Slowpoke carried the Pokeball containing Gyarados to Cain, who shrank it and put it in his pocket. A level 28 light green quality Gyarados holds considerable value, especially considering how hard it is to capture a Gyarados. The value of a light green Gyarados could be equivalent to a green quality Pokemon or even surpass some more common dark green Pokemon. After all, many wealthy people enjoy showing off a Gyarados during outings. The size and majesty of a Gyarados are perfect for satisfying the ego of those with money. After defeating this Gyarados, Slowpoke leveled up, reaching level 26 and becoming the highest level Pokemon on Cain's team. During the stay in Diglett's cave, the poison-type Pokemon drawn in by poison gas made Slowpoke the main attacker, using its moves and psychic abilities. Now, by defeating such a powerful Gyarados, it met the requirements to level up. Slowpoke's level increase was within Cain's expectations, but according to his calculations and system analysis, Ghastly should have leveled up as well. This increase would lead it to evolve into Haunter. However, when Cain looked at Ghastly, he only noticed that the gas surrounding it was denser, and there were occasional flashes of black light, but there were no signs of it wanting to evolve. Could it be that it hasn't accumulated enough experience? Cain murmured, noticing the changes in Ghastly. Officer Jenny, who was fighting the strongest Gyarados, also saw how Cain faced another Gyarados alone and defeated it. She felt fortunate to have invited Cain from the beginning. From the moment she first saw Cain, her police instincts warned her, giving her chills down her spine. That sixth sense, which had saved her life numerous times, indicated that there was something dangerous about Cain. In other words, she sensed a threat from Cain, a feeling she only got from extremely dangerous criminals or experienced trainers who had spent a lot of time in the wild. That's why she immediately assumed Cain was a formidable trainer and didn't hesitate to accept his request to join the mission. Time proved her intuition right. Although Cain seemed to contribute little at first, when the situation got complicated, he was the first to act, which left a strong impression on Officer Jenny. To her, a true league trainer should be like that, taking on more responsibility when strong enough. In Officer Jenny's eyes, Cain was a powerful league trainer with extensive experience surviving in the wild. Especially after seeing how Cain defeated Gyarados without giving it any chance to counterattack, Officer Jenny couldn't help but clench her fist in excitement. The Gyarados that Cain defeated was the first to fall in this battle, and it did so in a quick and efficient manner. Therefore, when Cain put away the Pokeball and murmured to himself, Officer Jenny's voice resonated once again. Powerful trainer, please help us deal with more Gyarados. Let's try to free up some teams before those two Gyarados arrive. Officer Jenny's words echoed across the field, and many turned their gaze toward Cain. A strong trainer will always be the center of attention, no matter where they are. Cain's thoughts were interrupted by Officer Jenny's words. After hearing all she said, a smile appeared on his face. You're right, why worry so much? If Ghastly hasn't accumulated enough experience, then there are plenty of Gyarados here. We can keep fighting. If one isn't enough, then two. If two aren't enough, then three. After all, if there's anything in excess here, it's Gyarados. End of chapter. Chapter 207. Could I be a good person? Determined to have Ghastly evolve today, Cain took Slowpoke and Ghastly directly toward the nearest Gyarados. It was the level 28, yellow quality Gyarados originally assigned to Cain's team. The others didn't know Cain's intentions, but in their eyes, Officer Jenny's speech had reminded him of the current situation. So Cain decided to attack another Gyarados with full force, attempting to free two teams before those two Gyarados arrived. Not only did they think this way, but so did Officer Jenny. Seeing Cain and his two Pokemon fighting Gyarados without hesitation, Officer Jenny thought this powerful trainer needed money. so she decided they would later convert points into money for him. Also, since he had made a great effort, it would be fair to give him a larger share. Of course, Cain had no idea what they were thinking. He just wanted Ghastly to level up and evolve. Soon, Slowpoke and Ghastly's attacks hit Gyarados, freeing the exhausted Tentacruel. The members of Cain's team looked at him again with eyes full of admiration. Across the whole beach, aside from Officer Jenny, only Cain could face a Gyarados alone and even defeat it. The reputation of the Jenny family is well known, so they weren't surprised that Officer Jenny had that level of battle skill. But Cain, who seemed younger than most of them, could also face a Gyarados on his own. Although the Gyarados Cain was fighting was clearly weaker than Officer Jenny's, Cain seemed much younger than her. Everyone thought of one word: promising. Slowpoke, use confusion to control it. Ghastly, launch Shadow Ball with all your strength. Cain didn't know they misunderstood him, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Slowpoke used confusion to immobilize the over 5-meter-long Gyarados, while Ghastly continuously launched Shadow Ball, concentrating the attacks on a single point until Gyarados' scales peeled off and blood began to flow. Slowpoke also understood that this was a crucial moment for Ghastly, so it increased the strength of confusion, ensuring Ghastly could attack without worry. The previous Gyarados had great aptitude and, therefore, strong fighting ability. This one, although the same level, had lower aptitude, making it easier for Slowpoke to control. When the others saw that Slowpoke had Gyarados under control, they wanted to help. "Don't bother me. Go help others," Cain shouted without looking at them. Cain was focused on helping Ghastly gain experience, and he didn't want others interfering. Who did they think they were to come and take advantage? Yes. Startled by Cain's shout, everyone, including the policeman, responded loudly, especially the League officer, who instinctively gave a military salute, showing he was used to receiving orders this way. After this, they all ran off to help in other battles, feeling lighter on their feet and humming a tune as they went. Now that Cain had defeated 2 Gyarados and was facing a third, they thought there would be enough people to handle the other 2 Gyarados that hadn't yet reached the shore. And since they saw Cain as someone who wouldn't stop after defeating this Gyarados, they expected he would continue searching for more Gyarados, freeing up more teams, which would make the battle easier and help resolve the crisis. That's why they were so relaxed now. As for Cain not intervening initially and letting others fight alone, they thought it was a training method, allowing them to experience a real battle so they could grow. Some even secretly thanked Cain for showing them the harshness of nature, and they promised to be extremely cautious when trying to survive in the wild. Thus, everyone interpreted Cain's actions in their own way. In reality, Cain's motives were simple. He just wanted Ghastly to gain more experience and evolve. If Cain knew what they were thinking, he would wonder, could I actually be a good person deep down? Is that what motivates my actions? But Cain didn't know any of this. Soon after, another yellow aptitude Gyarados was defeated and captured by Cain, and the black light dots on Ghastly's body grew denser and denser. End of chapter. Chapter 208. Complete accumulation. The battle on the beach began to clear up. Officer Jenny's 2 Pokemon could now subdue Gyarados, but because Gyarados was in a frenzy, its attack power had increased considerably. Additionally, Jenny didn't want the shockwaves from the battle to affect others, which made her fight cautiously. However, after some time, the Gyarados she was facing started coming out of its frenzy, covered in wounds, and could no longer withstand the increasingly powerful attacks from Jenny's Pokemon. If it didn't flee soon, it might not survive. Cain was also paying attention to Jenny's battle. If the Gyarados she was fighting attempted to escape, the other Gyarados would surely follow. Then, Cain's plan to evolve Ghastly by defeating Gyarados might fail. Cain sped up his attacks alongside Slowpoke and Ghastly. When Ghastly defeated another Gyarados, other teams also started seeing cases of Gyarados being defeated. After all, Cain had freed many people, and with so much help joining other teams, the pressure lessened. With a group of trainers attacking a single Gyarados, it was not surprising that they eventually defeated it. However, as they were league trainers and held an overwhelming advantage, they didn't kill Gyarados. Also, because there were so many people, no one had the right to capture it. After defeating it, they simply left it lying in the water. Cain couldn't help but scoff at this. A bunch of fools, wasting a golden opportunity to make money. They should have captured it, hidden it, and then sold it to make a good sum, or simply kept it. Whether to sell it or use it, it was an excellent choice. That's why people say league trainers are quite naive in the early or intermediate stages. If they were from Team Rocket, they would have already started fighting over that Gyarados. Such a powerful Pokemon would significantly boost the strength of anyone who captured it. Shaking his head, no longer paying attention to the others, Cain ordered Slowpoke and Ghastly to unleash their full power to defeat more Gyarados. The fourth. The fifth. When Cain was preparing to attack the sixth, the Gyarados fighting officer Jenny let out a cry of pain and began slowly retreating toward the sea, dragging its severely wounded body. Jenny ordered her Blastoise to pursue it closely. Now that Gyarados had stopped resisting, Blastoise could attack without restrictions. However, since Blastoise is a water-type Pokemon and Gyarados has double resistance to water-type moves, and having returned to the sea, Arcanine could no longer continue the chase, and Blastoise alone didn't have enough attack power. With the Gyarados leader retreating, the other Gyarados also cried out in pain and began retreating. Ghastly was enveloped in a black glow that grew stronger and stronger, but it still lacked a bit to be completely covered. If it managed to defeat one more Gyarados, that would likely be enough. Ghastly, just one more. Hold on a bit longer. Use mean look on that Gyarados. Slowpoke, assist Ghastly with all your power. Cain ordered, gritting his teeth. They saw how Ghastly's small body suddenly projected a huge ghostly face, and from the dark eyes of that face, 2 rays of light shot out, stopping a Gyarados attempting to escape. Slowpoke increased its power in the confusion move once again, with small veins appearing on its forehead. It knew this was the crucial moment for Ghastly. Until the black glow completely enveloped it, it couldn't stop accumulating experience. Roar! Gyarados, upon realizing it was blocked by mean look, found it couldn't escape, and though it had come out of its frenzy, it re-entered a state of fury. From a distance, Officer Jenny and the other league trainers who were watching the Gyarados retreat were about to breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Cain stopping one of them. "Won't this cause all the Gyarados to go into a frenzy again?" asked one of the league officers quietly next to Jenny. "It shouldn't, and he probably doesn't have any other choice. Look at his Ghastly, it's clearly on the verge of evolving. If he doesn't take this chance to evolve, he won't get many other opportunities like this," Jenny responded, with a sharper insight than the others. Evolve? His Ghastly was already so strong before evolving. After evolution, won't it become even more powerful? "He's an incredibly strong trainer," commented another trainer nearby. "Yes, he looks younger than me. I wonder what family he comes from. He must come from a very powerful family. Otherwise, at such a young age, to have so much strength and courage. Look at how he faces Gyarados, without a hint of fear." Hearing these comments, Officer Jenny frowned before saying, "He's a civilian trainer." She then ignored the others' exclamations. Truth be told, she was also surprised. A civilian trainer of that age with such a level of power and determination was very rare. Although there's no shortage of geniuses in this world, she had met many who were even more talented than Cain, but few were like him, a civilian genius. Trainers require a large number of resources to raise their Pokemon, and a civilian trainer can hardly afford it without exceptional luck. With Jenny's words, the others pondered. Why was there such a big difference between civilian trainers? While they discussed, Cain and his Pokemon were already in the final phase of their battle against that Gyarados. Ghastly, use Shadow Ball and end this battle. Cain gave the final attack order. After using the Shadow Ball move so consistently, Ghastly had improved significantly with it. Not to mention other things, its speed in using it had become much faster. Ghastly launched Shadow Ball one last time at Gyarados, completely knocking it down onto the sand. With the Gyarados retreating, the water that had covered the beach also receded, leaving the sand exposed once again. Cain threw a Pokeball, no longer paying attention, keeping his gaze fixed on Ghastly. He saw how the black glow that was already enveloping Ghastly began closing the final gap, fully covering it in a sphere of black light. With Cain's system, he could see how all of Ghastly's stats fluctuated wildly, going up and down without stopping. Cain knew he had finally completed the last gap of experience, and Ghastly was about to evolve. But this wasn't the right place for an evolution. Cain took the Pokeball that Slowpoke passed to him with its psychic powers, in which he had captured the Gyarados, and prepared to leave. End of chapter. Chapter 209. One step from evolution. With the Gyarados retreating, the dark clouds in the sky, now without a Pokemon to sustain them, quickly began to disperse. Perhaps because it had rained enough already, after the clouds dissolved, the sun emerged, painting a vibrant rainbow over the beach. But none of this mattered to Cain at the moment. Now that Ghastly was about to evolve, it wasn't the right place for it, and besides, he had some preparations for Ghastly's evolution that he couldn't carry out there. "Ghastly, hold on a bit longer, keep steady, evolve when we get back," Cain said to the black orb, unsure if Ghastly could hear him. "Kiki."
Kek.
Ghastly responded, indicating that it could hold on a bit longer. Cain returned Ghastly to its Pokeball and quickly headed to the Pokemon Center. As he passed Officer Jenny and the others, he stopped briefly and said, "Officer Jenny, I have something very important to do. I'm staying at the Pokemon Center. My name is Cain." With that, without looking back, he ran toward the Pokemon Center. Officer Jenny wasn't bothered, as she saw Ghastly's condition. It was clearly on the verge of evolving. Cain was probably taking it to the Pokemon Center, so the evolution process would be safer and free from interruptions. As for finding Cain later to distribute the mission rewards, knowing his name, with Officer Jenny's skills, it wouldn't be difficult to locate him at the Pokemon Center. Fortunately, Vermilion City's Pokemon Center wasn't far from the beach, and with Cain's excellent physical condition, it didn't take him long to arrive. After passing the security check, he headed straight to his room. Once inside, he locked the door and released all his Pokemon. When all the Pokemon appeared, Slowpoke used telepathy to explain Ghastly's situation to the others. Upon learning that Ghastly was about to evolve, all the Pokemon took a defensive stance. Cain waved his hand, indicating they didn't need to be so tense. After all, they were in a Pokemon Center, one of the League's strongholds, and generally, there wouldn't be any issues. Besides, if someone was powerful enough to cause trouble there, Cain wouldn't have any chance to stop them. Not to mention that Team Rocket had a strong presence in Vermilion City. No one would dare attack the League under their watchful eye. The city's security had improved considerably, and a balance had been established between the League and Team Rocket. The League controlled everything visible, while Team Rocket handled everything underground. The revenue from Vermilion City's port was significant. No one would want to disrupt that balance. Miltank, give Slowpoke a bottle of milk to recover energy. Slowpoke, use Calm Mind to restore your psychic power, as Ghastly will need a strong psychic shield when it evolves, Cain instructed. Today, Slowpoke had fought a lot, so it was somewhat fatigued. However, with Miltank's milk and the Calm Mind move, it would quickly regain its strength. Meanwhile, Ghastly, now completely enveloped in black light, floated in the air. Cain watched the data on his system, showing that Ghastly's stats were still fluctuating, indicating it hadn't fully entered the evolution state yet. They could wait a bit longer, and Slowpoke also needed time. Taking the towel Miltank offered him, Cain wiped the sweat from his forehead and then took out 6 Pokeballs. These were the 6 Gyarados captured today. The one with the highest potential was the light green Gyarados that Cain defeated first. The others had yellow or dark orange potential. However, one of them, although with yellow potential, was at the highest level, reaching level 30. Even without the rewards Officer Jenny mentioned, the value of these 6 Gyarados already represented a substantial gain. Moreover, Slowpoke had leveled up, and Ghastly was about to evolve. What started as a relaxing day had turned into a highly productive one, even surpassing what he'd obtained in Diglett's cave. Soon after, Slowpoke finished its meditation, and its eyes shone brightly. Cain nodded, impressed by Slowpoke's growing efficiency in the Calm Mind move. Slowpoke, use your psychic powers to form a barrier around Ghastly. It can be large, but make sure not to interfere with the evolution, Cain ordered. Yadoon, Slowpoke nodded, and its eyes began to glow, creating a blue shield around the black orb enveloping Ghastly. Seeing that the shield was formed, Cain took out a special device that contained poisonous gas. Although Ghastly had been absorbing a bit of this gas every day, it hadn't actually consumed much in total, only about a tenth. Ghastly, I'm going to release the poisonous gas. Absorb as much as you can, Cain said from outside the shield. Ghastly was on the verge of evolving, and at this moment, absorbing the gas would increase the absorption rate and improve the efficiency of reorganizing its gaseous body during evolution, fully unleashing its poison-type potential. Once it evolved into Haunter, its poison attribute would be fully developed. Cain placed the device's opening inside the shield and released the gas slowly. The poisonous gas was very potent, originating from a near-elite level Pokémon before it died. Although it was no longer controlled by the original Pokémon, it was still difficult to handle. While Slowpoke's psychic powers counteracted the poison, Slowpoke wasn't strong enough to contain it completely, so if Ghastly didn't absorb the gas quickly, it could accumulate and become uncontrollable. Fortunately, Ghastly, in its evolution state, absorbed all the gas without letting anything escape. Gradually, as the device released half of the gas, Ghastly's absorption rate began to slow, but it still continued. Cain watched the data on his system, seeing Ghastly's stats stabilize, indicating the evolution was near. After releasing some final traces of gas, Cain closed the device, leaving 40% of the gas remaining. When Ghastly absorbed the last traces of gas inside the shield, Slowpoke sighed with relief. Handling that amount of energy hadn't been easy. Ghastly, it's now your turn to evolve, Cain murmured. All the preparations were complete. Only the final step remained. End of chapter. Chapter 210. The evolution of Ghastly. After absorbing all the toxic gas, Ghastly's data, according to the system's scan, abruptly stopped. Then, as if there was a pause, it suddenly spiked to its peak. To Cain and his other Pokémon, Ghastly, who was wrapped in a dark glow, began to gradually change its shape. Finally, the light of evolution appeared over Ghastly. After defeating 6 Gyarados and absorbing most of the toxic gas from a quasi-elite level Weezing, Ghastly was finally evolving. Ghastly's body, bathed in the light of evolution, began to transform. From being a floating sphere, some spikes that resembled horns started to appear, and 2 hands with 3 claws each suddenly emerged in front of the sphere. These 2 claws had no physical connection to the main body, as if they had appeared out of nowhere. Then, its entire body began to grow. From a small sphere, Ghastly swelled like a balloon, increasing in size. When the light of evolution faded, a Haunter was fully revealed before Cain. Cuckoo. Haunter let out a faint sound, observing his new body and newly acquired hands, trying to adapt to his new form. Ghastly. No, Haunter, congratulations. Today you've taken a big step forward in your power. Cain, looking at the Haunter in front of him, felt extremely happy and smiled widely. Although Haunter was not much different in size from other Haunters, his color was noticeably more purple than usual, indicating that his poison type had developed effectively. Haunter was Cain's first Pokémon to evolve, and the other Pokémon, who had been watching attentively, looked at him with great envy. Evolution has always been a longed-for goal for Pokémon. Seeing one of their companions evolve first, they couldn't help but feel a deep envy. Especially Skorupi, whose eyes sparkled intensely, almost with little stars reflected in them. Haunter's evolution was also a validation of Cain's progress as a trainer. Although his strength had already far surpassed that of a beginner-level league trainer, he was still a bit away from being an intermediate-level trainer. However, with Haunter's evolution, Cain was one step closer to that goal. It could be said that Cain was now at the potential level of an intermediate trainer. He only needed Haunter or any of his Pokémon to improve a bit more, and being an intermediate trainer would be within reach. In the Pokémon League, an intermediate-level trainer is equivalent to a captain in Team Rocket, while an advanced trainer is comparable to an officer in the organization. However, the officer position in Team Rocket encompasses a wide range of abilities, meaning that, generally speaking, a regular officer is comparable to an advanced league trainer, while senior officers are comparable to quasi-elite league trainers. When a quasi-elite level trainer advances a bit more in their power, they reach the level of an elite-level trainer. Generally, an elite-level trainer in Team Rocket holds the position of elite officer, a rank between senior officer and executive, with much greater authority than that of a regular senior officer. In summary, in Team Rocket, when a member becomes an officer, they truly reach middle management within the organization, and when they reach the elite level, they already have one foot in upper management, only a step away from becoming an executive. According to Umbra, this final Team Rocket test involved both officers and executives. However, regular officers were not even privy to it. Those officers who wished to challenge the executives at least needed to have the power of an elite-level trainer. Though these individuals held the title of officer, their power and authority were far greater than those of a regular officer. That is why only a few had been selected for the test, as their level of power and authority far exceeded the others. They could be considered elite officers. Currently, Cain held the rank of captain, although his power already exceeded this rank. However, he was still a bit below the officer level. He was confident that before the final test began, he could reach that level of power. Of course, reaching the power of an officer does not automatically grant the corresponding position and authority. One needs at least the recognition of a middle management member and to pass a test to obtain the title. At that point, one could command at least 3 squads. However, if a high-ranking figure in Team Rocket, such as Umbra, intervened, some procedures, like the test, could be skipped. Returning to the topic, now that Haunter had successfully evolved, Cain, through the system, was able to obtain his data. There was only one detail that surprised Cain. Pokémon, Haunter, quasi-light blue, 1 gender, male level, 25 type, ghost plus poison ability, levitate held item, none egg moves, fire punch, scary face, haze basic moves, hypnosis, lick, spite, mean look, curse, nightshade, confuse ray, sucker punch learn moves, rest, shadow ball, psychic, skill swap, snore TM moves, protect, hidden power, grass, sleep talk. There weren't many significant changes, but what surprised Cain was the appearance of a new color classification, quasi-light blue. In his previous life, Cain had never seen or heard of a Pokémon with a quasi-light blue classification. System. What does this quasi-light blue mean? Cain asked the system directly. Since Haunter originally had a dark green classification, but by absorbing a large amount of extremely potent toxic gas, his poison-type talent increased considerably. However, this improvement still hasn't reached the level to break the dark green classification, so the system has temporarily classified it as quasi-light blue. The system responded in its mechanical voice. Quasi-light blue? Due to the large increase in his poison-type talent, but without yet reaching the full light blue classification, the system temporarily classified him as quasi-light blue. In any case, even if it's quasi-light blue, he's still at the blue level. Haunter's evolution not only brought an increase in his power, but his classification change also significantly contributed to his growth. This was something Cain hadn't expected. Although he noticed an increase in Ghastly's leveling speed while using the toxic gas, he never imagined that using it during evolution would improve his classification in this way. Cain began considering whether, in the future, he should use items with special energies during the evolutions of all his Pokémon to improve their classification and optimize their potential. This could be an interesting possibility to explore. End of chapter. Chapter 211. Officer Jenny's visit after Haunter's evolution, his overall strength increased significantly, and along with the improvement in his potential, he was no longer behind any of Cain's other Pokémon. Moreover, after evolving, Haunter had already developed his Poison-type talent. It was just a matter of teaching him a few Poison-type moves for this talent to fully manifest. Ghastly's evolution into Haunter not only meant an improvement in his physical condition, but also in his form. For instance, with the 2 hands he now possessed, Haunter could learn more physical moves, like Poison Jab. This move, which is both Poison-type and physical, would allow Haunter to have a better balance in his attacks. The moves Cain had bought on the black market had not yet been used, as the timing hadn't been right. For a Pokémon to learn moves using TMs, a learning device is needed. There are many learning devices at Pokémon centers, but if Cain were to use them with all the TMs he owns, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Also, although the Pokémon Center learning devices require a League ID card to be swiped to use them, and it is not explicitly stated that they register data, only a fool would trust that the League doesn't keep that information in its central database. Although Cain's system can block data registration on the learning devices, using them in front of the Pokémon Center staff without displaying data would be too suspicious. For this reason, Cain decided not to use the TMs at the Pokémon Center. Instead, he preferred to pay on the black market for his Pokémon to learn the moves. However, some of his Pokémon, like Slowpoke and Miltank, could use the learning devices at the Pokémon Center, but Cain thought it wasn't urgent and preferred for all his Pokémon to learn together in the future. All of Cain's Pokémon returned to normal after Haunter's evolution, and Haunter began getting used to his new body. Apart from having 2 hands and a larger size, there weren't many other changes. Regarding Haunter's new quality, the system informed Cain that if Haunter absorbed the remaining 40% of the poisonous gas, his potential would stabilize at light blue. However, if he stopped absorbing it for a while, it could drop back to his previous quality. After chatting with his Pokémon for a while, someone knocked on Cain's room door. After returning all his Pokémon to their Pokeballs, Cain opened the door and saw Officer Jenny, who had fought the Gyarados on the beach. Cain kindly invited her in. Once inside, Officer Jenny looked around for a moment, checking the environment, but found nothing unusual, just a standard Pokémon Center room. Noticing Cain watching her, Officer Jenny smiled apologetically. "Sorry, it's a professional habit. Don't take it the wrong way." Cain invited her to sit and offered her a glass of water, smiling as he said, "No worries, I completely understand." Officer Jenny, being a direct and efficient person, took a bank card out of her pocket and placed it on the table. "This is the reward for your participation in the Level 2 emergency mission. It's 200,000 in cash. I hope you don't find it too little." She knew that for a trainer of Cain's level, 200,000 wasn't a significant amount, but it was the most she had been able to gather, considering the number of trainers who participated in the battle. Although Cain had done most of the work, everyone had seen it, and she couldn't simply give all the money to Cain without distributing some to the others. In fact, part of those 200,000 came from Officer Jenny's own reward, which she decided to give to Cain. Cain was surprised. He hadn't expected to receive so much. Knowing the League, he thought they'd give him 100,000 at most. It was clear that Officer Jenny had added something from her own pocket. However, Cain didn't mention it. After all, money is money, regardless of where it comes from, and he pocketed it without hesitation. "It's more than enough, thank you very much," Cain said, though his actions showed that he had no reservations about it. Officer Jenny, seeing how Cain pocketed the card without hesitation, couldn't help but smile with slight irony, but quickly regained her composure. Well, my task here is done. I won't take up any more of your time. I'll be off. Now that Cain had accepted the card, Officer Jenny no longer felt indebted and considered everything settled. As she left, Officer Jenny said, I believe your name is Cain, right? Thank you for your help. I hope we meet again in the future. With that, she closed the door and left. Cain, looking at the closed door, smiled with a peculiar expression and murmured, Meet again? I'm sure we will. Officer Jenny didn't ask what Cain would do with the Gyarados, and Cain didn't reveal his plans. They seemed to have a tacit understanding. Some league trainers sell captured Pokémon to make money. Not all have the support of large families, so selling Pokémon from time to time is a way to obtain resources. As long as it isn't done openly, the league usually turns a blind eye. After all, blocking all development paths would make it hard for the league to maintain control over organizations like Team Rocket. So, as long as the number of Pokémon sold isn't large, the league won't interfere in these matters. Additionally, the Gyarados Cain captured are under his control, and what he does with them is his decision. Even Officer Jenny couldn't do anything without concrete evidence. In fact, even if Officer Jenny knew that Cain sold the Gyarados, as long as he didn't do it in front of her, she probably wouldn't act against him. To become a high-ranking officer in the city, backed by the Jenny family, one has to have a certain level of cunning. In this world, what powerful trainer doesn't have some secrets? Even the Jenny family is no exception. After that, Cain decided not to go out with his Pokémon anymore. Now, the beaches of Vermilion City were full of people working on debris and wreckage cleanup. End of chapter. Chapter 212. How to make money with Grimer, oh right? Cain suddenly remembered something important. He took a Pokeball from his pocket, which contained the yellow Grimer he had captured in the Diglett Cave, the one with the ability to absorb to evolve its quality. According to the system's calculations, it was estimated that in 3 days, Grimer would have absorbed all the energy, and its potential would evolve to a dark yellow color. Moreover, during this time, Cain had let Grimer out to absorb some corpses, so it hadn't completely exhausted the energy in its body yet. However, according to the system's scan, it had already successfully become a dark yellow potential Pokémon. Its potential really has evolved, even if only to dark yellow. Cain looked at the Pokeball in his hand, observing through the transparent part how Grimer rested quietly inside, absorbing the energy without showing any signs of resistance. Grimer wasn't foolish. Being able to rest comfortably while enjoying a never-ending source of energy and occasionally going out to feed was ideal for a soft-bodied Pokémon like him. The environment inside the Pokeball was quite comfortable. System, analyze Grimer's current data, as well as the possibility of improving its potential. If further improvement is possible, compare the resources needed with those for a Grimer whose potential is already naturally dark yellow. Cain left the analysis to the system, which quickly responded. Beep. According to the calculations, if energy is sufficient, the next potential improvement for Grimer is estimated to take 10 days and require twice the resources compared to a Grimer whose potential is already dark yellow. The system quickly presented a summary of the data and displayed 2 comparative tables of resources and time in front of Cain. With this direct comparison, Cain realized that Grimer, which had just reached dark yellow potential, would require more than double the resources and time for a new improvement. And once its potential improved, the cost to continue upgrading would increase exponentially. This meant that, theoretically, Grimer had unlimited potential to improve, but the cost would be astronomical. Cain didn't even want to imagine what that would entail. Perhaps if one eliminated all the Pokémon in a region and let Grimer absorb their bodies over hundreds of years, it could reach blue potential. However, this only applied to a Grimer whose initial potential was yellow or even lower. If its initial potential were higher, it might be feasible. For example, if he captured a Grimer with dark green potential and provided it with a large number of Pokémon corpses along with plenty of time, it might evolve to blue potential. But the time and resources needed for this process didn't appeal to Cain. Therefore, it was more convenient to capture several Grimer with yellow or dark yellow potential, let them absorb energy to evolve into a Grimer with light green or even dark green potential. This would be much more cost-effective in terms of time and resources. He could make a good amount of money. A dark green potential Pokémon is considered elite in the Pokémon world, and its price would be several times higher than a green potential Pokémon. After all, battles often leave behind wild Pokémon corpses, so it would be an efficient use of those resources and a way to earn extra money without affecting his normal activities. Cain thought he had found a pretty effective way to make money without impacting his daily routine. Whenever he had Pokémon corpses, he'd give them to Grimer. When he didn't, Grimer would just fast for a few days. After all, his endurance was impressive. He could go weeks without eating with no problem. Cain decided that his initial goal for Grimer would be to reach light green potential, and additionally, he wanted it to be a Grimer that hadn't previously improved its potential. Then, he planned to go to the Vermilion City black market to buy several Grimer with green potential and, after some training time, evolve them to dark green potential. This increase in value was something even Cain found tempting. A dark green potential Pokemon, regardless of species, would be valued at over $1 million Pokédollars. If it were also a rare species, the price could reach several million. The higher a hunter's level, the greater their earnings. Selling $1 million Pokédollar Pokemon to the Hunter Association also grants 1 million reward points, which dramatically increases purchasing power. And while the Hunter Association buys Pokemon at twice their price, they won't be at a loss. In fact, the association buys Pokemon at a slightly below market price, around 80%, which is still a good offer for most people. The Hunter Association holds major auctions from time to time, inviting millionaires from the Pokémon world. These millionaires compete with each other, causing a Pokemon's price to multiply several times. They buy at 80% of the market price and then sell at or above the standard price, gaining substantial profits. After all, there are more Pokemon buyers than sellers. Sometimes, the association uses these deals to gain favor with powerful trainers, which brings additional benefits. In the evening, Cain prepared to go to the Vermilion City black market to see if the Hunter Association had Grimer with the characteristics he was looking for, and also take the opportunity to register the Gyarados he had captured as part of a mission. Remember that Gyarados is one of the most sought-after Pokemon on the Hunter Association's mission list, so its price tends to be high due to the high demand. Additionally, if he had the chance, Cain also wanted to find a learning device so his Pokemon could learn the moves he had bought last time. Now that Haunter had developed his Poison-type skill, learning the move Toxic would diversify his combat style. With the time he had left, Cain rented a training field at the Pokemon Center. He chose one of the most secluded areas and released Haunter. Kakik. Haunter happily emerged, spinning around Cain. He had just evolved, but his personality was still that of a mischievous Ghastly, which made Cain smile. All right, Haunter. Now that you've evolved, it's no longer enough to just train your body. You need to get familiar with it, especially with the 2 extra hands that will become one of your main attack weapons. You need to learn to use them well, Cain said. Kakik. Haunter listened to Cain and calmed down, looking at his new hands, moving them clumsily. For Haunter, it was a strange feeling. He suddenly had a new pair of limbs, and he used them with ease, as if he had always known how. There's still some time left. Do you see those weights over there? I want you to do 1,000 lifts before eating. End of chapter. Chapter 213. Disheartened Murkrow after Haunter's training ended, Cain made him return to his shadow. Then, he reserved a private room in the Pokemon Center cafeteria and enjoyed a large meal with his Pokemon, especially Slowpoke, who had worked all day and was eating almost as much as Miltank. During the meal, Miltank looked at Slowpoke in surprise, as if wondering, "Since when do you eat this much?" Slowpoke simply replied with a sound and continued eating, which, in turn, increased Miltank's appetite. Due to these 2 big eaters, Cain's meal cost almost twice as much as usual. After dinner, Cain discreetly headed to Vermilion City's black market. Strictly speaking, Vermilion City is one of the cities under Team Rocket's control. Although they only control the dark side of the city, that's enough. After all, one of the 3 top executives is the Vermilion City gym leader. Therefore, Vermilion City's black market is also under Team Rocket's control, and as one of Team Rocket's business partners, the Hunter Guild enjoys a very high position here. Cain was wearing a black cloak, almost identical to the one he wore before, and Murkrow was perched on his shoulder. However, for some reason, Murkrow didn't seem to be in a good mood. Despite looking imposing on Cain's shoulder, the latter, who knew him better than anyone, understood what he was really feeling. Murkrow, every Pokemon has its own role, and you've done yours in the best possible way. It's just that there haven't been suitable battles for you recently, which is why you feel this way. Cain understood that Murkrow had always taken on the role of older brother in the team, looking after the other Pokemon. However, as he watched the other Pokemon surpass him one by one, Murkrow began to feel a bit uneasy. Slowpoke, who was once his equal, had now completely surpassed him. If it weren't for the Dark-type advantage, he probably wouldn't be able to beat him in a fight. Sneasel, who joined the team later, initially didn't get along with Murkrow, but after several attempts by the latter to befriend him, both Pokemon now got along well. After all, they were both dark types and could share many things. Sneasel also understood Murkrow's feelings and respected his dedication to the team. However, Murkrow couldn't deny that Sneasel was stronger than him. Even after gaining a level during the battle in Diglett Cave, reaching level 24, the gap between him and Sneasel hadn't closed, as Sneasel had mastered 3 Ice-type moves and improved his synchronization with Cain. All of that was fine, as both Slowpoke and Sneasel were originally stronger. But now, Ghastly had evolved into Haunter and reached level 25, surpassing him in power. Additionally, Haunter had also developed his Poison-type attribute under Cain's guidance, meaning that Murkrow could no longer beat him in a battle. Although Murkrow was genuinely happy for Haunter's evolution, the little Pokemon who used to ask him everything when he joined the team had now surpassed him. And then there was Skorupi, who had just hatched from his egg. Murkrow could also see that Skorupi had great potential, and he knew it was only a matter of time before he would surpass him too. This was why Murkrow felt disheartened. He felt that his presence in Cain's team was becoming less relevant, as if his absence wouldn't make much of a difference. Cain, understanding Murkrow's thoughts, assured him that he had fulfilled his role in the best possible way, and that he didn't need to compare himself to the other Pokemon. Furthermore, his training pace had been slower because he'd had fewer opportunities to battle lately. Murkrow, you just need to keep accumulating experience. I'll make sure you grow stronger, Cain said as he gently petted Murkrow's head. For Pokemon, getting stronger is a responsibility that falls on their trainer, and Cain was determined to do everything he could to help Murkrow reach his potential. Although Murkrow's initial capacity was a bit lower than that of the other Pokemon, Cain knew there were still ways to compensate for that, though these plans were still in development. Murkrow understood Cain's words and gently rubbed his head against him, indicating that although he felt downhearted, it didn't affect his loyalty to Cain or his joy for Haunter's evolution. After comforting Murkrow, Cain stepped firmly into the Hunter Guild, already starting to plan the next step in Murkrow's development. First, he went to the Hunter Guild task counter, where he handed over a light green quality Sandshrew and 5 Gyarados, all of low quality, to complete some missions. Under the strange gaze of the staff, he managed to match all these Pokemon with the appropriate missions. He was lucky, as Sandshrew matched a well-paying mission. As for the Gyarados, Cain wasn't worried in the least. This highly coveted Pokemon sold for high prices, even if its quality wasn't the best. And so it was. The purchase price for the light green quality Sandshrew was 300,000 Poke Dollars, while each low-quality Gyarados sold for 250,000 Poke Dollars, only 50,000 less than Sandshrew. Of course, level was also an important factor, as all the Gyarados were above level 25, while Sandshrew was only a little over level 10. That was a big difference. The 5 low-quality Gyarados earned him a total of 1 million Poke Dollars and 1 million points from the Hunter Guild. The higher-quality Gyarados sold for 350,000 Poke Dollars, surpassing even the purchase price of the Sandshrew. This shows how popular Gyarados is in the market. As for the light green quality Gyarados, Cain decided not to sell it immediately. Considering he would soon spend a long time traveling by sea, Cain thought that, in case of an accident, although Slowpoke and Fearow could help him move a certain distance, neither of them could do so for very long. If the distance were too great, neither Slowpoke nor Fearow could carry Cain safely. After all, there were many wild Pokemon in both the water and the air, so battles would be inevitable. However, if he had a Gyarados, the situation would be completely different. So, although this Gyarados only had light green quality, Cain didn't plan to keep it as his own Pokemon. He would only use it temporarily and then sell it once he arrived in Slateport City. He wouldn't lose much money in the process. End of chapter. Chapter 214. Buying Grimer. This is how Cain's fishing trip, originally meant for relaxation, ended with him being recruited to resist a group of Gyarados, ultimately earning 1.55 million, not counting the light green quality Gyarados. That Gyarados is worth at least 500,000 Poke Dollars, so Cain made over 2 million on this trip, going from almost being out of money to a more comfortable financial situation. As expected, no matter what happens, strength is always the most important thing. Once you have strength, you can earn more money. Now Cain has a total of 3.5 million hunter points. He only needs to earn 1.5 million more to be promoted to a 3-star hunter, which will allow him to make money even faster. Additionally, there's a detail. Points in the Hunter Association are cumulative, meaning you only need to accumulate 5 million points in total to advance, rather than needing to save each point without spending. It's a pretty reasonable rule. After assigning the missions, Cain decided not to take on any more missions for now. 2-star missions still mostly offer tasks with yellow-quality Pokemon, and green-quality ones are rare. Moreover, Cain will be spending time on a cruise, which means he won't be able to capture many Pokemon. It's better to capture a green-quality Pokemon first, and then match it to a mission. Some might wonder, if you can capture Pokemon directly and then assign them to a mission, what's the point of ranking hunters by stars? Firstly, ranking up unlocks more missions and allows you to assign more tasks. For example, both 2-star and 3-star missions have a task for capturing a Gyarados. The 3-star mission requires a dark yellow quality Gyarados and offers 400,000 Pokedollars, while the 2-star mission requires the same dark yellow quality Gyarados but only offers 350,000 Pokedollars. So, if you're a 2-star hunter, you'll only be able to assign it to a 2-star mission and receive less money for the same work. Not only that, but the missions assigned to 3-star hunters have a lower percentage of fees retained by the Hunter Association. Although these fees are extracted from the mission sponsor, this percentage is also reflected in the total price. So, no matter how you look at it, the higher your hunter rank, the more money you can make, and the difference between stars is significant. Another key thing is that the Hunter Association allows you to exchange points for Pokemon, but not all Pokemon are available for all ranks. For example, some Pokemon that are available to 3-star hunters cannot be fully redeemed with points by 2-star hunters. This means that if a 3-star hunter can redeem a light green quality Gyarados for 600,000 points, a 2-star hunter might need 300,000 points plus 300,000 Pokedollars to get the same Pokemon. Of course, if you have a lot of money, you don't have to worry about the point system. Even if you're a 0-star hunter, you can pay the full price. The Hunter Association is a business, after all, and it won't turn away a customer unless they're blacklisted. So, as long as you have money, rank isn't as important. But for professional hunters, rank does matter. They can redeem a high-quality Pokemon entirely with points and then sell it to another for Pokedollars, earning much more than the points are worth. This is the real method that high-ranking hunters use to make money. In his previous life, Cain reached 5-star rank and also used this method to make a lot of money. At the same time, Cain used many hunter points to upgrade all his Pokemon to better quality. Thanks to the quality advantage and the accumulation of money, he managed to become a quasi-elite level trainer. Cain went directly to the Pokemon point exchange room. The staff greeted him with an indifferent expression as Cain asked if they had any Grimer available. When the staff learned that Cain wanted to exchange for a Grimer, they looked at him strangely. It's no surprise, as very few trainers opt for a Grimer, so few that you almost never see them. Nobody wants to be near a pile of smelly sludge every day, so Grimer's price is generally not very high, and it can even be difficult to find one available. After all, keeping a Grimer contained isn't easy. At least a metal cage isn't enough. However, Cain got lucky. After a computer check, the staff found that there were indeed 2 Grimer in the Hunter Association's warehouse in Vermilion City. It said that one is light green quality, and the other is green quality. Both are decent. Grimer isn't like Gyarados. It's not a popular Pokemon. For it to be worthwhile, it has to be at least green quality. So those in the warehouse are light green quality at minimum. Surprised that they actually had 2 Grimer, Cain smiled. After all, this Pokemon really stinks. At Cain's request, the staff reluctantly led him to the warehouse where the Grimer were kept. No matter the Pokemon you're exchanging for, even if it has good quality, it's always important to check it first. Especially for someone like Cain, who has a system to cheat, he can immediately see which of the 2 Pokemon is superior. Of course, if both Grimer are good, Cain wouldn't hesitate to buy both. After all, both are an investment that will double in value. When they arrived at the location, the staff quickly left, saying that if Cain decided to buy one, he only needed to enter the ID number into the device on the side and swipe his card to redeem the points. The Pokeball would be delivered by the device. Cain, somewhat resigned, covered his nose. Although the Grimer were enclosed in 2 transparent glass boxes, these had small holes to allow air in and prevent the Grimer from suffocating. This also allowed the foul smell to escape. Cain activated his system and scanned the data of the 2 Grimer. As for quality, there was no difference from what the staff had said. One was green quality, and the other was light green quality. As for egg moves and learn moves, Cain didn't care much. After all, he didn't intend to keep these Pokemon as part of his team, only to improve their quality and then sell them. System, check if either of these 2 Grimer has improved in quality and if there are chances for further improvement. In situations like this, it's better to let the system collect the data and compare it. Beep. Scan results displayed. The data of the 2 Grimer were compared with the data of other Grimer that Cain had. End of chapter. Chapter 2:15. Learning moves through the data shown by the system. It's clear that neither the green quality Grimer nor the light green quality Grimer has ascended in quality level. In other words, as long as resources are sufficient, blue quality is possible. and the time required is almost 10 times less than that needed to raise a yellow quality Grimer to blue quality. However, in the estimated data provided by the system, Cain found that, whether with the light green quality Grimer or the green quality Grimer, if you want to raise the quality once, the time required is longer than Cain expected. Previously, when the yellow quality Grimer ascended to dark yellow, the time required was 3 days, and to go from dark yellow to light green took 5 days. But according to the system's calculations, if the light green quality Grimer ascended to green quality, as long as resources and energy were continuous, it would still take 15 days. And as for the green quality Grimer, the system still can't make an estimate. Still, it's within an acceptable range. It's much better than waiting months or years, Cain thought. Because if the dark yellow quality Grimer wanted to ascend once more after reaching light green, the system estimates the time required would be a month. Since Cain considers both Grimer worth training, he doesn't hesitate further. The light green quality Grimer, level 17, costs 200,000 poke dollars, which is much cheaper than a yellow quality Gyarados, while the green quality Grimer, level 18, costs 350,000, only slightly more expensive than a light green quality Sandshrew. This shows how undervalued these Pokemon are, with prices almost lower than a Beedrill of the same quality. Cain entered the cage numbers of the 2 Grimer directly into the nearby machine, swiped his Hunter ID card, and after deducting 550,000 points, received the Pokeballs for the 2 Grimer. He stored everything, put the Pokeballs in his pocket, and then adjusted his hood before heading directly out of the Hunter Guild. Who would notice his presence? Absolutely no one. After leaving the Hunter Guild, Cain found a Pokemon Move tutor shop and spent 10,000 Poke Dollars to rent an optimal learning device, then locked himself in a private room. Although these Move tutor shops often secretly record data from Pokemon that use the TMs, they don't have real-time monitoring. So Cain can safely let the system interfere with the machine, preventing it from saving Pokemon data. Cain placed a bunch of TMs on the table, then put the Pokeballs one by one into the learning device, and through the system, directly transferred the way to use the moves into the Pokemon's mind. If the Pokemon could learn the move, then the TM was used. Used TMs are automatically destroyed, preventing any reuse. First, Cain put Murkrow into its Pokeball, then inserted the TM for the move taunt into the learning device and waited 3 minutes, after which the TM move was recorded in Murkrow's mind. When he released Murkrow again, although it hadn't used the taunt move, Cain could see in the system's scan data that in the TM move bar, the new move taunt appeared. Then, all the Pokemon followed the same process. Slowpoke learned the ground-type move Bulldoze, which made up for the lack of ground-type Pokemon in the team. Haunter, who had just evolved, was one of the Pokemon Cain had prepared moves for from the beginning. In addition to the toxic move he obtained some time ago, Haunter also learned the taunt move. Miltank used many TMs because it hadn't used any before. So in addition to the basic moves Protect and Hidden Power, Cain also prepared a survival move, Substitute, and a fighting-type move, Brick Break. Then there's Sneasel, who, like Miltank, hadn't used TMs before, so it also learned Protect and Hidden Power, along with a fighting-type move, Low Sweep, and a dark-type move, Dark Pulse. All are pretty useful moves. Finally, there's Skorupi, the lower-level Pokemon. Originally, Cain planned for Skorupi to learn the Poison-type move Poison Jab, but considering that Skorupi hasn't fully developed its Poison-type attribute, even if it learned Poison Jab, it wouldn't be very effective. So, after thinking it over, Cain decided to give the Poison Jab move to Haunter. Originally, Ghastly couldn't learn the Poison Jab move, but after evolving into Haunter and gaining a pair of hands, Haunter can learn that move. Additionally, although Haunter hasn't fully developed its Poison-type attribute, its toxicity already has some effect, so learning the Poison Jab move offers a better cost-benefit ratio. As for Skorupi, given its lower level, Cain decided to buy it moves later. Thus, Skorupi used the TMs for the moves, Protect, Hidden Power, and Taunt. Having not fully mastered basic moves, learning 3 new moves will take up a significant portion of Skorupi's future training time. So far, all of Cain's main combat Pokemon have learned the staple moves, Protect and Hidden Power. Additionally, each one has learned useful combat moves which, once mastered, should significantly improve their performance in future battles. However, it is still unknown what attribute the Hidden Power move is for the Pokemon that just learned it. Only after using it for the first time will it be known. Cain put all the Pokeballs on his waist, and his left hand finally left the learning device. Now, the learning device can record Pokemon data again, and there will be no trace of its use on this occasion. After using all the TMs, Cain had completed the 2 main objectives of his visit to the black market. After that, he walked around the black market as usual, got rid of pesky followers, and then left. Upon returning to Vermilion City, he didn't stay outside long, as it wasn't early. Cain headed straight for the Pokémon Center. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning is the departure time for the luxury cruise, the SSN. A long journey by sea, even on the SSN, doesn't guarantee absolute safety. Although Cain has Slowpoke and Fearow, he can't guarantee there won't be problems. After all, Slowpoke is not the ideal type of Pokémon for transporting people on long sea journeys, so it's necessary to tame that Gyarados he left behind. Although the light green quality Gyarados doesn't meet Cain's requirements, if used purely as a means of transport, it's more than enough, even somewhat luxurious. After all, Cain's flying mount, Fearow, is yellow quality. End of chapter. Chapter 216. Tail-cutting technique once again. He rented a training field at the Pokémon Center. It was already night, but thanks to the adequate lighting, there were still quite a few people training their Pokémon on the field. Cain found a secluded training field and released the Pokeball containing Gyarados. Since capturing it, Cain had only provided basic treatment to keep it alive, without giving it much more attention. As a result, when it came out again, its physical and mental condition was not good at all. In fact, it was extremely poor, even worse than Cain had expected, due to the fury it had experienced during the day. Slowpoke stood beside Cain, calmly observing the severely weakened Gyarados, with a blue glow in its eyes. If an experienced psychic were present, they would sense that the psychic power within Slowpoke was flowing strongly. Then, Haunter, who always hid in Cain's shadow, appeared beside Slowpoke, mockingly looking at the scarred Gyarados with its triangular eyes. But Gyarados, true to its species, despite being covered in scars and with a low spirit, showed no signs of surrendering, especially when it looked at Slowpoke and Haunter. Although it's a temperamental Pokémon, that doesn't mean it lacks intelligence. It immediately recognized that Slowpoke and Haunter were the same Pokémon that had defeated it. Now, seeing its old enemies, its rage increased even more. Just as it was about to roar, Slowpoke silenced it using its psychic power, preventing any sound from escaping. After all, the training field was still full of people, even though Cain was in an isolated area where no one paid them any attention. However, if Gyarados were to roar, with its powerful voice, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of most people. Luckily, in its current state, Slowpoke alone was enough to overpower it. Realizing it couldn't make any sound, Gyarados' fury grew even more, and it tried to charge. But upon moving, its wounds throbbed with pain, and it couldn't even cry out before collapsing to the ground. When it tried to get up again, it felt a massive force pressing down on it, preventing it from moving. Haunter, use skill swap, let it feel what Intimidate is, Cain said in a cold voice. He knew that Gyarados was a difficult Pokémon to tame. Although they had defeated it, its fierce temperament was the main reason so few trainers dared to use a Gyarados. Without the right tactics, taming a Gyarados wasn't an easy task. Sometimes, even if it appeared submissive on the surface, it could become uncontrollable during a battle, making it even harder to handle. So, with a stubborn, straightforward-tempered Pokémon like Gyarados, the only option was to keep it under constant control, beating it down until it fully submitted and lost all spirit. Most Gyarados have Intimidate as an ability, and this one was no exception. So, after Haunter used the move skill swap, Gyarados' ability changed to Levitate, while Haunter gained the Intimidate ability. At that moment, for Gyarados, Haunter, who was already unpleasant to look at, became even more terrifying, filling it with fear. During the previous battle, Haunter, when it was still a Ghastly, had already defeated Gyarados, so the effect of the Intimidate ability was even more pronounced. One could see Gyarados lying on the ground, its movements of struggle growing weaker. Its huge eyes showed a trace of fear. It was then that Cain began to walk slowly towards it, with Slowpoke and Haunter flanking him on the left and right. Even lying on the ground, Gyarados' head was much larger than Cain's entire body, though in height, Gyarados' head didn't reach Cain's. Cain looked down at it coldly, showing no emotion, with an icy expression. And Gyarados' attention also shifted from Haunter to Cain. Its enormous eyes met Cain's, neither backing down. But, for some reason, Gyarados felt that this human's expression was incredibly cold. The look in his eyes was not one usually directed at a Pokémon, but rather as if he were looking at a worthless object. This made it feel a chill deep within. This was the way Cain used to capture Pokémon in his previous life. For the Cain of his past life, Pokémon were nothing more than valuable tools. If they were damaged or couldn't keep up with him, he would simply replace them. That's why, when he captured Pokémon, he did so without showing emotion. If they didn't submit, he would beat them until they did. And it was for this reason that in his past life, Cain ended up being betrayed by everyone. But in this life, Cain had changed his way of thinking. He considered each Pokémon he recognized as part of his family and treated them with affection. The results were much better than he expected. His Pokémon not only showed outstanding combat power, but also an extraordinary sense of cohesion. However, Cain only showed this affection toward Pokémon he recognized. He knew his heart was small, and that being able to welcome these Pokémon was already enough. This Gyarados, to Cain, was nothing more than a tool Pokémon, so his approach was simple and direct, just like in his past life. After all, in his previous life, he had been a high-level trainer, and facing a level 20 Pokémon was not something that intimidated him. So, although Cain was much smaller than Gyarados, to that Pokémon, Cain seemed incredibly imposing, as if he were growing and becoming even taller, especially with Haunter's Intimidate ability constantly at work beside him. Gyarados, I know you can understand me. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. If you dare resist again, today will be the day of your death, Cain said in a cold, emotionless voice. For some reason, when Gyarados looked into Cain's eyes and heard his words, it stopped struggling, though a trace of rebellion still remained in its enormous eyes. Cain nodded to himself. This Gyarados had a bit more courage than some of the cowards he'd captured in his past life. It doesn't matter if you accept it or not. During the day, it was me who defeated you. If it weren't for my mercy, you would already be dead. As the victor, I have the right to order you to do whatever I want. Saying this, Cain lifted his foot and firmly planted it on Gyarados' head. When Gyarados saw Cain's action and wanted to resist, Cain shouted sternly, "If you move, I'll cut off your tail first and then throw you back into the sea." Immediately, Gyarados stopped moving. The tail? If Cain had threatened to kill it, it probably wouldn't have been afraid, but by mentioning cutting off its tail and then tossing it into the sea, Gyarados realized that this would mean becoming the laughingstock of all Gyarados. It would probably never be able to return to its group, as a tailless Gyarados would have no face to see its companions. Most importantly, Gyarados had something very important in its tail. When was Cain referring to that something when he talked about cutting off its tail? End of chapter. Chapter 217. First talks on Mega Evolution. Finally, under the pressure of Cain, Slowpoke, and Haunter, Gyarados chose to surrender. It's unclear if this was due to Cain's threat to cut off its tail, but the fact remains that in the end, Gyarados obeyed and allowed Cain to stand on its head. Additionally, Cain had Slowpoke use its psychic power to sense Gyarados' inner state and discover that, aside from fear and terror, there was no intention of rebelling. After temporarily subduing Gyarados, Cain returned with his Pokémon to the Pokémon Center and headed to his room to rest. They would set sail the next day. That night, Slowpoke and Haunter went over the experiences and techniques they had learned in battles against various Gyarados. Other Pokémon followed their usual training routines before going to sleep. The next morning, after completing his morning training and having a quick breakfast at the Pokémon Center, Cain headed to Vermilion City's port. Although the departure time was set for 10 o'clock, the SS and allowed boarding from 7 a.m. With a large number of passengers, many of whom were traveling as families, time was needed to stow luggage and find rooms. When Cain arrived at the port, people were already boarding the ship. With his ticket for a luxury suite, Cain was treated as a distinguished guest, and although he didn't carry many belongings, several attendants respectfully escorted him to his room. Though the SS and is known for its high prices, few can afford a luxury suite, which costs hundreds of thousands. Once he dismissed the attendants, Cain toured the entire room. Yes, he toured it. The room was extremely spacious, with a total area of 300 square meters, including a large bedroom and living room, and the remaining space was dedicated to an indoor training field. This training field was made of special materials capable of withstanding moderately strong attacks. However, as a precaution, there was a monitoring device that would trigger a red light if the power of attacks reached 70% of the allowed limit. Although breaking the field wouldn't cause the ship to sink, any damage would result in exorbitant compensation beyond the reach of most people. After inspecting all the facilities, Cain was quite satisfied with the room. Although the price was high, it matched the value of what it offered. As a precaution, he asked Haunter to check the room for possible dangers. Although it was unlikely that a prestigious ship like the SS and would risk damaging its reputation, Cain preferred to be safe. After thoroughly inspecting every corner and wall, Haunter confirmed that the room was free of issues. Satisfied, Cain summoned all his Pokémon. Of course, he didn't release Pokémon like Mook or Gyarados in the room. Mook could make the room uninhabitable, and although the room was large enough for Gyarados, it would only be able to lie down without moving, which was less comfortable than staying in its Pokeball. Additionally, these Pokémon weren't considered Cain's companions, but rather useful tools. Cain sank into the living room sofa, feeling his body sink into the softness of the furniture. He watched his Pokémon playing and showed a relaxed smile. It's been a month and a half since I returned to this world, and now I have 6 main Pokémon, all with great potential. Cain watched Skorupi and Sneasel, who were playing together, and noted that these two were the highest quality among his current Pokémon. Although Haunter had evolved and its quality was close to light blue, it still needed to absorb the remaining poison gas to stabilize. When that happened, Cain would have 3 light blue quality Pokémon, which would greatly enhance his future power. Additionally, though Slowpoke had a dark green quality, its talent in psychic powers was exceptional. Cain remembered how Sabrina had tried to take Slowpoke, claiming that he couldn't unlock its true potential, but she could. This suggested that Slowpoke had hidden potential that Cain had yet to unlock. Lastly, Murkrow, though of green quality, wouldn't be discarded as in his past life. Cain knew that a Pokémon's quality could improve, and when Murkrow evolved with the right Dusk Stone, its quality could rival the others. Acquiring a superior quality Dusk Stone wouldn't be easy, but it wasn't impossible either. Cain planned to approach Stephen Stone, the young heir of the Devon Corporation, to help him find a superior quality Dusk Stone. The Devon Corporation, a giant that even the League respects, could be a crucial key for Cain. Additionally, Stephen, an avid stone collector, might have the Dusk Stone that Cain needed. With his knowledge and resources, Cain was confident he could obtain it. Cain also had another advantage: knowledge about Mega Evolution. Although he didn't plan to share it for now, he could eventually use this information to negotiate with Stephen. After all, Metagross can also Mega Evolve. However, Cain preferred not to use this resource until he had collected some Mega Stones himself. End of chapter. Chapter 218. Setting sail. There's still a solution for Murkrow's quality, but as for Miltank, to be honest, Cain feels a bit worried. Miltank was an impulsive acquisition in this life, originally intended only to provide milk for Skorupi and the other Pokémon, as well as to help recover energy after battles. However, Miltank was soon accepted by the Pokémon, and her effort was recognized by Cain. Though Miltank only has a light green quality, Cain included her on his main battle Pokémon list. While Miltank is primarily designated for a support role and isn't expected to make major contributions in battle, sometimes it's inevitable for her to face certain opponents. Right now, the gap with other Pokémon doesn't seem that wide, but as levels rise and Cain's Pokémon continue to grow in strength, the difference will widen. Miltank might not think much of this, but as a Pokémon acknowledged by Cain, he won't allow her to fall behind. However, Miltank doesn't have the ability to evolve, and Cain doesn't know of any special items that could increase her potential, which leaves him a bit concerned. Cain asked Stephen to sell the exclusive mid-level Pokeblock to Whitney's family, hoping they might find a way to improve Miltank's quality. Cain doesn't have the solution, but the Miltank Ranch, home to thousands of Miltank, might have one, as long as the cost isn't too high. Stephen promised to give an answer within 3 days, and with him mediating, there might be a chance. For now, this is the only solution Cain has come up with. Setting this issue aside for now, as Cain's Pokémon grow stronger, the differences between them also become more pronounced. Slowpoke, Sneasel, and Haunter are essentially Cain's first team of Pokémon, followed by Murkrow and Miltank, with Murkrow being much stronger than Miltank. Skorupi is still in the growth phase, so its strength doesn't impact Cain's overall team. Cain's overall strength now surpasses that of a Team Rocket Soldier, though it's still somewhat below that of a captain. So Cain has 2 ways to increase his strength. One is to concentrate resources on developing one or several first-team Pokémon, while still training the others, but with greater focus on the first team. The other option is balanced development, treating all Pokémon equally. In truth, Cain leans toward the first method, but considering his Pokémon's opinions, he hasn't rushed to make a final decision. However, one thing is certain. Since Cain is traveling under a League identity, he will likely spend 1 month of the next 6 weeks with that identity. Even without prioritizing Pokémon training, their growth speed will vary. For example, if Cain travels with Slowpoke, it's likely to be the first Pokémon to fight against opponents. Slowpoke will grow faster than other Pokémon. But with a focus on resources, Slowpoke will grow even faster and could surpass other Pokémon by a step. The benefits are clear. Slowpoke will become a symbol of Cain's League identity, and as Slowpoke improves, Cain can fight for more resources for his Pokémon, accelerating their growth. This is a clear example of how the growth of some can drive the growth of others. Moreover, this is a situation Cain cannot avoid. Using the League identity means it's best to use Murkrow and Sneasel as little as possible, unless he decides to abandon his League identity when he rises within Team Rocket, after holding onto it for a long time. Since Slowpoke's growth is inevitable, Cain will adjust resources to make it the strongest for now. Cain stood up and communicated all his ideas to his Pokémon. All of the Pokémon accepted his decision without objection. Focusing resources doesn't mean the other Pokémon will receive nothing. They will simply receive a bit less. The Pokémon also have a broad view and understand that the growth of one Pokémon can bring many benefits to them all. As for Slowpoke, any opposition would have no effect. So, with unanimous agreement between the trainer and Pokémon, Slowpoke will focus on improving, striving to obtain more resources. When Cain and his Pokémon made their decision, the SS and finally began to set sail. With announcements echoing repeatedly, the massive and luxurious SS and began its journey towards Sinnoh's coastal city, with a stop in Slateport City in the Hoenn region, Cain's destination city. After setting sail, Cain left his room with Slowpoke and headed to the deck. It was Cain's first time traveling on such a large ship, and the view from the deck was said to be impressive. Guided by the signs, Cain made his way through the ship's complex paths and reached the deck. Today's weather was very sunny, likely because the rain summoned by the Gyarados the previous day had cleared many clouds from the sky. Now the sun was high, and the sky was clear. When Cain reached the deck, there were quite a few people. Many were dressed in elegant tailcoats and dresses, under large umbrellas, holding wine glasses while chatting animatedly. There were also many people dressed more casually, clearly distant from the wealthy, gathered in small groups, chatting among themselves. Of course, some were alone, leaning on the railing, gazing at the distant sea. Both the wealthy and the commoners could be seen with various Pokémon. The reason the SS and is so large is that it's primarily designed for trainers, whether common or from notable families. Moreover, the SS and has many public facilities for trainers, with dozens of training and battle areas available. Nearly every day, these are packed, so reservations are necessary if you wish to use them. Of course, luxury suite passengers like Cain have their own indoor gym, but for battles, they may need to use the public facilities. Cain and Slowpoke reached the front of the deck, feeling the sea breeze and the warmth of the morning sun. Breathing in the salty sea air, Cain felt as if he were submerged in the ocean water. The ship moved quickly, but given its massive size, the journey was very smooth. Standing at the bow, Cain felt no shaking, even as the waves crashed against the ship. End of chapter. Chapter 219. Challenge. After spending a while on the deck, Cain returned inside the ship. No matter how beautiful the scenery outside, with the sea wind blowing like that, a person can't endure it for too long. At the very least, their mouth will dry up. Upon returning inside, he grabbed a free bottle of mineral water, opened it, and took a few sips, easing the dryness in his mouth somewhat. As Cain drank, a young man of around 17 or 18, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking scholarly, approached. He slightly adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and, smiling, said, "Hello, my name is Takuya, Imura Takuya. I'm a trainer too. Are you interested in a Pokémon battle?" Hearing his words, Cain was slightly surprised. Since his rebirth, this was the first Pokémon battle challenge someone had issued him. Judging by his appearance, the other person didn't seem to be a commoner. At the very least, he was a member of a minor family. It's rare for a family member to challenge a commoner to a battle. It's worth noting that in the Pokémon world, family bonds are very strong, especially in some up-and-coming families that look down on commoner trainers, forgetting that they themselves once started as commoner trainers. However, when it comes to those old, powerful families, they tend to be very cultivated. Even if they're dealing with commoner trainers, they won't show obvious disdain. After all, it's unwise to underestimate young, impoverished people. Cain glanced at him briefly and, out of the corner of his eye, noticed two youths not far behind him, leaning together and pointing at Cain and the young man in glasses, with mocking expressions on their faces. "Sorry, I'm not interested at the moment," Cain said, taking another sip of mineral water before walking away without paying further attention. He wasn't here to play with kids. Cain's words left him frozen in place. As a family member, challenging a commoner trainer was, in his view, an act of great courtesy. Shouldn't commoner trainers accept enthusiastically? Wasn't that the attitude expected of them? As Cain passed by the two who were about to laugh at his expense, he noticed that their faces had also stiffened. A slight smile appeared on his lips. They were nothing more than pampered kids. Did they really think having a few Pokémon and spending a bit of resources on them made them powerful? Wait a moment, have a Pokémon battle with me. Whether you win or lose, I'll give you a good reward, said Takuya, who, recovering from Cain's rejection, ran up to him, grabbed his clothing, and raised his voice, losing all his earlier refined demeanor. His loud voice drew the attention of others, and slowly, people began to gather around them. Cain gently released Takuya's hand from his clothing, turned, and looked at him with indifference. All right, if I win, I want a TM for the move flamethrower. The mere request for a flamethrower TM, worth tens of thousands, surprised the crowd around them. Even on the SS end, where people have some money, not everyone can afford such a valuable item. Cain's demand stunned Imura Takuya. It was true he had some money, but not enough to waste it recklessly. However, he couldn't back out now. After all, he was the one who mentioned rewards, and Cain simply asked for what he wanted. Originally, Takuya just wanted to impress his friends by showing off the Pokémon he'd recently bought, challenging a random commoner trainer to boast after winning. But he hadn't expected Cain to refuse him at first. Wouldn't he lose face as a family member if he didn't accept the challenge? Those two idiots would probably mock him for weeks for being rejected by a commoner trainer. So he ran up to Cain, stopped him, and promised a decent reward regardless of the outcome. In his mind, he thought that, at worst, he'd only have to spend a few thousand poke dollars, and any commoner trainer would be thrilled even if they lost. But Cain wasn't playing by the usual rules. He asked for a flamethrower TM. Takuya didn't have that TM, but he'd heard his father mention it, saying it cost at least 80 or 90,000 poke dollars and was very hard to obtain. As more people gathered around, pointing and whispering, Takuya, who initially just wanted to show off, found himself in an awkward position. He wanted to agree, but he didn't have the flamethrower TM or enough money. As the glances and murmurs around him increased, Takuya, who had only wanted to flaunt his skills, became more and more uncomfortable. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him. If Cain wanted the flamethrower TM, Takuya would ask for something Cain couldn't provide, forcing him to abandon the challenge, thus letting Takuya off the hook. If I win, I want your slowpoke, said Takuya, who hadn't paid much attention to Cain's slowpoke at first, but upon closer look, noticed that its color was different from that of regular slowpoke. The possibility immediately came to mind. Could it be an alternate colored Pokémon? Also known as a shiny Pokémon. He couldn't imagine that a commoner trainer could have a shiny Pokémon. At that moment, Takuya stopped considering rejecting the challenge and firmly demanded that if Cain lost, he'd have to hand over his slowpoke. If he managed to take that slowpoke, none of his friends would dare compare themselves to him. He'd be the only one in his group with a shiny Pokémon. His previous view of slowpoke as slow and clumsy faded completely. Now, owning a shiny Pokémon, even just for display, filled him with pride. The crowd also began focusing on Cain's slowpoke. Is that a shiny slowpoke? Yes, it looks like a shiny slowpoke. How lucky that kid is. It's a pity that those rich kids have already set their eyes on that Pokémon. The shiny slowpoke color is very similar to a regular slowpoke. If it hadn't been pointed out, I wouldn't have noticed. What's a slowpoke? The murmurs of the crowd reached Cain's ears, making him frown. Slowpoke's color is pink, but due to its nutritious diet, the blood vessels under its skin have a more vibrant red. It's not easy to distinguish at a glance, but after Imura Takuya pointed it out, many began to notice slowpoke. Now, not only Takuya, but many surrounding the scene showed signs of greed. End of chapter. Chapter 220. Preparing for battle, Cain observed the young man in front of him, named Takuya Imamura, for a moment before smiling and saying, "All right, but first I want to see your TM for the move flamethrower." At the same time, a cold spark flashed in his eyes. If they weren't on a ship, Cain might have lost his composure upon seeing someone coveting his Pokémon. Hearing Cain's acceptance, Takuya Imamura immediately felt delighted, not considering at all whether he had a 100% chance of defeating Cain. He was just an ordinary trainer. How many resources could he possibly have to train his Pokémon? Besides, his jacket was that of a beginner-level trainer, which indicated that, at best, his level was also that of a beginner trainer. He himself had already defeated several beginner-level trainers, and, moreover, this time he had a new Pokémon with a certain type advantage. He was determined to take the risk. In the Trainer League, attire is an important symbol. If you're at a beginner trainer level, you wouldn't wear a regular trainer's clothes, and if you're at an intermediate trainer level, you wouldn't wear beginner attire. It's a matter of prestige. The stronger you are, the more respect you get according to the level of your clothing. The opposite is also true. A beginner trainer wouldn't wear intermediate level attire, as if they did and challenged someone, they'd end up being ridiculed for their arrogance if they lost. Therefore, a trainer's clothing generally reflects their level. In Cain's case, although he hasn't reached the intermediate trainer level, he's much stronger than the average beginner trainer. At the very least, if Cain fought 10 beginner-level trainers from the league in the wild, he could beat them all. If the battle were indoors, he could defeat at least 3, without taking any damage. Cain wore the league's beginner trainer attire simply for convenience. At the very least, with that clothing, the chances of a police officer stopping him on the street were nearly zero, as long as he didn't look too suspicious. Takuya Imamura, realizing he didn't have the TM for flamethrower, felt distressed. He knew this was an opportunity to obtain a shiny Pokémon. If he missed it, he would surely regret it later. He immediately started searching for his two friends, finally finding them in a corner of the crowd. "Wait a moment, I'll be right back," he said quickly as he went to fetch them, leading them to a secluded corner. At that moment, an elderly man dressed in simple, even somewhat worn clothes, with completely white hair and thick bottle-bottom glasses, approached Cain and spoke to him in a low voice. "Young man, this isn't right for you. Even if the other guy has the TM for flamethrower, it's not worth what your Pokémon is worth. Besides, they're kids from wealthy families. You should leave before they come back. Go back to your room and hide. You just have to wait until the ship reaches port." Although his voice was low, Cain sensed that the old man had a lot of energy, but he was intentionally speaking in a low tone so no one else would hear. "I see your Slowpoke is well trained. It must have been eating at least advanced level Poke Blocks, with many other nutritional supplements. You're not lacking in money, so it would be better to avoid trouble and leave. Listen to this old man," the elder added before Cain could respond. Cain was surprised, as the elder had accurately identified that Slowpoke was consuming advanced level Poke Blocks. For someone who appeared to be a civilian, using intermediate level Poke Blocks would already be a luxury. The elder even noted that Slowpoke had been consuming other supplements, which was true. Cain had given it Miltank milk, nothing more. An elder with this kind of knowledge could only be a Slowpoke researcher, knowing so much about them that he could determine its diet just by observing it. However, Cain was more inclined to believe that this elder was at least an advanced breeder, and not only that, but one with a lot of experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a sharp eye. But an advanced breeder dressed so poorly? Aren't breeders supposed to be wealthy? As these thoughts crossed Cain's mind in an instant, he set aside his curiosity and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, sir. He's no match for me. I need that TM." Cain had already planned to buy a flamethrower TM for Slowpoke, but he couldn't do it before due to a lack of money. Now, a fool had come to offer it. Why was he so sure Takuya Imamura wouldn't be a match for him? Because when he passed by Takuya earlier, Cain used his system to scan the data of the Pokémon in Takuya's Pokeball and confirm its level. It was an electric-type Pokémon, so Takuya thought that with it, he'd have a sure win against Slowpoke. However, Cain knew that while Slowpoke is a water type, it's also a psychic type, and he had a strategy prepared against electric-type Pokémon. In general, type advantages often determine victory, but it also depends on the trainer's skill. If both trainers are at the same level and their Pokémon are equally trained, then yes, the type advantage could be decisive. But that doesn't apply when facing a spoiled young man who only relies on resources. The elder sighed upon hearing Cain's response. He knew he wouldn't be able to persuade him. He looked at Cain once more, and seeing the confidence in his eyes, he seemed to remember someone he knew. He was stunned for a few seconds, and when Cain looked back at him, the elder shook his head slightly and walked away from the crowd. He was no longer interested in watching the battle. He had advised Cain out of professional habit. Cain watched the elder walk away, frowning, with dark thoughts crossing his eyes. Just as the elder turned around, Cain instinctively used his system to scan the data of the 3 Pokémon in the elder's Pokeballs. That elder was definitely an advanced breeder, and one with extraordinary strength. This he knew from the Pokémon the elder carried with him. End of chapter. Chapter 221. The terrifying elder. What did Cain see through the system a moment ago? An Aerodactyl at level 78, along with other Pokémon with levels between 60 and 70. What does this mean? It means that the elder who had just spoken is at least an elite 4-level trainer, and not a newcomer, but an experienced veteran. However, by his attire, he looked like a typical village grandfather. He probably didn't want to attract attention, so Cain decided to act as if he knew nothing. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it for now. Regardless, this elder was someone not to be provoked. If an opportunity presented itself, Cain could try to build a good relationship with him. Shortly after, Takuya Imamura, who had left dragging his 2 friends, returned to the group. He looked quite pained as he pulled out 3 bank cards and placed them in front of Cain. "Here's 1 million Poke Dollars. It's more than enough to buy the flamethrower TM. I won't argue about the difference. It's a matter of pride," Takuya said with a grand air, though he couldn't hide the pained expression on his face. To borrow that much money from his 2 friends, he had to promise them plenty of benefits. In total, the value of those benefits was much higher than the amount he had borrowed. Cain looked at him with a sarcastic smile and said, "My slowpoke is worth much more than that money. Don't try to act magnanimous. Who are you trying to impress?" Takuya, overwhelmed by Cain's response, was left speechless, his face reddening, unsure of how to reply. Finally, he exclaimed, "Let's go to the battlefield." Hearing his words, many of those watching couldn't help but show expressions of disdain. Cain said nothing more and headed directly to the public battlefield. As they moved, many people interested in the spectacle followed them to the battlefield. Along the way, more people joined, and by the time they arrived, the field was surrounded by a growing crowd. The interest was high because the stakes were quite large, attracting onlookers. The public battlefield had a referee designated by the cruise ship. He stood on a high platform outside the field, holding 2 flags and wearing a red whistle around his neck. After explaining all the rules, the referee instructed both to place their bets on the corresponding sides of the judges' table. Takuya placed 3 nameless league bank cards, while Cain placed Slowpoke's Super Ball on the other side of the table. Slowpoke had no objections to this. It trusted Cain completely and had confidence in its own fighting ability. Cain was so sure that even if he lost, he wouldn't hand over Slowpoke. In the worst case, he'd have Slowpoke use teleport, and they'd both leave the ship immediately. With Gyarados as a means of sea transportation, returning to Vermilion City wouldn't be a problem as long as nothing unexpected happened. As for leaving a bad reputation, he didn't care. After all, it would only be an accusation of not paying a bet, something Cain wasn't worried about at all. If necessary, he would simply change his identity in the league. After all, he hadn't invested much in his current identity. Besides, Cain had already scanned the data of Takuya Imamura's Pokémon. With his level of combat, Takuya had no chance against him. "Go, Raichu!" Takuya shouted, throwing his Pokeball to summon the Pokémon he would use in battle. Pokémon: Raichu, light green, gender, female level, 25 type. Electric ability, static held item, none egg moves, double slap, charge basic moves, tail whip, thunder shock, growl, plain ice, quick attack, electro ball, thunder wave, feint, double team, thunderbolt learn moves, snore, knock off TM moves. None. Takuya wasn't foolish. He was confident in his victory because he had his newly acquired Raichu, hoping to show off in front of his friends. Originally, he just wanted a battle where he could crush his opponent to demonstrate the strength of his Pokémon, and by extension, his own strength. However, he didn't know that Cain already knew he planned to use Raichu. This Raichu's level was only 25. Although it was fully evolved, it was clear that it hadn't fully developed its potential as a Pikachu. This forced evolution might even have reduced its quality. It's likely that this Raichu had green potential as a Pikachu, but by forcing its evolution, possibly with a low-quality Thunderstone, not only did it fail to increase its strength, but its potential was also reduced. Forced evolution is a way of wasting a Pokémon's potential. That's one of the reasons why Cain has yet to evolve Murkrow. Its potential hasn't fully developed, and evolving it now would harm its future growth. Pokémon like this are usually bought cheaply by stores and then sold to wealthy but uninformed trainers who think they found a great deal. Takuya was exactly one of those trainers. Although he came from a family of trainers, his position within it was not very high, as he had 3 older brothers who outperformed him. When he saw Raichu and how cheap it was, he couldn't resist buying it. In his mind, a fully evolved Raichu, at just the cost of a Thunder Stone, was a steal. So when Cain saw the Pokeball on Takuya Imamura's belt, he already knew what to expect from him. A Raichu ruined by forced evolution, and a trainer without the skill to direct it, relying solely on type advantage. For Cain, defeating him would be like crushing a fly. "Slowpoke, when you go up, use Calm Mind immediately," Cain ordered calmly. Slowpoke also saw its opponent. Pokémon have a keen sense of detecting the strength of their rivals, especially those with combat experience. Upon seeing Raichu, Slowpoke couldn't help but show slight disdain. At first, it thought its opponent would be strong, but it turned out to be only at that level. However, after following Cain, Slowpoke had developed good habits. It wouldn't underestimate any opponent and would always stay alert in battle. Upon entering the battlefield, it immediately began to focus on using Calm Mind. Meanwhile, the opponent was still basking in the crowd's cheers. To most people, an electric-type Raichu, in its fully evolved form, should be able to crush a water-type Slowpoke, right? Just by looking at the situation, Takuya already considered himself the winner, and he truly believed it. Seeing Slowpoke use Calm Mind instead of attacking immediately, Takuya Imamura sneered and looked at Cain with disdain, arrogantly saying, "Raichu, Thunderbolt. Finish it in one hit." The crowd, Seeing Takuya Imamura order Reichu to use Thunderbolt while Slowpoke was still meditating with its eyes closed, couldn't help but show expressions of pity toward Cain. End of chapter. Chapter 222. Crushing faces, however, it couldn't be denied that this Reichu truly lacked battle experience. As a Pokemon capable of storing electricity in its body, using electric abilities should only require activating internal electric energy. But this Reichu took a full 3 seconds to concentrate its electric energy, something that would normally be unacceptable in a battle, as no Pokemon would allow that much prep time. Finally, Reichu managed to charge its Thunderbolt move to full power. A powerful stream of high-voltage current emerged from its body, striking directly at Slowpoke. At that moment, Slowpoke also awoke from its meditative state, and its round eyes began to shine with an intense blue glow of psychic energy. Never before in battle had it had so much time to meditate, and now it felt its body was filled with psychic energy. Slowpoke, use Protect, Cain ordered coldly. Just as the words left his mouth, Slowpoke responded instantly. Cain's command came late, right as Raichu's attack was about to hit, but the synchronization between the trainer and his Pokemon was perfect. Slowpoke created a protective barrier just in time to block the attack. Raichu's Thunderbolt move, with all its intensity, collided with the barrier from Protect, kicking up a cloud of dust. The electricity struck with such force that most of the crowd thought the attack had reached Slowpoke undefended. Slowpoke, confusion. Then use Teleport to get close and finish it with Bulldoze, Cain calmly ordered. Before the others could react, Slowpoke was already in action. With a flash from its eyes, it unleashed a powerful psychic wave that struck Raichu's mind directly, leaving it dazed. Raichu, stumbling, couldn't avoid being reached by Slowpoke, who had used Teleport to appear right next to it. Slowpoke raised its front paws, charged with ground energy, and slammed them down hard on Raichu's face. The ground cracked from the impact, sinking Raichu into it. Raichu! Takaya instinctively shouted, but it was useless. Again. Cain ordered. Slowpoke raised its front paws once more, now with more precision, and slammed them into Raichu's face again. The cracks in the ground deepened, and Raichu was completely defeated. With Raichu out of combat, Slowpoke looked to Cain for new orders. Cain shook his head, understanding that Slowpoke wanted to know if it should finish off the opponent's Pokemon. But Cain decided it wasn't necessary, given the situation. This was Slowpoke's first time participating in a formal battle like this, and it was still adjusting to the differences between wild and regulated fights. Understanding its trainer's decision, Slowpoke looked disdainfully at Takuya Imamura, who was still stunned. Then, with a dismissive gesture, it used its psychic power to retrieve its Pokeball and the 3 league cards that were on the referee's table, bringing them to Cain's side. It was then that the referee, who seemed to be in shock, finally raised the flag signaling victory for Cain and declared, "The winner is Slowpoke." The crowd, still surprised, could barely believe what had just happened. They knew Slowpoke had a small chance of winning, but they never imagined it would defeat Raichu so overwhelmingly and in such little time. It was a quick, decisive victory. Many wondered how a Raichu, who supposedly had the advantage, could be defeated so easily. But a few understood the reason. Slowpoke wasn't only stronger in terms of skill and physical condition, but Cain had also prepared Slowpoke with a ground-type move, Bulldoze, which was doubly effective against electric types like Raichu. Cain had trained Slowpoke to counter electric-type Pokemon, knowing that they would face such opponents at some point. And although Slowpoke hadn't fully mastered the move, it only meant that it needed to use it twice instead of once to defeat Raichu. Taking the Pokeball and the cards Slowpoke brought him, Cain ignored Takuya Imamura's expression and calmly pocketed his prize. As he did, he couldn't help but think about how easy it had been to make money off a fool like him. If only more like him would come along. However, after this battle, it's likely that those who had their eyes on Slowpoke might start reconsidering their plans. End of chapter. Chapter 223. Tournament in the arena. Clap, clap, clap. A sudden applause echoed through the crowd. Who's there? Startled by the sound of clapping, Takaya Imamura, with bloodshot eyes, looked furiously towards where the applause was coming from. Originally, he had already decided that, though he lost this time, he would investigate Cain's identity when he returned to make him understand, once he disembarked, what it meant to face a family of trainers. Although his family was just a medium-sized family in Vermilion City, they should have no trouble crushing a novice trainer like Cain. After all, if necessary, they could handle him as they pleased. Of course, Cain couldn't care less. Just looking at Imamura's attire, and that nouveau riche appearance made it clear he was nothing more than an insignificant member of an upstart family. In his past life, Cain had eliminated many families of that caliber. Imamura, he didn't even remember a surname like that. So if he became an enemy, Cain had no qualms about facing him. In fact, he might even gain something from them. After all, he was on his way to the Hoenn region, where a minor family from Kanto held no influence. If they dared to come, Cain wouldn't hesitate to take them out. He might even gain something in the process. His killing skills had become a bit rusty since his past life. The crowd began to part, revealing a short, stout old man dressed in a black evening suit, with small round glasses held by two fine chains on the sides. He had a grayish mustache that seemed stuck to his mouth and wore a kindly smile on his face. If not for the two elegantly dressed women holding him by the arms, he would have looked like the typical friendly neighborhood grandpa. When Takaya Imamura saw the old man, he instinctively shrank, snapping out of his anger over the defeat, and lowered his head, glancing at the old man in secret. Seeing that he wasn't paying him any attention, Imamura sighed in relief and began to move slowly backward. Mr. Yamamoto. To Mr. Yamamoto. Mr. Yamamoto. Many in the crowd recognized the old man and greeted him with respect. The so-called Mr. Yamamoto responded with a smile, nodding with satisfaction at the attention he received. Cain also looked at the old man called Yamamoto. After thinking for a moment, he didn't recognize any major family name in Kanto by that name, but noticed the old man was observing him with a smile. It's hard to be rude to someone who's smiling at you, so Cain nodded as a sign of respect. Young man, you have remarkable talent. My name is Yamamoto Daikazu, and it was I who financed the SS Anne's voyage, Yamamoto Daikazu said, stroking his mustache, still smiling. Upon hearing that, Cain narrowed his eyes. The Yamamoto family? They certainly weren't a major family in Kanto. Otherwise, he would have heard of them. Any family that could rent the SS and was not something a small family like Imamura's could compare with. Mr. Yamamoto, how can I be of service? Cain bowed slightly. A family capable of renting the SS and was not one Cain wanted trouble with if he could avoid it. Seeing that Cain was finally showing respect, Yamamoto Daikazu smiled even more, visibly pleased. Ha ha ha, I don't have many hobbies, but I greatly enjoy watching Pokémon battles. Unfortunately, I don't have the talent to be a trainer and participate in battles. But after watching you easily defeat an opponent who had a type advantage over your Pokémon, I couldn't help but applaud. As he said this, Yamamoto Daikazu glanced at Takaya Imamura, who was still slowly retreating. The latter was drenched in cold sweat, bowing repeatedly in respect. Yamamoto Daikazu showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. To him, a family as insignificant as Imamura's wasn't worth dirtying his hands for. Cain noticed this detail and looked at the two elegant women beside the old man. Doesn't have other hobbies? Yeah, right. This old man was shrewd. Cain nodded but said nothing. Yamamoto Daikazu continued. That's why I've decided to organize a small Pokemon tournament on the SS and, after all, there's still a long way to go to the next stop, and it won't take too much time. Of course, since it's a tournament, there will be prizes. Let's see. The main prize will be a TM for Ice Beam, Earthquake, and Surf. Yamamoto Daikazu announced the prizes, looking at Slowpoke beside Cain as he revealed them. Cain frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. What did Yamamoto Daikazu mean by looking at Slowpoke? All three moves he mentioned were compatible with Slowpoke, but was this a coincidence or a deliberate strategy? And since it will be a tournament, there will be other rewards as well. My secretary will handle the details shortly. However, everyone who participates, win or lose, will receive a consolation prize of at least 5,000 Poke Dollars, so I hope everyone will be encouraged to participate. Ha ha ha. The old man stroked his mustache again and added, but conventional battles can be boring, and they're also a bit unfair for less experienced trainers. So this time, we'll be using an elimination-style tournament format. Yamamoto Daikazu didn't explain what this format entailed, leaving it to his secretary to handle later. For some reason, Yamamoto Daikazu kept looking at Cain and his Slowpoke intermittently, making Cain feel uneasy. However, he detected no ill intent in Yamamoto Daikazu's gaze, so he didn't overreact. After finishing his speech, Yamamoto Daikazu, supported by the two women, slowly walked away from the crowd. Although he was clearly in good health, he insisted on having help to walk, and those two women by his side didn't seem like ordinary people either. When Yamamoto Daikazu was out of sight, everyone present seemed to collectively sigh in relief. Facing the head of a large family, whether as a family trainer or an independent trainer, kept everyone tense, fearful of provoking his wrath. As for Takaya Imamura, he was so scared he nearly wet himself. Now, He wasn't even thinking about revenge on Cain. He was only worried if he had left a bad impression on Yamamoto Daikazu and whether he would take retaliatory action. For someone of Yamamoto Daikazu's level, eliminating a family like Imamura's would require no effort. Just by mentioning his displeasure in casual conversation, there would be plenty of people willing to destroy the Imamura family to win his favor. Although no one knew what he was thinking, the discussions in the crowd began to pick up. Almost every trainer present was interested in Yamamoto Daikazu's tournament. After all, just for participating, they would receive 5,000 poke dollars. The cheapest ticket on the SS and only cost 3,000 poke dollars. End of chapter. Chapter 224. Ominous premonition. While everyone else was excited and anxious, Cain and his slowpoke quietly slipped away from the crowd. To be honest, the first place prize was extremely tempting, and with Cain's current strength and resources, it was something he greatly desired. It's worth noting that the moves Ice Beam, Earthquake, and Surf each had a value comparable to Flamethrower. Due to their rarity on the market, the combined value of these three TMs could reach up to 2.5 million, or even more. Additionally, each participant would receive a minimum reward of 5,000 poke dollars, which amounted to an expense close to 1 million. Not to mention the prizes for second and third places, among others, which further increased the costs. However, remembering that the family behind this event had rented a cruise like the SS and Cain wasn't surprised. He had simply encountered yet another wealthy family. Quietly, he returned to his room. Since the first place prize in this tournament interested him so much, Cain decided that he would definitely participate. After all, once he arrived in Mauville City, he planned to train Slowpoke and the others in battles. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to get prepared? He still didn't know the specific rules of the tournament, so he could only wait patiently. Cain released the rest of his Pokemon. Perhaps due to spending so much time in the wild, they didn't like being inside their Pokeballs, especially Skorupi. Now, Skorupi's body had grown to the size of 3 basketballs. Cain believed that, in a short time, it would cross the growth stage and reach the normal size of a Skorupi. Although Cain didn't see Amuratakuya as a threat, there were a few people in the previous crowd who did give him a slight sense of danger. Cain wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could win first place with certainty. After all, in a formal battle, many of his unconventional tactics wouldn't be viable. If they were in the wild, it would be a different story. He could handle most of the passengers on this ship without issue, including those with powerful Pokemon. Of course, this didn't include the old man with the overwhelming strength of his Pokemon. A trainer of this level, with just one Pokemon, could sweep all the passengers on the ship without anyone being able to resist. Since he had to wait for the rules to be announced, Cain wouldn't waste time. He took his Pokemon to the indoor training area to begin their practice. Each of his Pokemon had learned new moves, so they all needed to train. Fortunately, the training field was very sturdy, unlike the previous battle area. Here, the ground was covered with resistant metal. Sneasel scratched the floor but left no mark. Seeing this, Cain felt reassured, allowing his Pokemon to freely train their moves. The move Murkrow had learned was Taunt, but it didn't require physical training. Both Haunter and Skorupi had also learned Taunt. Luckily, Sneasel had learned the move Taunt at a lower level. Although he hadn't perfected it, he could explain to Murkrow and the others how to use it properly. Cain left Sneasel in charge of teaching the Taunt move to the other Pokemon and resolving their questions. Slowpoke had only learned the ground-type move Bulldoze. With no other Pokemon on the team knowing that move, Slowpoke had to figure it out on his own. Fortunately, Cain had some knowledge about the Bulldoze move and gave Slowpoke some suggestions before letting him practice on his own. Bulldoze was an area move that could inflict damage within a certain range and reduce the opponent's speed, making it very useful. Since Cain's team didn't have many effective moves against electric-type Pokemon, the Bulldoze move was essential. Haunter had learned Poison-type moves, Toxic and Poison Jab. It only needed to activate the poisonous energy in its body to make good use of them. The rest was just practice until mastering these skills. Cain again asked Slowpoke to create a psychic energy field for Haunter, allowing it to absorb 2 more threads of poisonous gas. Now, Haunter could absorb the poisonous gas at a much faster rate. Cain believed it wouldn't take long before it absorbed it completely, thus stabilizing its potential at a higher level. Miltank could also be a key Pokemon in the tournament since it was unknown how many Pokemon each person would be allowed to use, so Cain had to be prepared for everything. Of course, the ideal scenario would be for Slowpoke to be able to defeat all opponents on its own. But regardless of whether Miltank participated or not, it needed to train its moves. Miltank had learned the move Brick Break, and it could train alongside Sneasel, who was practicing the move Low Sweep. The training field had a single target for combat moves. Miltank attacked the upper part while Sneasel attacked the lower part, complementing each other. As for Skorupi, it continued focusing on mastering its basic moves. Since it entered its growth stage, not much time had passed, but it had learned many moves. However, it still had a long way to go to master them. So, besides strengthening its body, Skorupi had to concentrate on perfecting its basic skills. Once all his Pokémon were training, Cain sat on the ground, preparing to train his psychic abilities. However, as soon as he sat down, his right eyelid began to twitch. Cain frowned. According to an old saying on Earth, the left eye jumps for fortune, the right for misfortune. Although it was just a joke, for some reason, Cain felt a bad premonition. Ever since he became a psychic, he hadn't fully mastered his abilities, but he seemed to have gained an inexplicable ability. It was like an animal instinct, a sharp intuition. Cain had always relied on his intuition to survive in the wild. After all, sometimes it was better to be safe than sorry. But this intuition was sporadic, sometimes accurate, sometimes not. However, since becoming a psychic, Cain's intuition had become sharper. Now, just as he was about to begin his psychic training, his right eyelid started twitching uncontrollably, and his intuition told him that something bad might happen. Cain shook his head, trying to dispel those thoughts. Although something bad might happen, there wasn't much he could do until it occurred, especially being in the middle of the ocean with no way to escape. However, it was always good to be cautious. With so many things on his mind, it took him longer than usual to enter a meditative state. End of chapter. Chapter 225. Chilling, however, after entering deep meditation, Cain quickly came out of it. What's going on? Cain showed a look of doubt, muttering to himself. As if wanting to verify something, Cain went back into a meditative state, but this time much faster than before. Not even 5 minutes had passed when Cain opened his eyes again. But this time, there was no doubt in his gaze. In fact, his eyes showed a hint of joy. Is this another effect of deep meditation? Why isn't this mentioned in the Psychic Abilities Training Manual? Cain thought to himself. The reason he quickly woke up after entering meditation was that he noticed his psychic training speed was now several times faster than before. In simple terms, if his previous meditation training speed was 1, Cain's speed had now increased to 3. A threefold increase. Although he wasn't sure if this was because his psychic foundation was low, or if everyone experienced a threefold increase when entering deep meditation. System. Explain the changes in my body. The system was always monitoring his body. Beep. Brain activity level is 3 times higher than before and remains at that level, increasing psychic training speed by 3 times. The system also displayed a data graph in front of Cain, divided into 2 sections, one representing his previous state and the other his state in deep meditation. It was evident that brain activity had increased nearly threefold. Additionally, the system kindly displayed an estimate. Time projected to become a basic level psychic, 10 years. All that joy disappeared in an instant. Yes, his psychic training speed had tripled, but Cain's foundation was still weak. Even with this improvement, he had only ceased to be among the psychics with the poorest talent. However, at least now, Cain had a bit of hope to reach the basic level of psychic ability. 10 years. Cain was now 15, so in 10 years, he'd be 25. 25 years old is still young for a trainer, and by then, he could use telepathy. After giving himself a little boost of confidence, Cain went back into meditation. 3 quiet hours passed, and then the SS and filled with noise again. Yamamoto's secretary finally published the tournament's content and rules. On every screen aboard the vessel, the tournament rules and prizes were displayed in a loop. It could be said they were organizing the tournament with great fanfare. Cain also sat in his room, watching the large TV screen in front of him, where the rewards for each position were shown one by one. First place, TMs of the moves, Ice Beam, Earthquake, and Surf. Second place, TM of the move Flamethrower. Third place, 300,000 Poke Dollars. Fourth place. Altogether, the prizes reached nearly 4 million Poke Dollars. Yamamoto was being really generous. Any trainer who placed in the top 8 would receive a prize valued at least 50,000 Poke Dollars. Additionally, so that everyone could battle without worry, Yamamoto had opened the SSN's Pokemon treatment room, and all treatment costs would be free. All this was to ensure they could witness an exciting battle. Then, the tournament rules were also displayed on the screen. Considering that there might be many trainers participating, and their abilities varied greatly, letting some of the stronger trainers fight in each match would be a waste of time. Therefore, the tournament was divided into 2 rounds, preliminaries and finals. The first round of preliminaries involved dividing all registered trainers into 8 groups, randomly selected, and having them compete in a free-for-all battle on one of the SSN's 8 battlefields. Only 2 trainers from each field would advance, determining the top 16. Of course, since it was a random selection, it was possible that one field could have 3 or more very strong trainers, while another could have relatively weak trainers, resulting in the elimination of a strong trainer due to an unfavorable draw. For this reason, those eliminated in the first round would enter a losers bracket, where they could compete in additional battles, and the top 4 would have a chance to challenge the 16 qualifiers. If they managed to win the challenge, they would replace that person in the top 16. Then the main tournament would begin, where each trainer could use 3 Pokémon, and elimination matches would proceed by draw. Finally, prizes would be awarded according to the final positions. It's important to mention that during the preliminaries, each trainer could only use 1 Pokémon. In the battlefield, if their Pokémon was thrown out of the area or unable to continue, they would be eliminated. Eliminated trainers would receive a consolation prize of 5,000 Poké Dollars. Those who reached the main tournament but didn't make the top 8 would receive 20,000 Poké Dollars. Overall, the tournament format was very reasonable, and the prizes were attractive enough for most trainers on board to register. However, for the truly powerful, these prizes might not be so interesting. For example, the ordinary-looking old man who had warned Cain before, probably the most powerful on the ship. Someone of his caliber likely wouldn't be interested in these prizes. Otherwise, Cain wouldn't even bother participating. Yamamoto, being able to rent a ship like the SS and surely had powerful guards at his disposal. If they participated, no one else would stand a chance, and everything would be predetermined. However, these individuals, for various reasons, would not participate in the tournament. Registration closed at midnight, and anyone who wanted to participate only needed to call reception from their room. Since they had recorded each person's information upon ticket purchase, they knew who registered by their room number. After thinking for a bit, Cain called reception and registered. The process was quick. In less than a minute, Cain was registered, and he was informed that the preliminaries would start the next morning. The entire tournament schedule was well organized and proceeded so efficiently that it seemed everything had been planned in advance. From the moment Yamamoto announced the tournament, all staff members on the ship began moving quickly, performing their tasks in an orderly manner, and soon all tournament preparations were complete. Tomorrow the tournament would officially begin. But the more Cain saw how quickly and efficiently everything was done, the more he felt something was wrong. Everything was too smooth, too perfect. So perfect that it sent a chill down Cain's spine. End of chapter. Chapter 226. The Fire-type starter Pokemon. The next morning, Cain and his Pokemon finished their morning training and, following the broadcast instructions, headed to the largest open area of the ship. Here, there were a total of 16 battlefields and 16 training areas, all for public use. If you wish to use them, you only need to leave a deposit, and you can use them for free. You'll only be charged if you cause any damage to public property. When Cain arrived, there were already a lot of people present. Not only were there trainers, but there were also many regular people who weren't trainers. After all, while the SSN is primarily a luxury cruise catering to trainers, they also have families, and when going on vacation, of course, it's better to bring the family along. Also, money is money. Even if ordinary people want to buy tickets, they won't be turned away. Selling to anyone is still selling. Cain stood silently to the side as more people gradually arrived. He believed that after a while, the competition would start. Many people, like Cain, were accompanied by their Pokemon. Within the system's scanner range, all the data of the Pokemon were visible. Most Pokemon were in their teens in terms of level. Even if a few reached the 20s, they were only at level 21 or 22, just barely reaching level 20. Moreover, the average quality of the Pokemon wasn't very high. On average, they ranged from light yellow to yellow, with only the occasional light green. When enough people were present, a head judge climbed onto the already prepared podium. Without much explanation, he briefly went over all the rules again, and then directly announced the start of the tournament. As for the distribution of people on each battlefield, it had already been randomly assigned by the staff on the computer after registration closed. Now, you only needed to go to the battlefield displayed on the screen, where your name appeared, and wait for the preliminary round to begin. Cain glanced quickly and saw that there were about 200 to 300 participants, distributed across 8 fields, meaning there were around 30 to 40 trainers on each field. Of those 30 or 40, only 2 could advance to the next round, making it quite difficult. Of course, that was only for the others. Cain was assigned to Field 7. When he arrived with his Slowpoke, many people looked at him, showing a hint of hostility in their eyes. Yesterday, many had witnessed Cain's battle with Takuya Imamura, and most of them had an idea of Cain's strength. They knew they couldn't defeat him in a one-on-one match. So, upon learning that Cain was in their same field, many showed hostility. Cain only smiled faintly, with no emotion about it. For him, it was nothing more than the useless complaints of the weak. When Cain positioned himself in his designated spot, a young man, appearing around Cain's age, quickly approached him. Instead of showing hostility or displeasure, the young man smiled cheerfully and said, Hey, you're the trainer who used Slowpoke to beat up that trashy Raichu yesterday, right? Cain glanced at him sideways, without saying a word. But Cain's silence didn't mean the young man wouldn't continue. He moved even closer to Cain, almost touching him. You're definitely him. Too bad I had other things to do yesterday and couldn't watch your battle. I didn't expect to be in the same field as you today. Lucky me. So, the spots for advancing in this field are already decided. You and me? Cain frowned and shifted his foot slightly, distancing himself from the overly friendly young man. The young man, seeing Cain's movement, didn't notice the lack of manners and took another step closer. But this time, he couldn't get any nearer, as Slowpoke, uncomfortable with the situation, created a psychic energy barrier around Cain, which the young man walked right into. Ouch, that hurt, the young man cried, rubbing his head. Cain frowned, looked at the young man, and asked, What do you want? Oh, right, I was thinking that our skills are among the strongest in this field. So why don't we team up and eliminate the others together? What do you think? Here, apart from you, everyone else is trash, he said, showing a look of disdain when referring to the others. Upon hearing his words, Cain automatically glanced at the young man's Pokémon. His eyes narrowed immediately. Before, he hadn't noticed, but the Pokémon next to the young man was a Charmeleon, the evolved form of Kanto's Fire-type starter Charmander. Pokémon, Charmeleon, dark green, gender, male level, 25 type, fire ability, blaze-held item, none egg moves, bite, dragon pulse, metal claw basic moves, scratch, growl, ember, smoke screen, dragon rage, scary face learn moves, thunder punch, fire punch TM moves, flamethrower, protect, rock slide. Substitute. This was the first time in this life that Cain saw a Kanto region fire-type starter. In terms of potential, Charmander was definitely the Pokémon with the most potential among the 3 starters for Cain. Of course, this was assuming they were of the same quality. After all, Charizard has 2 Mega Evolution forms and, although Charizard is a fire and flying type, it actually has a trace of Dragon-type blood within it, allowing it to learn some Dragon-type moves. Among Dragon-type Pokémon, there are no weaklings. Alright, Cain said, nodding to show his acceptance. Most people who own a starter Pokémon are direct members of the Alliance. Judging by this young man's age, he was undoubtedly a direct family member of the Alliance. Moreover, his Pokémon was indeed one of the strongest on this battlefield, so teaming up to eliminate the others wasn't impossible. After all, for Cain, fighting anyone was the same. This time, it was the young man who was stunned. Hearing Cain's clear and affirmative response, he was first surprised, then delighted and laughed, saying, Ha ha ha, I knew you had a good eye. Very well. If we join forces, together we'll crush everyone. But no matter what the young man said or thought as he tried to get closer to Cain, Slowpoke's psychic energy barrier did not disappear. Suddenly, the young man slapped his forehead and said, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jean. I'm from Viridian City in Kanto, and this is my first journey. He then extended his hand, looking at Cain sincerely. To him, Cain's easy acceptance to fight alongside him meant that Cain trusted his strength and character. So, for someone who trusted him so much, Jean also showed great trust, directly revealing his personal information. Cain extended his hand, shaking his, and calmly said, Cain, end of chapter. Chapter 227. Attracting hatred after shaking hands with Cain, Jean was very excited and wanted to hug him. But Cain stepped back, and Jean once again bumped into the psychic barrier created by Slowpoke. Jean looked at Slowpoke with a resentful expression, then at Cain, who maintained a calm face. Jean realized it had been a fantasy to think Cain would hug him, thus marking the beginning of a legend. Before Jean could continue complaining, the referee announced that all participants were present and that Pokémon should enter the battlefield. The battlefield was rocky, which for Cain was neither a great advantage nor a disadvantage. The Pokémon were alert, watching their opponents. Some had already allied beforehand to eliminate the others. Cain and Jean fell into this category, with Jin's Charmeleon positioning himself next to Slowpoke to show his support. Many trainers wanted to attack Cain's Slowpoke first, knowing it was a formidable opponent. However, Jin's Charmeleon stood next to Slowpoke, deterring many of them. Slowpoke looked at Charmeleon and then at Cain, and after receiving Cain's approval, decided not to blast Charmeleon away with his water gun move. Since Slowpoke had been with Cain, no unfamiliar Pokemon had come this close to him. His battle instinct almost led him to use water gun, but he held back. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the free-for-all battle began immediately. Slowpoke, use Calm Mind, ordered Cain. Cain, how do you want to handle this? Shall we go together, or? Jean asked confidently. Half for each of us, Cain replied. All right. Charmeleon charged onto the field, fiercely attacking the Pokemon in combat. Jean, remaining calm, directed him in a low but clear voice, which Charmeleon instantly obeyed. This impressed Cain, who now saw Jean in a new light. Slowpoke, let's go too. Teleport, then bulldoze, and finally use confusion to throw them out of the field, said Cain. Yadin, Slowpoke responded. Slowpoke teleported to the center of the Pokemon in battle, and although he hadn't fully mastered the bulldoze move, he had improved a lot. Slowpoke's sudden appearance startled the other Pokemon and their trainers. Having not challenged Slowpoke initially, many were trying to eliminate the weaker ones first. But now, Slowpoke had become everyone's target, and the trainers quickly directed their Pokemon toward him. However, Slowpoke paid them no attention. Earth-type energy was already focused in his front paws, and by striking the ground, he caused the rocky field to crack, disrupting the movements of the other Pokemon and leaving them staggering. Slowpoke didn't stop there. After using Calm Mind, his psychic power increased, and he unleashed confusion at full strength. Pokemon flew through the air, tracing beautiful arcs as they exited the battlefield. The trainers watched helplessly as their Pokemon were thrown by an invisible force. Although they all knew Slowpoke was responsible, they could do nothing. Fortunately, the eliminated Pokemon were unharmed. They were simply disqualified for leaving the field. Because of this, the trainers didn't hold much resentment toward Cain. In fact, some admired his strategy. Ha ha ha, I knew you were a person with good judgment. Charmeleon, we need to work harder. Jean exclaimed upon seeing Slowpoke sweep through the field like an autumn wind, easily eliminating the others. Roar! Charmeleon responded with a cry, attacking with even more ferocity. Cain trusted Slowpoke, so after his initial command, he let him handle the field freely. Meanwhile, he observed Jin's Charmeleon. Charmeleon was well trained. Although he had some deficiencies, they weren't significant. He used his moves with ease, defeating opponents with a single strike or quickly throwing them off the field. Noticing this, some attempted to team up to face Slowpoke and Charmeleon. However, their Pokemon barely surpassed level 20 and had no real battle experience, so they couldn't withstand Pokemon of Slowpoke's caliber. Moreover, Slowpoke didn't need to defeat or injure them. He simply used his psychic powers to throw them out of the field. As more Pokemon flew through the air, the spectators gathered, intrigued. Seeing it was the same Slowpoke that defeated Takaya Imamura the day before, many showed looks of understanding. To them, Slowpoke was being even more careful than the previous day, merely throwing the others out without using his full strength. They believed Cain had ordered him to hold back since healing a Pokemon isn't easy. Slowpoke's consideration contrasted with Charmeleon's brutality, which eliminated opponents with a single strike. Thus, the eliminated trainers directed their resentment toward Jean, even those who were thrown by Slowpoke. When the last Pokemon was defeated by Charmeleon, he returned, panting, to Jin's side, who quickly took out a medium-level Pokeblock to feed him. It was then that Jean noticed many looking at him with hostility, and he became alarmed. Cain, why are they looking at me like that? I wasn't the only one who eliminated them, was I? Jean asked in a low voice as he approached Cain. Cain simply looked away and stepped aside, thinking to himself, with such a fierce Charmeleon, if you don't attract the hatred, who will? Immediately, all the hostile gazes focused even more on Jean. If looks could kill, or at least strike, Jean would already be a battered man. End of chapter. Chapter 228. Strengthening bonds. The battlefield where Cain and his team were stationed was the first to finish their fight. Since Cain had already shown his strength in public, those participants without an organized plan didn't dare to face Cain's Slowpoke directly. Additionally, Cain was fortunate to be paired with Jean as his teammate. The two strongest fighters agreed not to face each other, avoiding many issues. It was just about quickly eliminating the weaker opponents. However, other fields weren't as lucky. On one of the fields, the two strongest fighters clashed from the start, and both ended up injured, allowing others to seize the opportunity. Regardless, it wasn't too much of an issue. As long as they had enough strength, even in the losers bracket, they could become one of the 16 finalists. It would just be a bit more complicated. When all the battles on the fields concluded, the 16 finalists were temporarily established. In total, the process took only about 2 hours, which meant that Cain and Jean waited for over an hour. Perhaps due to good prior preparation, there were no cases of severely injured Pokémon. And since treatment was free, everyone fought with all their strength. There were many incidents involving bleeding. The trainers of the Pokémon that Cain's Slowpoke had thrown out of the field were ultimately grateful that their Pokémon hadn't suffered any injuries. They had only been startled when they were tossed out of the arena. Compared to those Pokémon still in the treatment room, they were much luckier. Receiving those 5,000 Poke Dollars was quite satisfying. Some trainers even began to feel grateful toward Cain, as without comparison, there would be no resentment. Meanwhile, those who had looked at Jean with hostility also started to calm down, accepting the situation in which their Pokémon were hurt, as they were surrounded by others in similar situations. In short, thanks to the orderly and quick treatment, the participants' Pokémon recovered quickly. At that moment, the head referee announced that the 16 finalist trainers had been decided. In the afternoon, the losers bracket would be held, where 4 trainers would be chosen to have a chance to challenge the 16 finalists. This led many who were defeated in the strong matchups to prepare to reclaim their spots. On the other hand, those who had reached the 16 finalists through luck couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their brows, well aware of their situation. The good news was that, even if they were eliminated, they'd earn 20,000 Poke Dollars, far more than the 5,000 earned by others. When Cain learned the result, he returned to his room with his Slowpoke. Jean wanted to accompany him, but was blocked by a psychic barrier created by Slowpoke 5 meters away. Eventually, he abandoned the idea with a look of disappointment. He only thought that Cain still didn't know him well enough, and that he'd need to be even friendlier in the future. Cain didn't know what Jean was thinking, but if he had, he would probably feel quite uncomfortable. People who got too close too quickly were the ones who made him most uneasy. Besides, Jean had no ill intentions. Cain wasn't the type to eliminate someone simply because they annoyed him. He only eliminated those who tried to harm him or damage his interests. Even if he were to eliminate Jean, it wouldn't bring Cain many benefits and could cause him problems. It's not easy to eliminate a member of the League's main faction, especially in such a crowded place. Of course, Cain had no plans to kill him. Jin's warmth was uncomfortable, so in the future, whenever Jean got close, he'd just have Slowpoke create a psychic barrier. On the way back to his room, Cain passed by the ship's dining area and saw a familiar figure. After hesitating a bit, he decided to approach. That familiar figure was the old man who had warned him yesterday. Although he hadn't managed to persuade Cain, his intentions were good. Upon getting closer, he saw that the old man was wearing the same worn clothes. In one hand, he held a cup of tea, and in the other, a newspaper with a calm expression. On the SS and dressing like that was quite unusual. Many people passing by looked at him with disdain. If not for the pokeballs on his belt, someone probably would have insulted him by now. But the old man didn't seem to pay attention. He simply enjoyed his tea and newspaper as if nothing around him mattered. Even when Cain approached, the old man showed no reaction until he was very close. The old man lowered his newspaper, adjusted his glasses, and upon seeing Cain, smiled. "Ah, it's you. Do you need something, young man?" he asked. His voice was clear and strong now that he didn't have to speak softly. Cain smiled and said, "I just wanted to thank you, sir, for your warning yesterday." Hearing this, the old man waved his hand. "Yesterday, as an old man, I worried unnecessarily. I saw such a well-trained Pokémon and feared that those rich kids would take it from you. I didn't think that someone capable of raising such an excellent Pokémon would also have great combat skills." Saying this, he looked a bit embarrassed. Yesterday had indeed been unnecessary. The trainer possessed extraordinary skill and didn't need to worry about being defeated. "Anyway, sir, I want to thank you. Thanks to you, I won yesterday's battle. Allow me to treat you to lunch." "It's almost lunchtime." The old man looked at Cain in surprise, then glanced at the Slowpoke at his side. He seemed to understand something and, laughing, responded, "Ha ha ha. Very well, I'll accept your invitation." Then he carefully folded his newspaper and placed it in his pocket. He finished his tea in one gulp and called the waiter. "Waiter, bring me the menu." He didn't seem the least bit concerned about being the guest. When the waiter brought the menu, he opened it directly to the end and ordered all the most expensive dishes. The waiter looked at him with doubt, wondering if he could pay, but the old man smiled and pointed at Cain. "Don't look at me. This young man will pay." Cain didn't flinch, nodded at the waiter, and handed him a bank card. "Please, bring the dishes quickly," he said. The waiter nodded repeatedly, eagerly taking the menu and card. He could only think of 2 words: a generous customer. The old man had ordered food totaling 30,000 poke dollars. Cain smiled and refilled the old man's teacup, then sat obediently to the side. The old man, pleased with Cain's attitude, nodded in satisfaction and then asked, "Tell me, what do you need?" End of chapter. Chapter 229. Shining Stone. Cain smiled and said, "Sir, seeing that you could identify the level of the poke block used by Slowpoke and notice that it has been consuming nutritional products continuously, I suppose you're a researcher specialized in Slowpoke, right?" Upon hearing this, the old man was surprised. He looked at Cain for a while, trying to discern if there was any hidden emotion in him, but saw nothing but serenity, like a crystal-clear stream. The old man had thought that this young man had discovered his true identity and was trying to get close to him, something he was quite used to, given his position. But Cain's words left him a little perplexed. He had clearly sensed something more, but seemed to have misinterpreted his identity. Though somewhat puzzled, he soon recovered from the surprise. He realized he had rushed to conclusions, and now this young trainer, who seemed to be of beginner class, was inviting him to a banquet. This made him feel as if he were taking advantage of his age. If Cain had really guessed his identity correctly, it wouldn't matter. He would let him pay, and in the end, give him some sort of reward, thus balancing any potential favor for the well-intentioned advice from yesterday. But now that Cain had misinterpreted his identity, letting him pay for this grand meal somehow seemed a bit excessive. Suddenly, the old man's face turned slightly red. However, thanks to his age, he had thick enough skin that it didn't show. Cain looked at the old man with some curiosity. He already knew who he really was, but decided not to mention it. Cain wasn't foolish. Directly revealing the secret would make it more difficult to approach the old man, and might even result in rejection. Sometimes, it's better not to say everything all at once. Ha, ha, ha. Boy, you have a good eye. Indeed, I'm a researcher specialized in Slowpoke. The old man laughed to cover his discomfort. He realized he was wrong, so he planned to make sure he was the one to pay the bill. Although this 30,000 poke dollar meal hurt him a bit, Cain, glancing down, showed a hint of mockery. From the old man's behavior, it was clear that he was associated with the League. The fact that he was a League member wasn't necessarily good or bad for Cain. At least he didn't have to worry about a fickle person who might kill him at any moment. After all, talking to someone at the level of an elite level 4 trainer could be a dangerous task. One wrong step could lead to serious trouble. Cain asked Slowpoke to sit in another chair and then called Miltank, who sat next to Slowpoke. How could 2 people eat a meal that costs 30,000 poke dollars? If they couldn't finish it, they could let the Pokemon help eat it and thus avoid waste. When Miltank appeared, the old man's eyes gleamed slightly. Then, looking again at Slowpoke beside Cain, he seemed to understand the situation. He thought that the nutritional supplement for Slowpoke was actually Miltank's milk, which was quite a smart choice. And Cain, who let Slowpoke and Miltank sit in the chair, showed no discomfort but rather a slight approval. In this era, not many people treated Pokemon as friends. "So, sir, I'd like to ask you some questions," Cain said humbly after the Pokemon had sat down. "Ask," replied the old man, taking a sip of tea with a relaxed air. "Why can Slowpoke learn fire-type moves?" Cain asked after thinking for a moment. The old man set down his cup and organized his thoughts. Although Slowpoke is a water and psychic-type Pokemon, sometimes the type of moves it can learn isn't directly related to its type. For example, Ghost-type and Psychic-type Pokemon counter each other, but Ghost-type Pokemon can still learn Psychic-type moves. Why? Actually, not only Pokemon, even humans can use psychic abilities. You may have never seen one, but there are people who can use psychic abilities because their mental strength is strong enough, and with certain training, they can use psychic abilities. In the same way, although Slowpoke is a water-type Pokemon, it's extremely sensitive to different types of energy. If it can use Psychic-type moves, it means its mental power is actually quite strong. So, although it appears slow and distracted, it's actually a great master in disguise. A great mental strength gives them control over energy that surpasses many other Pokemon. So it's not surprising that it can learn fire-type moves. The old man gave a long explanation, demonstrating his extensive knowledge about many Pokemon. Without such studies, he wouldn't have been able to create high-level poke blocks. Cain remained thoughtful. In truth, he had never thoroughly researched these things. He knew that Slowpoke could learn fire-type moves, but didn't exactly understand why. And the system didn't offer a detailed explanation on these topics either. For him, it was only necessary to know how to use the moves. Why those moves existed wasn't his priority. But the old man's words made him ponder. If Slowpoke can only learn certain fire-type moves like Sunny Day, flamethrower, and fire blast, does it mean that if its control is strong enough, it could also learn other fire-type moves? Then, driven by curiosity, he asked, "So, how can you increase a slowpoke's psychic power? If a slowpoke has very weak psychic power from the start, is there a way to improve it quickly?" This question doesn't only apply to slowpoke. Many psychic-type Pokemon face the same problem. It's a more general question: how to quickly improve psychic abilities. The old man took some time to think, sipping his tea several times before answering. "I haven't researched much on how to quickly improve psychic abilities, but..." He hesitated a little, then continued, "But I've heard that some psychic-type Pokemon can form a kind of stone in their brain called a shining stone. However, Pokemon that can form the shining stone are extremely rare, and there doesn't seem to be a clear pattern. There might be a very low-level psychic-type Pokemon that has it, and an elite-level psychic-type Pokemon that doesn't. Anything is possible. Of course, this is just something I've heard. I've never seen it, so don't take it as a certainty." Shining stone? Upon hearing this, Cain recalled that when the system analyzed conditions for rapidly improving psychic abilities, it had mentioned an item called the Shining Stone, but the system didn't provide further details about it. End of chapter. Chapter 230. Steven's call. In his previous life, Cain had defeated many psychic-type Pokemon, but he had never seen anything called a Shining Stone, although it could also be because he'd never opened their heads to look. After all, he didn't know such a thing existed, and doing so would be rather gruesome. Moreover, since the system had no data on this, even if it had detected something during a scan, it would have considered it a normal component and not raised any alerts. While Cain was lost in thought, the dishes he had ordered began arriving one after another. During the meal, he didn't ask the old man any more questions. They just chatted about everyday matters. Through the conversation, Cain discovered that the old man's surname was Matsuda, although he didn't know his full name. He shared his last name just so Cain would stop calling him sir all the time. Old Matsuda thoroughly enjoyed the meal, probably because it was quite expensive. Although he planned to pay, he realized toward the end that Cain had already paid with his bank card from the beginning, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. But everyone was so focused on eating that no one noticed. Especially Slowpoke and Miltank, who were big eaters. Cain had brought them out to avoid wasting the excess food, so they ate with great enthusiasm. Old Matsuda, being older and having a smaller appetite, didn't eat much, but seeing Slowpoke and Miltank enjoying the meal made him feel satisfied. After finishing the meal, old Matsuda prepared to leave. As he stood up, he hesitated for a moment and finally said to Cain, "Be careful." It seemed he wanted to make up for the embarrassment he'd felt earlier. After all, he believed that Cain was just an amateur trainer interested in Slowpoke and hadn't discovered his true identity. Since he felt a bit guilty for taking advantage of Cain, he offered him some advice to be cautious. But he didn't explain what he meant by "be careful." When Cain wanted to ask, the old man had already waved his hand and disappeared down the hall. Be careful? It seems he knows something. This journey on the SS and won't be so simple, Cain thought as he returned to his room and sat on the couch, lost in thought. He had sensed something strange on the ship before, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. The warnings from his psychic intuition and old Matsuda's comment confirmed that there was definitely danger. The sailors. Suddenly, Cain thought of something, and a sudden realization struck him. Since boarding the ship, Cain hadn't seen a single sailor. Although sailors generally didn't appear much in the cabins, as they spent most of their time at their posts or on the bridge, one should have seen a few at least a couple of times. One, however, so far, Cain hadn't seen any trace of them. Of course, it could also be because he had stayed in his room most of the time and hadn't gone out much. But, considering all the circumstances, the SS and journey was becoming increasingly strange. Even Yamamoto himself, the man who introduced himself, was quite suspicious. However, at this moment, Cain couldn't do much. If something really happened, at least he had the ability to escape. If all else failed, he could always turn to old Matsuda. With his level as an elite level 4 trainer, no one could stop him. Cain had appeared in front of him several times, so he could ask for his help if it came to that. People from the Pokemon League are usually like that, indecisive and overly compassionate. In the afternoon, the losers round would take place, which had nothing to do with Cain. He decided to train his Pokemon in his room. Meanwhile, he attempted to meditate, although his worries made it difficult to enter a meditative state. Midway through meditation, his phone began to ring. Cain took it out and saw it was a message from Steven, asking him to call via video conference if he had time. Fortunately, the luxury suite on the SS and was equipped with a special video phone, as well as various teleportation devices. Cain let his Pokemon continue training on their own and went to the video phone to dial Steven's number. Almost instantly, the call connected, and Steven appeared on the screen. "Hello, Cain. Long time no see," Steven said with a smile. From the background behind Steven, it seemed he was still at home. Cain smiled and replied, "It hasn't been that long. How's everything? Have you gotten any results from what we discussed?" Steven, realizing it hadn't actually been very long, chuckled to hide his awkwardness, then adopted a serious expression and said, "There's no issue. They're willing to buy your recipe for poke blocks, but you didn't give me your specific conditions, so I just mentioned that you wanted to negotiate without going into details." Cain nodded. At the time, he'd thought of messaging Steven his conditions, but he had forgotten. "I'd like to exchange the recipe for a method to improve the quality of a Miltank. As you know, I have a Miltank, but when I captured it, its quality was somewhat mediocre, so I want to improve its quality and potential. But since there are few Miltank available on the market, I thought I could trade my recipe for a method from them." Steven frowned and said, "That condition will be a bit complicated. You must know that methods to improve Pokemon quality are quite secret. I'm afraid your Pokeblock recipe isn't worth that much. There are many methods to improve a Pokemon's quality, but most of the time they're accidental improvements. Finding a reliable method that works consistently is difficult. It requires hundreds or even thousands of experiments to be validated." "I know. In any case, I want to exchange my recipe for a method to improve Miltank's quality. Also, I'm willing to sign a confidentiality agreement not to disclose the method. If necessary, I can offer more in return," Cain said, rubbing his temples. The Miltank market was practically monopolized by Whitney's family. Even if the method to improve Miltank's quality was leaked, it wouldn't have much impact on their business, and Cain was practically giving them his recipe without asking for much in return. Steven knew that Cain was right, but when it came to a family secret, even if the impact of its disclosure was minimal, the question of principles was different. It wasn't something that could be measured in monetary terms. "All right, I'll try to ask. But this time I can't guarantee anything, as you're touching on quite a delicate topic," Steven said, feeling somewhat frustrated. Even though his family was more powerful than the Miltank Ranch family, he couldn't push them on this matter without creating controversy. He might even be accused of using his influence to pressure other families, which would be a significant political issue. Steven began to wonder if he'd made the right choice in agreeing to help Cain with this. End of chapter. Chapter 231. Special announcement. Holiday discounts and new chapters. Thank you all so much for your incredible support on Patreon and Webnovel. Your encouragement motivates me to keep sharing my work and growing together as a community. To show my gratitude and celebrate my love for Christmas, I've prepared two big surprises. Glowing Star first. In December, I'll release 60 new chapters on both Webnovel and Patreon. A special holiday gift for everyone. Glowing Star second. December will be packed with discounts as a token of appreciation for all your support. Here are the details, labeled current discounts, until December 23rd at 12:59 p.m. GMT-5, general discount, 25% off all tiers, publicly active, with the exception of the beginner trainers tier. Legendary trainers tier, 50% off with the coupon Legendary Boost, code 99033. Champion trainers tier, 40% off with the coupon Champion's Choice, code Bika. Wrapped gift special December discounts, December 24th and 31st. 50% off all tiers except for beginner trainers. December 25th to 30th. The current discounts will be reactivated, including the coupons for legendary and champion trainers. Santa Claus, get ready for a month full of surprises, new chapters, and exciting rewards. Thank you for being part of this amazing journey and making this community so special. Happy holidays and happy reading. Christmas Tree Sparkles Chapter 232. The danger begins to manifest afterward. Cain and Steven continued exchanging information on various topics, mostly related to Pokemon. Although Steven's strength far exceeded Cain's, in terms of knowledge, Cain surpassed him by far. Therefore, during their conversations, it was mostly Cain who explained things while Steven listened like a student. If someone saw this situation, they would probably be quite surprised. After all, this is the young heir of the Devon Corporation. Not to mention that if he mastered all the vast knowledge of the corporation, not even 10 Cains could compare to him. But Cain has the system, and when things get tough, he can always consult the system's database. So, it would be unusual for Steven to surpass Cain. However, as the future heir of the Devon Corporation, Steven is no ignorant. In fact, he has many unique ideas that gave Cain a new perspective, showing him that some things could be understood in different ways. After all, Cain had been a human on Earth. Even though he had already lived 2 lives in the Pokémon world, he still retained some fixed ideas from his life on Earth, whereas Steven, being native to the Pokémon world, had a somewhat different way of thinking. What he shared was truly characteristic of the place. Especially when they talked about stones, Steven got very excited, almost as if he wanted to have a long conversation with Cain. He discovered that Cain also knew a lot about different types of stones. If it weren't for the fact that they were separated by a video call, Steven would probably have served Cain a cup of coffee to keep chatting all night. What Steven didn't know is that Cain, to keep up with all the information about stones, almost had to review all the system's data. Who knows why someone who would be a future league champion knew so much about stones, even more than about Pokemon. Cain took the opportunity to ask Steven indirectly if he had any superior quality dusk stones. Unfortunately, Steven was more interested in unknown stones, so he hadn't specifically gathered evolutionary stones. He didn't have a superior quality dusk stone in his collection. Cain asked him to keep an eye out and, if he found one, to let him know. Steven happily agreed, as after all, they were just stones. Paying a bit of attention wouldn't be a problem. While they chatted, Cain even vaguely asked if Steven had seen any Mega Evolution stones, but Steven had no particular memory of what Cain described. Although Cain's description of the stone sparked great interest in Steven, who repeatedly asked where he had seen it. Finally, Cain had to make up some lies to calm Steven down, but from Steven's expression, it seemed like he might start a big search. When he couldn't find the Mega Evolution stone or discover its purpose, Cain could take the opportunity to trade it for something else. At least he gave Steven a hint to use the vast resources of the Devon Corporation to look for Mega Evolution stones. However, even if Cain managed to acquire a Mega Evolution stone now, he wouldn't dare to use it yet. It's an object that could attract too much attention, so it shouldn't come to light at the moment. The two spoke via video call for 2 hours. Steven still didn't seem satisfied, and if Cain hadn't interrupted him, they probably would have spent the entire afternoon talking. It seemed like they were having an endless call. Of course, everything they discussed was related to Pokemon knowledge. Steven also asked Cain about customizing Pokeblocks for his Medong, but since the system had not yet completed the analysis, Cain simply said that he hadn't finished experimenting with it. Cain took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although talking with Steven didn't pressure him, keeping up with all the topics Steven brought up took a lot of effort. Despite this, his somewhat restless mind gradually calmed down after talking to Steven. No matter what might happen on the SSN, Cain knew he had to stay calm, and he was at least sure he could escape if things got dangerous. However, to be safer, Cain decided to be prepared in advance. Soon, the afternoon passed quickly, as the Pokemon continued training according to a plan. The most noticeable progress was with Haunter. Its poison type, which had already been developed, was now complemented by very characteristic moves of that type, greatly improving its control over poison-type energy. Additionally, Cain occasionally allowed it to absorb the poison gas. Only about 20% of the gas remained in the special container. The poison gas contained a large amount of energy, and if Haunter managed to absorb it all, aside from being able to improve its quality to the highest possible level, it would likely also gain another level. Even though it wasn't as fast as when it was ghastly, the effect was still quite good. After dinner, Cain left his room and found a bathroom. He had Slowpoke set a teleportation coordinate and then returned to the room. He changed clothes and also put on a new face mask. Then, with Slowpoke's help, he teleported back. He opened the bathroom window, and together with Slowpoke, they jumped directly out. At that moment, in the highest room of the SSN, Yamamoto held a wine glass, looking seriously at the video call in front of him. Everything has started as planned. When do you intend to come? Yamamoto asked, taking a sip from his wine glass. On the video call, only darkness was visible. If it weren't for the device's blinking light, anyone would have thought there was no communication. After a moment, a hoarse voice replied, "Wait a bit longer. I think someone from the League has infiltrated. Be careful." Upon hearing this, Yamamoto's hand holding the glass paused for a moment. Then he brought it to his lips again, this time taking a big gulp of wine. Someone from the League? What a hassle. Can't they deal with their own internal rats first? They always find out everything. The interlocutor remained silent for a moment before changing the subject. Is the material this time good? Not bad. Something surprised me. And by the way, could you be more efficient with your work? I'm tired of having to clean up your messes. If this continues, there will be no more cooperation, Yamamoto said, with a fierce expression and eyes full of murderous intent. Don't try to challenge our limits. After this time, we will probably hide for a while. We just hope you continue to develop properly, replied the hoarse voice, emphasizing the words, develop properly. Huh, you don't need to worry about us. But doesn't your leader intend to come in person? They always send the usual ones. End of chapter. Chapter 233. Locating the island jumping out of the window, just before hitting the surface of the sea, Slowpoke used its psychic powers to suspend them above the water. Cain took out a regular pokeball and threw it. A large Gyarados appeared in the sea. Gyarados, who had been trapped in the pokeball for quite some time, finally returned to the ocean and, upon emerging, wanted to roar to release his frustration. Although he lived comfortably in the pokeball, with food and rest, so much so that he nearly gained weight. But he is the king of the sea. Did that human really treat him as if he were a pig? So, just as he came out, he wanted to roar at the sky. Quiet! But before he could roar, a cold, sharp voice interrupted him. He immediately felt a chill run down his body and obediently made no sound. He looked silently at Cain, who, in his eyes, seemed like a demonic figure. Although he was so small, why did his voice have such authority? Cain and Slowpoke slowly flew toward Gyarados' head. After they were settled, Cain said calmly, "Make less noise. First, let's move away from the cruise." He tapped his foot lightly, indicating that he could move. After receiving Cain's order, Gyarados obediently leaned down and began to swim slowly through the sea. Because he didn't dare to make noise, his movement speed was not fast. Swimming in the opposite direction of the cruise, Gyarados carried Cain toward unknown waters. What Cain didn't know was that his movements were being observed by an old man on the upper deck of the cruise. If Cain were here, he could probably recognize this old man as the man with the last name Matsuda, with whom he had had lunch. The old man remained silent on the upper deck, listening from the room below to Yamamoto's arrogant voice, then looked in the direction Cain was heading and gave a slight smile. His lips moved without making a sound, but from the shape of his mouth, one could guess he said something like, "Interesting young man." Luckily, Cain had been quite cautious, not summoning too many Pokémon or showing his mask. Otherwise, the old man's tone might have changed. The old man only recognized Cain by his height under the black cloak and the Slowpoke accompanying him. So, this young man noticed something strange just from a small warning during the day? But why is he leaving now? Where will he go? Old Matsuda wondered internally, but Cain's actions seemed insignificant. His attention was focused on the conversation between Yamamoto and the mysterious person in the room below. When he heard them talking about something important, his eyes gleamed with coldness. After waiting so long, they had finally left a clue. Right now, since he had no funds for his research, he could use this to obtain some reward. After Cain and the others moved a bit away, Gyarados received Cain's order to sail at full speed. Immediately, the freed Gyarados moved his body and began to speed through the ocean. It had been a long time since he had swum so freely in the sea. Some wild Pokémon, sensing the vibrations in the water, began to approach. Realizing other Pokémon were approaching, Gyarados released his Intimidate ability, causing many Pokémon to flee in terror at the pressure. Even the stronger Pokémon, upon seeing Gyarados' silhouette, quickly fled as well. Although some Pokémon were stronger than Gyarados, they didn't dare to provoke him. After a brief look, they simply turned around and returned to their territory. Everyone knew that Gyarados often appeared in groups, and even though they saw only one, provoking a whole group would be trouble. Gyarados is not like Beedrill. When they appear in groups, they are truly terrifying. Feeling the fear of the other Pokémon toward him, Gyarados felt much more at ease. He had been trapped in the Pokeball for so long that he almost considered himself a pig. Returning to the sea allowed him to feel his power as king of the ocean again. Casting a furtive glance at Cain and Slowpoke on his head, and seeing that they showed no expression, Gyarados felt he couldn't hold back. Opening his mouth again and noticing that the person and Pokémon on his head were not paying attention to his behavior, he finally let out a loud roar. Ruahar. The roar lasted a whole minute, and after roaring, Gyarados felt completely relaxed. It had been a long wait, but he finally could roar. What a relief. Suddenly, Gyarados stiffened a little because he felt the gaze of the person on his head, who had an intimidating presence, focus on him again. With slight fear, Gyarados put in more effort and increased his speed. Only when the person on his head looked away did Gyarados breathe a sigh of relief and concentrate on swimming. Cain looked into the distance. He had no intention of having Gyarados take him back to Vermilion City. He had already been sailing for a whole day, and the SS and was not slow. If they tried to swim back, they would lose a lot of time. But while sailing aboard the SS and, Cain noticed they passed a small island. He decided to leave a psychic marker there with Slowpoke. If anything happened on the SS and, he could have Slowpoke teleport him immediately, thus avoiding being stranded in the sea without a course. That's why, taking advantage of the darkness, he had Gyarados take him to the island. Cain had already decided that, if he had the chance, he would leave a psychic marker each time he passed an island. So, no matter when an incident might occur, he wouldn't have to wander blindly in the sea. Initially, upon confirming the danger, Cain had considered leaving directly. Waiting for the next cruise at Vermilion City didn't matter. But that would take up too much time, and at the moment, time was the most valuable thing to him. Another important point was that Cain was very interested in the 3 moves for first place. If he could obtain those 3 moves, Slowpoke's attack power would increase by 30%. Cain looked at the island, growing larger in the distance, and murmured, "It's better if there are no incidents and we reach Hoenn safely." But he knew that was impossible. A powerful league trainer was already on the ship, and he had personally heard them warn to be cautious. So, there was a 90% chance something would happen during this trip. The island seemed close, but Gyarados took 20 minutes swimming at full speed before reaching it. Exhausted after swimming at full speed, Gyarados was breathing heavily. This effort had worn out even his stamina. Cain threw some mid-level energy poke blocks to Gyarados to help him regain strength, and then returned him to his Pokeball. End of chapter. Chapter 234. Early preparations. This island, both from afar and up close, is very small, with only a few trees and no signs of life. Cain and Slowpoke didn't stay long, allowing Slowpoke to set a psychic teleportation coordinate on the spot. "Slowpoke, can you do it?" Cain asked after Slowpoke finished setting the coordinate. "Yadin." Slowpoke nodded, indicating there was no problem. Cain placed his hand on Slowpoke's back, channeling his small amount of psychic energy to communicate with Slowpoke's psychic abilities. This would make using teleport a bit easier on Slowpoke's energy. Slowpoke's body began to glow with a soft blue light, enveloping both Cain and himself. After a sudden increase in light, they instantly disappeared from the spot. Cain and Slowpoke reappeared in the cabin of the ship. Cain was confident that his actions had gone unnoticed by others. Due to the considerable distance, Slowpoke was somewhat fatigued after using teleport. After drinking a glass of Miltank milk, Slowpoke entered a meditative state. Cain took off his clothes and released all his Pokémon. They had been training all afternoon, and sometimes even sparred with each other, as certain moves couldn't be effectively trained alone, like the move Taunt. Overall, the day's training had been quite effective. This time, Cain didn't give them evening massages or ask them to continue training. Instead, he asked them to gather around him. Once Slowpoke recovered, he sat down next to Cain. Cain petted Slowpoke's head and said, "Slowpoke, create a psychic barrier and wrap us all in it." Upon hearing this, Slowpoke activated his psychic power, enveloping Cain and all the Pokémon with a barrier. Cain took out a small glass bottle from his ring, containing a milky white liquid. It was the geocentric cleansing milk he had obtained on Challenge Island. Although he had sold half of the elixir, keeping about 200 drops, Cain didn't regret having done so. Although he had earned a lot of money, he did it out of necessity. Otherwise, he would never have chosen to sell it. Carefully, he opened the bottle, and a fresh aroma filled the psychic barrier, without escaping. As they inhaled the scent, all the Pokémon felt their fatigue melt away, instantly revitalized. They all looked expectantly at the small bottle in Cain's hands. Murkrow and Slowpoke already knew about the geocentric cleansing milk, but the other Pokémon did not. This is the geocentric cleansing milk. Although you can't fully utilize its effects, it's very effective in healing any internal injuries or hidden damage in your bodies, Cain explained. Although his Pokémon didn't show signs of internal injuries, some of these could be difficult to detect, even with League technology. However, consuming the geocentric cleansing milk could greatly prevent these issues from emerging. This was especially true for Pokémon like Sneasel, who had lived and fought alone for a long time. He likely had some injuries or scars that hadn't fully healed, some of which might be hard to detect or treat. Cain administered 2 drops of geocentric cleansing milk to each of his Pokémon, then asked them to go to sleep. The milk would begin to work slowly in their bodies throughout the night. Even Haunter could benefit, as the milk was essentially a concentrated form of energy. That night, except for Haunter, who was on watch, all the other Pokémon quickly fell asleep, allowing their bodies to naturally absorb the milk's benefits. The next morning, with an amused smile, Cain watched as his Pokémon lined up to go to the bathroom, showing signs of discomfort. The scene made him laugh a lot. That day marked the start of the tournament's final phase, but first, the original 16 qualifiers had to face the 4 who had made it through the losers round. Due to time constraints, battles began as soon as Cain received notification of his turn. Why didn't they wait for Cain? Because no one had challenged him. Once the judge was present, and both the challenger and challenged were on the field, the battle began. So, when everyone arrived, they realized that the 4 trainers who had advanced from the losers round had already finished their matches. Many were disappointed to have missed those exciting battles. Of the 4 trainers who emerged from the losers round, 3 managed to defeat the original qualifiers. This showed that if one had enough strength, they could advance, even if they hadn't won in the first round. Soon, the final phase officially began. Due to the reduced number of participants, it was decided to use a single battlefield for all matches, as they had the whole day. Cain was drawn to fight in the afternoon, so he had no battles in the morning. While among the crowd, Cain noticed a guy looking around, searching for someone. It was Jean, with whom he had previously cooperated to draw others' attention. Upon seeing Cain, Jean ran toward him, visibly excited, but Slowpoke stopped him half a meter away. Jean had his match in the morning, but since he wasn't up in the first round, he had been looking for Cain the whole time. Finding him, he wanted to give him an enthusiastic hug, but Slowpoke stopped him. With a resigned look, Jean glanced at Cain, who pretended not to see him, calmly watching the battle on the field. Realizing Cain was ignoring him, Jean gave up and joined him to watch the match. Once he focused on the fight, Jean completely forgot about Cain's presence, showing how much he enjoyed battles. Cain took advantage of the calm and approached the judges' area. To motivate the participants, Yamamoto had ordered the prizes for the top 3 places to be displayed on the judges' table. Unlike Takumi, who had offered money after losing, Yamamoto was prepared and had placed the 4 TMs as prizes, along with a stack of bills totaling 300,000 poke dollars, forming a small pyramid to the side. The shiny cash pyramid was even more eye-catching than the 4 TMs. Although most transactions were made with cards nowadays, seeing such a large amount of cash was still quite impressive. Cain and Slowpoke stealthily approached the judges' table, where Slowpoke left a new psychic teleportation coordinate, then returned to Jin's side without him noticing. Jean didn't show any reaction, completely engrossed in the battle. End of chapter. Chapter 235. The Blue Handkerchief. The 2 trainers on the battlefield had similar skills, and their match was intense. In the end, they each had only 1 Pokemon left, and after a fierce battle, one of them managed a hard-won victory. After the battle ended, Jean snapped back to reality and showed Cain a wide smile, displaying 2 rows of teeth. Cain, just wait and see how I win 3 in a row. Without waiting for a reply, he quickly left, as his next battle was about to begin. Cain observed the battlefield for a moment. When the battle began and he saw his opponent's Pokemon, Cain immediately walked away. The opponent was too weak, only slightly stronger than Takuya Imamura. Jean would probably win all 3 fights in a row, or at most, he'd need to use a second Pokemon to finish the battle. Cain wasn't interested in watching such a predictable match. Furthermore, this kind of fight reminded Cain of a children's game, which he found uncomfortable. It was as if 2 people were fighting, both armed with guns. But instead of shooting, they used the weapons as melee weapons, hitting each other until one fell. A waste of time. Cain took a walk around the ship's deck, but didn't find the old man Matsuda he had seen the day before. Originally, Cain had wanted to chat with him to strengthen their relationship, but since he couldn't find him, he decided to return to his room. However, he didn't stay in the room for long. Judging by the progress of the battles, even though his turn was in the afternoon, Cain estimated he'd still have a long wait. So, Cain changed clothes, stored his Slowpoke, and left the room. Slowpoke was too recognizable, making it easy for others to guess his identity. Cain carefully avoided the staff while heading to the lower part of the ship. Since he boarded, he hadn't seen any sailors, which might seem exemplary behavior, as sailors shouldn't enter passenger areas. But to Cain, this was a problem. There was no completely clean water. Even if the sailors were very respectful, Cain didn't believe they could resist the temptation of entering the passenger zone, even if only in passing. This situation was unusual. Cain slowly descended the stairs, firmly holding Slowpoke's Pokeball in his hand. His mind was alert, prepared to summon Slowpoke to use teleport at the slightest hint of danger. Fortunately, he didn't encounter anyone on his way down. When Cain reached the sailors' quarters, he saw the first sailor through a window. Nothing seemed unusual. The sailor didn't notice Cain's presence and was focused on his tasks. Cain observed for a moment, but detecting nothing strange, he cautiously moved inside. Seeing a single sailor didn't mean there wasn't a problem. Cain entered the sailor's locker room, and after making sure no one was around, he began searching for anything out of the ordinary. Enduring the bad smell, he used his weak psychic ability to open the lockers one by one, looking for something suspicious. Just when Cain was about to give up and search elsewhere, he found a clue in the last locker. Underneath several dirty clothes in the last sailor's locker, Cain discovered a blue handkerchief. Upon seeing the emblem on the handkerchief, Cain's hand trembled. His pupils, which had dilated in the darkness, sharply contracted. Cain, visibly shocked, stared at the handkerchief in the locker. After making sure he hadn't mistaken it, he quickly put the clothes back as they were. He closed the locker door and called Slowpoke. Under Slowpoke's inquisitive gaze, Cain didn't explain anything, simply asking him to take him back to his room. Back in his room, Cain sat silently on the sofa. What he had seen earlier left a deep impression. If it weren't for his strong adaptability, he might have cried out in surprise. Cain felt deeply unsettled. The blue handkerchief he had seen bore a white emblem. Although an ordinary person might not give it any importance, Cain knew well what that emblem represented. In the current timeline, that organization should be in its inactive phase. So why had he seen their emblem here? If that organization was involved, then the SSN was truly in grave danger. Suddenly, Cain thought of something else. Could it be that Yamamoto and that organization are collaborating? But Yamamoto, I'm not sure that's his real name. However, when I saw him the other day, many people called him by that name. Seeing how scared Takuya Imamura was, it doesn't seem fake. Cain began organizing his thoughts in his mind. Then he remembered the elite-level league trainer named Matsuda, who had appeared on the ship dressed humbly. What was his real purpose? Was his warning to be careful a reference to that organization or a warning about Yamamoto? Why, the first time Yamamoto saw him, did Cain feel his gaze was strange, but he couldn't say exactly why. Why did the first rewards Yamamoto offered include 3 moves that Slowpoke could use? Why was this competition organized so suddenly and with such generous rewards? The tournament prizes seemed too high. Why did everything in the tournament seem to have been prepared in advance, with the tournament progressing so quickly and efficiently? There was still a lot of time before reaching the next destination. Why speed things up so much? Those factors combined couldn't be a coincidence. After reviewing all these thoughts, Cain saw he had 2 options. The first was to abandon the SS and right now and not get involved. The second was to participate, win the first prize, and then leave. But the second option was clearly more dangerous, and he wasn't even sure the tournament would reach its end. Cain sat on the sofa, frowning, without saying a word. End of chapter. Chapter 236. Crying in battle. In the afternoon, after being notified by the loudspeaker, Cain headed back to the battlefield. Seeing the prizes for the top 3 on the referee's table, Cain thought those items were extremely tempting. If he didn't genuinely want to compete for those prizes, he might have already withdrawn. If he left now, all the danger would have nothing to do with him. But after returning from the sailor's quarters, Cain had thought for a long time and finally decided to stay. The first reason was that the tournament prizes were indeed attractive. Additionally, those items were displayed so blatantly that anyone would feel tempted to look at them. This was a very clever strategy on Yamamoto's part. However, if it were only about the prizes, it wouldn't have been enough for Cain to decide to stay. The main reason was the old man Matsuda, with whom he had shared a meal. With his presence, at least Cain wouldn't have to worry about facing an enemy so powerful that he couldn't defend himself or escape. Moreover, Cain didn't believe that if the League had detected something, they would only send a single elite level 4 trainer. What Cain didn't know was that Matsuda's actions were completely voluntary and that the League hadn't actually sent any combatants on board. Most of the League trainers on the ship were fairly weak. Even someone like Jean was considered one of the stronger ones among them. If Cain had known this, he probably would have reconsidered his decision. The League usually won through sheer numbers, which had given Cain the false impression that there would always be additional support. The second reason he decided to stay was that the group to whom the blue handkerchief he found belonged, while powerful, was not as threatening as Team Rocket. But that wasn't the important part. The crucial thing was that, as Cain recalled, that organization shouldn't have revealed itself to the world at this point in the timeline. If they caused a big commotion, they might attract the League's attention before they were fully prepared. Therefore, Cain thought the leader of that organization, if they had any common sense, wouldn't do anything that would draw too much attention from the League. So Cain only needed to stay on guard against the crafty Yamamoto. Cain took his position. When he arrived, both the audience and his opponent had already been waiting for a while. If he had arrived a few minutes later, he would have been disqualified from the tournament. Cain's opponent was a young woman in her 20s with a black ponytail and an ordinary appearance. Cain had no memory of her. Only after the referee introduced her did Cain learn that the young woman was named Kyoko. The battle began immediately. Cain sent out his signature Pokémon, Slowpoke. Kyoko, clearly having studied Cain, sent out her grass-type Pokémon, Gloom, to take advantage of the type advantage over Cain's water-type Pokémon. Under Cain's system analysis, Gloom had a dark yellow aptitude, was level 22, and was a fairly standard grass and poison-type Pokémon. Cain had bet on the Flamethrower TM in his battle against Takaya Imamura, so Kyoko assumed Slowpoke hadn't learned any fire-type moves, allowing her to make full use of the type advantage. But she clearly hadn't considered that Gloom, also being a poison type, was vulnerable to psychic-type moves. Slowpoke, don't hold back. Use Psyshock and go all out. Aware of the possible danger on the ship, Cain wasn't in the mood to play childish games with these novice trainers. He attacked first, ordering Slowpoke to use its strongest move with the simple goal of ending the battle as quickly as possible. Gloom, use Stun Spore, Kyoko ordered without hesitation. Gloom, a Pokémon that quickly learned powder techniques, could be quite effective in battle if its moves were used correctly. But for Slowpoke, Gloom was simply too slow. Gloom's Stun Spore move, clearly not well trained, was so slow that it hadn't finished releasing the powder when Slowpoke had already launched the Psyshock move twice. With the advantage in level, aptitude, abilities, and type, Gloom was directly defeated by Slowpoke's Psyshock move. Fortunately, Slowpoke held back at the last second. Otherwise, Gloom would not only have lost the ability to fight but might have died. Kyoko, biting her lip to hold back tears, stared at Cain, who maintained an indifferent expression. After a moment, she threw another Pokeball. This time, she stopped trying to exploit the type advantage and sent out her strongest Pokemon, the Pidgeotto that had made her stand out in the preliminary rounds, a level 25 Pokemon with light green aptitude. This was Kyoko's starter Pokemon, which her father had captured with much effort. Pidgeotto, using its flying ability, had made it easy for Kyoko to break through in the preliminaries. Fly, Pidgeotto. Use Gust, Kyoko ordered. Slowpoke, use Protect and then Calm Mind. Both Pokemon had no type advantage over the other, meaning the outcome would be decided by pure skill. Pidgeotto, being Kyoko's starter Pokemon, had a much faster skill execution speed than Gloom. Pidgeotto quickly formed a tornado in front of its wings and launched it towards Slowpoke, enveloping it. Slowpoke, without moving, used the Protect move to block the attack and then entered a meditative state with the Calm Mind move. Having practiced this move a lot, Slowpoke executed it perfectly, protecting itself and meditating almost simultaneously. When it finished meditating, Slowpoke opened its eyes. Slowpoke, let's finish this quickly. Use Psyshock, then Water Gun with Confusion. Take it down. Slowpoke's eyes glowed, and just when Pidgeotto thought its attack had been effective, it was quickly struck by Slowpoke's Psyshock move. Then, the Water Gun move powered by the Confusion move hit it, increasing both its power and speed. Dazed by the Psyshock move, Pidgeotto started to fall, being struck by the Water Gun move before reaching the ground. Pidgeotto, hang in there. Use Gust, Kyoko shouted, tears in her eyes as she looked at her fallen Pidgeotto. Slowpoke, finish it. Teleport and use Headbutt. Slowpoke instantly teleported beside Pidgeotto, which was still trying to stand, and launched the Headbutt move. Boom. The ground sank under the impact, leaving Pidgeotto incapacitated in the crater. Slowpoke teleported back next to Cain, looking coldly at Kyoko while waiting for her to send out another Pokemon. Too weak. Simply too weak. That was Cain's first impression. Seeing how other trainers fought so fervently, but when it came to his turn, the opponents seemed too weak. These trainers who had never experienced a real battle, who had no clear direction in training their Pokemon, simply didn't awaken his desire to fight. With tear-filled eyes, Kyoko picked up her Pidgeotto. Looking at Cain, who showed no sign of offering comfort, she finally broke down in tears. End of chapter. Chapter 237. A made-up story. It's not that she had never lost before, but she had never been defeated so quickly. In other battles, it usually took dozens of commands, going back and forth to determine the winner. Even if the power difference was significant, she had never been treated so ruthlessly. When facing a girl, most trainers tend to be a bit more lenient. Unfortunately, her opponent was Cain. Kyoko, the girl, began to cry, and the people around her became a bit agitated, murmuring amongst themselves. Cain felt a bit uncomfortable, but he showed no reaction, simply indicating that he was patiently waiting for Kyoko to send out her next Pokemon. But after a while, Kyoko made no further move and just stood there, crying. The referee, feeling somewhat awkward, frowned and asked, Kyoko, please send out your third Pokemon. Kyoko looked up at the referee, then glanced at Cain with her red eyes, biting her lips to hold back her tears. Her whole body trembled as if she were receiving an electric shock. Finally, She couldn't hold it in and began to wipe her tears with her hands. In a choked voice, she said, "I forfeit," and without looking back, she ran off. Upon hearing that Kyoko was surrendering, Cain, along with his slowpoke, immediately left, leaving behind a crowd in heated discussion. The conversation centered around how Cain had made a girl cry, but eventually, it shifted to commenting on the significant age difference between Kyoko and Cain. In the end, everyone was impressed by Cain's strength. As Cain left, he caught a glimpse of the prizes on the referee's table out of the corner of his eye. Although they were in plain sight, Cain noticed that some people were secretly watching over them. Yamamoto had likely assigned his men to prevent anyone from attempting to steal the prizes. Surely, there were many who would be willing to take the risk. Before returning to his room, Cain looked for the old man Matsuda. To his surprise, he found him in the dining area, reading the newspaper. Cain approached, determined to start a conversation. Matsuda, upon seeing him, was a bit surprised. He thought Cain had already left the ship, but now he realized that Cain had returned after that night. However, Matsuda had spent the whole night on the ship's deck and hadn't seen Cain return with his Gyarados. So, seeing the slowpoke beside Cain, he understood a little of the situation. "Why aren't you in the competition and instead come to chat with this old man?" Matsuda said, taking a sip of tea. Cain smiled and sat beside him. "I came to learn from you. I'm still not very skilled at raising slowpoke." Matsuda glanced at Cain's slowpoke. "Your slowpoke is very well trained. It doesn't seem like the work of a beginner." His words carried an implied meaning. "Hee, I just spent quite a bit of money on high-quality poke blocks," Cain replied, pretending not to understand the implication and taking a seat next to him. "I heard you have a lot of experience with slowpoke. I wanted to know if there's anything particular in their poke block diet, or how I could use poke blocks to enhance growth efficiency." Thus, the conversation turned to different methods of making and using poke blocks. The old man Matsuda set his newspaper aside and observed Cain for a moment before taking a sip of tea and beginning to share his knowledge about slowpoke feeding and care. He had spent considerable time researching slowpoke and its evolution, Slowbro, so he knew a lot about their habits and daily routines. Cain also shared some of his own experiences in raising slowpoke, which pleasantly surprised Matsuda. Cain even hinted that he knew how to make poke blocks. When it came to poke block crafting, the old man Matsuda showed much more interest, dropping his indifferent attitude. But the more they talked, the more surprised the old man Matsuda became. Observing Cain's height and hearing his voice, he was clearly in early adolescence. At such a young age, without being a league-back trainer, having that level of skill was already impressive. But he hadn't expected that he would also have a remarkable talent for Pokémon breeding. The old man Matsuda was a high-level breeder, and his status was above most breeders in his class. Just by listening to Cain, he could deduce that the young man already had the skills of an intermediate-level breeder, which surprised him even more. It's worth remembering that he himself became an intermediate breeder in his 20s and was considered a prodigy at the time. But seeing Cain, who was probably only 15 or 16 years old, he couldn't help but be amazed. Even if he had started studying from a very young age, he shouldn't have reached the intermediate level so quickly. A prodigy. An exceptional talent. Beyond those words, Matsuda couldn't find another way to explain how Cain could master so much knowledge at such a young age. "Cain, who taught you all of this?" He couldn't help but ask in the end. "Oh, well, in my family, there are some elders who left many books. When I have nothing to do, I read. And when I read, I get curious to try putting things into practice. Though, I'm not sure if I'm doing it correctly," Cain replied, scratching his head with some embarrassment. Hearing Cain's answer, Matsuda's eyes lit up, and with a certain urgency, he asked, "So, you haven't had a mentor to teach you directly?" Cain pretended to think for a bit. "It's not that no one ever taught me. The elders in the family always told me to read more, and from time to time, they'd ask me questions. If I couldn't answer, they'd make me keep reading. They wouldn't let me go on my journey until I could answer all their questions correctly. I had to study a lot before I could start my journey." A family heir? But it didn't seem that way. Perhaps from an ancient family? "Could you tell me the names of those elders in your family?" "I don't know. I always called them Grandpa and Grandma. I don't even know their last names. I'm an orphan, and they always treated me very well. I saw them as my own grandparents," Cain replied. Cain was very aware of the importance of his identity within the League. It was best to present himself as an orphan, and fortunately, the identity Umbra provided for him was also that of an orphan, with no specific details. Cain's League ID card began recording his information from the moment he passed the test to become a League trainer. What came before was deliberately left vague. This kind of situation was quite common in the league, so it wasn't unusual. Many people lived in remote areas, and someone with an unknown background often appeared. As long as they passed the league's tests and exams, they could obtain a league ID card. Or if they gained the support of certain league members, they could also receive an official identity. Not being part of the core members meant the evaluation process wasn't as strict. Additionally, many ancient families were hidden in various places, like those who guarded ruins or the last heir of a declining family. Too many cases like those, and the league couldn't investigate them all. As long as a person had a good character and decent conduct, getting a league ID card wasn't difficult. The challenge was getting a league ID card with a high confidentiality level like Cain's. End of chapter. Chapter 238. Preparations for embarkation. Time passed quickly. Since Cain boarded the ship, 3 days had already gone by. The tournament organized by Yamamoto was already coming to an end. As expected, Cain and his slowpoke advanced to the quarterfinals with a decisive victory in the round of 16. Then, with an overwhelming advantage, they defeated their opponent in the quarterfinals, advancing to the semifinals. In both battles, only Slowpoke participated, defeating all 3 Pokémon of his opponents, thus securing qualification. On the 3rd day, during the semifinals, his opponent showed considerable strength. Although a bit older, he was likely almost 30 years old. But due to his age, his Pokémon were quite strong. Only when Slowpoke unleashed his full power did he manage to defeat all 3 of his opponent's Pokémon and allow Cain to advance to the finals. Additionally, since Slowpoke had been the sole battler during these days, and thanks to daily training, Slowpoke leveled up again after the semi-final victory, reaching level 27. Although Cain's other Pokémon were also training hard, their levels hadn't increased. However, Cain estimated that Skorupi could level up with 2 more days of training, once it fully mastered its body. Haunter, after absorbing all the poisonous gas, should also be able to level up. Cain's opponent in the final was also no surprise. It was Jean, who had come from the same battlefield as Cain initially. In the previous rounds, Jean hadn't had as easy a time as Cain. Although his Charmeleon was not weak, his battle techniques left much to be desired. So Jean only advanced to the final after revealing his second Pokémon. His second Pokémon was also strong, a Poliwhirl. If nothing unexpected occurs, Cain and Jean will officially face each other tomorrow morning. The winner will receive the 3 TMs as the first place prize, while the runner-up will obtain the Flamethrower TM. During these 3 days, aside from battles and training, Cain spent most of his time conversing with the elder Matsuda. What began as cautious questions from Cain turned into Matsuda testing Cain's knowledge of Pokémon breeding. Although neither of them said it openly, they both already knew that Matsuda was a Pokémon breeder in the league, and not of a low rank. In fact, he was an advanced breeder, though both kept it quiet. Matsuda indirectly tested Cain's breeding knowledge, and Cain deftly managed his responses, showing intermediate-level breeding knowledge but focusing his expertise on the creation of Pokeblocks. With the help of the system, Cain could access any knowledge available in the system database at any time. If he weren't worried about revealing too much and startling Elder Matsuda, he could have done much more. But doing so would attract too much attention, and if someone investigated him thoroughly, it would be hard for Cain to maintain his anonymity if someone high-ranking in the league found out. Therefore, maintaining his breeding level at an intermediate level was most suitable. Matsuda, for his part, began to trust Cain more and more. He didn't keep many of his specialized skills secret and, seeing Cain as a promising young talent of the league, he was willing to guide him. After all, Matsuda viewed Cain as a talented breeder who had chosen the path of a trainer. In short, the relationship between Cain and Matsuda was now close enough for occasional joking. Now, Cain was confident that if anything unexpected occurred on the ship, as long as the situation remained under control, he could rely on Elder Matsuda's help to get away safely. After today's match, while they were talking, Cain noticed that Matsuda's tension had increased. It wasn't a tension of fear, but rather the preparation of someone expecting something to happen. Matsuda directly told Cain that if he had the chance, he should leave the SS and as soon as possible, as something might happen in the coming days. In fact, Matsuda had already hinted at this to Cain since the second day of their conversation. Seeing Cain as valuable talent, Matsuda wanted to ensure he was prepared. But Cain never responded directly to this warning, leading Matsuda to think that youth made him bold. Back in his room, Cain sat quietly on the sofa. The atmosphere on the ship was no longer normal, and Cain was not the only one noticing it. Even the rough Jean, after his battle, approached Cain to ask if he had noticed anything strange. Cain didn't say much, but in his opinion, it was likely that the organization could no longer wait. If they didn't act soon, the situation would spiral out of control. They might even have discovered the presence of Elder Matsuda. Cain hinted at this to Matsuda, but he gave no further details. In truth, Cain's suspicions and intuition were quite accurate, as Yamamoto was beginning to grow impatient. In the highest room of the SS, and Yamamoto made another call to the mysterious man. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice no longer had the calm it had before. It was hoarse. We've exceeded the scheduled time. If you don't act soon, I'll withdraw from this. Yamamoto, get ready. We are prepared to board the ship tonight. Send me all the information you've gathered. Don't give me orders. You're not qualified to do so. Let your leader speak. Yamamoto interrupted the man. Oh, what's wrong? Yamamoto? I heard you missed me. Suddenly, a deep, steady voice of a middle-aged man echoed from the phone, with a tone that mixed seriousness and amusement. At that moment, Elder Matsuda, who was watching Yamamoto from the upper deck, narrowed his eyes. Things were getting complicated. I didn't expect the leader himself to intervene. I guess there won't be any failures then, Yamamoto said, changing his expression to a smile. Hee. After a cold laugh, the call abruptly ended. After hanging up, Yamamoto looked serious. If the person who was coming was the one he spoke to at first, he could still keep control, but if that organization's leader was coming, he would have to reduce his share of the benefits. Meanwhile, Elder Matsuda had already disappeared from the upper deck. He began searching the ship for Cain to warn him to leave immediately, or it would be too late. However, even though they had spoken many times, he still didn't know exactly where Cain was staying. End of chapter. Chapter 239. The situation complicates. Out at sea, a submarine suddenly surfaced silently next to the SS and a group of dark figures emerged from the submarine and, with the help of their Pokémon, boarded the SS and. In the sailors' room on the lowest level of the SS and, the sailors quickly removed their uniforms and put on blue and white clothing, with a blue bandana on their heads. Then, they lined up neatly in the room, awaiting their commander's arrival. Once suddenly, the SS and came to a complete stop, and many passengers woke up immediately. What happened? Why did the ship stop? At that moment, Cain was sitting calmly on the sofa, sensing the commotion caused by the ship's stop. Have they arrived? Cain murmured quietly. He quickly changed clothes and put on a black coat. In truth, it would be wisest to leave immediately, but Cain had left a psychic marker with his slowpoke at the prize platform. Originally, there was always someone watching over it, but with the movement of this mysterious group, Cain wasn't sure if Yamamoto's men would still be concerned about those prizes, which were insignificant to them. If there was still surveillance, Cain wouldn't waste time and would leave immediately with his slowpoke. But if security was relaxed, he wouldn't mind claiming the prizes that were rightfully his. However, Cain wasn't foolish and didn't rush out immediately. Going now would draw too much attention. Cain smashed the room's fire alarm with his fist. Immediately, alarms started sounding throughout the SS and in the hallways and rooms. Passengers, already puzzled by the ship's stop, quickly left their rooms, and those still deeply asleep were awakened by the noise. Realizing it was a fire alarm, they quickly got dressed and ran out of their rooms. The SS and became chaotic. On the upper deck, Yamamoto's face was grim. He knew perfectly well that the group he had allied with had begun boarding the ship, and once they were all in position, they would be able to take control of the situation smoothly. But the fire alarm ruined his plans. Crack! He threw his glass to the ground forcefully and took 4 pokeballs from the drawer, attaching them to his belt. With an angry shout over the wireless phone he was holding, he ordered, "Attack! Leave no one alive. Capture everyone." Then, accompanied by 2 bodyguards and the woman who always followed him, he left his room. However, upon exiting, he found someone blocking his way. If Cain had been there, he would have recognized him as the Elder Matsuda, with whom he had been conversing over the past few days. But now, the Elder Matsuda no longer wore his usual friendly expression. He was frowning at him. Coldly, he said, "So, you've finally allied with Team Aqua." Yamamoto was shocked to see the Elder Matsuda. He had seen him several times on the ship's surveillance cameras, but due to his ordinary appearance and humble behavior, he hadn't paid much attention to him. Cain left his room along with his slowpoke. Now, both the hallways and decks were in complete chaos. Cain wasn't the only one who had noticed the strange situation on the SS, and some passengers had also sensed the unusual atmosphere. And when the alarm sounded, they ran straight to the ship's security room. A ship as large as the SS and has League staff responsible for security. They are the ship's safety guarantee. But, to their surprise, Yamamoto had taken control of the security room from the start, replacing all staff with his own men. Others, like Cain, attempted to take advantage of the chaos to seize the tournament prizes. Money and prizes spark people's greed. There was no shortage of those who decided to take the risk. When Cain made his way around the crowd and reached the battle room, he saw that many people were already there. However, many lay on the ground clutching their stomachs, clearly injured by attacks. Their Pokémon lay beside them, unable to keep fighting. Some were still frantically fleeing, only to be immediately met by members of Team Aqua, dressed in blue and white uniforms. Despite being mentally prepared, Cain was surprised to see them. Team Aqua, in the future, one of the two major dark powers in the Hoenn region. The other, an equally notorious group, is Team Magma. Both teams, as their names suggest, have a fierce rivalry. Otherwise, they would have already unified Hoenn's underworld. This demonstrates Team Aqua's power. But why did Team Aqua appear here? It shouldn't yet be time for their appearance. Don't they fear being relentlessly pursued by the League for openly attacking the SS and? Yamamoto had likely allied with Team Aqua, but then, how did he expect to continue operating in the League as the head of a major family? Cain didn't understand, but seeing that Team Aqua had already taken over the battle room, he knew he wouldn't be able to obtain the prizes. If the situation wasn't favorable, Cain wouldn't insist. He turned around and started to head back. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard from the upper level of the SS and the entire ship shook slightly from the impact. Matsuda was on his Aerodactyl, looking down coldly at Yamamoto and his two Pokémon. The previous explosion had been caused by Aerodactyl's Hyper Beam, which had knocked back Houndoom and Crawdaunt, Yamamoto's Pokémon. Yamamoto had recently reached Elite 4 level with the help of Team Aqua, but in front of a veteran like Matsuda, who was also an expert breeder, the power difference was immense. Even with a type advantage, Yamamoto's Pokémon couldn't withstand Aerodactyl's power. So you reached Elite 4 and already think you're invincible, Matsuda murmured coldly. He had no respect for an Elite 4 level trainer like Yamamoto. But just as Matsuda commanded Aerodactyl to attack again, a purple shadow suddenly rose from below, aiming its attack at him. Matsuda had no choice but to order Aerodactyl to dodge. A Crobat had been the attacker, and it was clear it possessed the strength of an Elite 4 level Pokémon, much stronger than Yamamoto's Pokémon. Matsuda narrowed his eyes, watching as a figure slowly ascended the stairs. A Maitayana walked beside him. With Matsuda's experience as an expert breeder, he could immediately tell that Maitayana was also at the Elite 4 level. This meant that Aerodactyl now had to face 4 Elite 4 level Pokémon. Boss, Yamamoto murmured, hesitating for a moment before speaking. The newcomer cast a glance at Yamamoto, and a flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. This man has become too arrogant with his new power, he thought. End of chapter. Chapter 240. Finding someone to divert hatred, Archie, murmured Matsuda upon seeing the approaching figure. Team Aqua, an organization aiming to expand the oceans area to dominate the world alongside Pokémon. The League is aware of its existence, but because they operate covertly in the Hoenn region and rarely cause trouble, they haven't taken drastic measures against them. Archie is a mid-level Elite 4 veteran trainer, and Matsuda isn't sure if he could face him. But, whether or not he can, the situation is already set. The League has detected nothing unusual on the SS and everything he is doing is on his own. By chance, he discovered something strange in Yamamoto and, since he needed funds to continue his experiments, decided not to report it to the League. He planned to capture Yamamoto when he committed an act against the League, securing a good reward. Besides, he had some valuable items he needed to buy in Hoenn, so he took the opportunity to achieve both goals. In his mind, Yamamoto was merely a quasi-Elite 4 level trainer, someone he could capture easily. But upon facing him recently, he found out that Yamamoto had already reached the initial Elite 4 level. Despite this, Matsuda was still confident he could capture Yamamoto. He knew Yamamoto had allied forces and considered that the newcomers might be powerful, but he assumed they would, at most, be at the initial or mid-Elite 4 level. Matsuda admits he underestimated the situation. Although he already called the League, which will arrive in an hour, by then Team Aqua could have taken what they wanted from the ship and captured most of the passengers. Archie, can't you hold back any longer? Matsuda asked aloud. Hee, it's not that we're impatient, Archie replied sarcastically. This is just a favor we're doing. Right, Yamamoto? Yamamoto hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded respectfully. Yes, boss. The Team Aqua leader, Archie, is a seasoned Elite 4 level trainer, and he had 3 executives at a similar level to Yamamoto. Although one of them contacted him before, today it seemed Archie had decided to intervene personally, leaving his executives at the base. Archie's confrontational attitude made things even more complicated. Team Aqua's base has always been at sea, and finding its exact location is nearly impossible unless the League decides to dedicate significant resources and time to the search. Suddenly, Cain's figure came to Matsuda's mind. I hope that boy can escape, Matsuda thought. Originally, when Cain didn't flee immediately, Matsuda hadn't said anything because he thought that if things got complicated, he could easily protect him. But now, the situation had spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, Cain silently watched Team Aqua members from the shadows. After boarding the ship, under the command of what seemed to be a leader, they quickly took control of the SS and many sailors, already part of Team Aqua under Yamamoto's explicit or implicit orders, began to subdue those loyal to the ship's captain. Then, from the lower decks up, Team Aqua members started joining those who came up from the submarine, capturing everyone they encountered. Cain was hiding in the upper stands of the battlefield, watching as they captured one person after another. A Team Aqua member held a stack of documents, checking each person against the list. If someone matched the information, they were separated and guarded by a specific group. Cain noticed a pattern. Those who stood out in the tournament organized by Yamamoto were selected. Could they be trying to recruit promising trainers, take them to Team Aqua's base, and brainwash them into joining? Cain thought. The chosen ones didn't seem to be people of high rank. Most were common trainers. Those from influential families weren't touched, even if they were skilled. Clearly, they didn't want to incur those families' wrath so soon. A few families might not be a threat, but if they united and pressured the League would have to act, at least to eliminate some Team Aqua members, and provide an answer to those families. However, if they only capture common trainers, the League will merely make a few token moves and then abandon the case. After all, the Hoenn region isn't entirely under the League's control. In this region, many forces are intertwined, and the League cannot afford to lose its influence with rash decisions. This is why Team Aqua operates with such impunity. If this is the case, Jean shouldn't be in trouble. At least he has a guaranteed status as a League-affiliated trainer. Though he might be an exception, given his skill, capturing him alone wouldn't prompt the League to take drastic action. It all depends on whether Jean is promising enough for Team Aqua to take the risk. Cain, barely able to look after himself, didn't worry about Jean, even though Jean might consider Cain a close acquaintance. Something doesn't add up. If they're only after a few trainers, it doesn't justify Team Aqua mobilizing so many resources. The old Matsuda still hasn't appeared, which means they're keeping him at bay. In our conversations, Matsuda hinted at his disdain for Yamamoto, indicating that the opponent is weaker than Matsuda. So, whoever is holding him off must be an Elite 4-level Team Aqua trainer. Team Aqua isn't like Team Rocket. They're still in their infiltration phase and don't have as many Elite 4-level trainers. Matsuda is a veteran Elite 4-level trainer, at least of initial or mid-level. To hold him off, the opponent must be at least mid-level. Could Archie be directly involved? The more Cain thought, the more likely it seemed, suggesting that they sought more than just some common trainers on the ship. Perhaps these trainers were only a distraction. That means they could also be looking for a very valuable item. Or, maybe they haven't taken it yet, waiting for the Elite 4 trainers battle to end to secure success before retrieving it. If so, there's still a chance to act. Cain's eyes sparkled with determination, abandoning his initial idea of giving up. Yamamoto isn't the type to entrust a valuable item to others. He probably has it in his room or even carries it himself. But now, the Elite 4 trainers are fighting on the upper deck. Going directly would be suicide. I need someone to draw attention first. Cain murmured as a plan began forming in his mind. End of chapter. Chapter 241. Another millionaire? Midnight. The SS and, on the upper deck, an Aerodactyl and a Charizard were flying in the air. Below, there were 4 Pokémon in total. Archie's Crobat and Mytina, and Yamamoto's Houndoom and Crawdaunt. Both sides had been fighting for over 15 minutes with mixed results. In reality, Archie and Yamamoto had the numerical advantage. Although Yamamoto's skill was relatively inferior to the other two, he was still an Elite 4-level trainer, which is not easy to handle. If it weren't for the fact that Matsuda's 2 Pokémon were flying types, the battle wouldn't be going as smoothly. However, overall, Archie's side had the advantage. Even so, the option to attack remained with Matsuda. Although Archie also had a Crobat capable of performing aerial attacks, if he rushed in recklessly, he would face the combined attacks of Aerodactyl and Charizard, so he dared not attack hastily. Both sides decided to bide their time. Archie was waiting for his subordinates to capture the trainers they needed and take the valuable items off the ship. And Matsuda, for his part, was waiting for the League reinforcements to arrive. Although he was told over the phone it would take at least an hour for a substantial number of League members to arrive. However, those would only be the League's regular fighters. The true experts would not arrive so quickly. It's said that the person responsible for the League in this area is on their way as quickly as possible. Although that person is also a recent Elite 4-level trainer, if they arrive in time, Archie and Yamamoto won't escape so easily. At least one of them will be captured to appease the League and other forces. So, although the battle seemed intense, in reality, only a few Pokémon exchange moves, creating large explosion sounds. Both sides were cautious of causing too much damage, which could lead to significant destruction of the SS or even sink it. That would be a major problem, and the League would undoubtedly send their best warriors to engage Team Aqua in a life-or-death battle. After all, the construction of a luxury cruiser like the SS involved joint funding from many important families. If it were destroyed, even without the League's intervention, those families would go crazy and seek to deal with Team Aqua. In that case, no matter how well Team Aqua hides, they would be found. Therefore, neither side displayed their full power, and by mutual agreement, each sent only 2 Pokémon, avoiding being defeated by a surprise attack and maintaining some control over the situation. Meanwhile, Cain, who had decided to find someone to draw attention, had Slowpoke use teleport to leave the stands of the battlefield. During this time, he left several teleportation marks with Slowpoke in different locations on the SS and, in such a large area, Cain could have Slowpoke teleport anywhere at any time. Of course, there were some more restricted areas where Cain didn't have a chance to approach. But Cain wasn't foolish enough to cause trouble now. He had Slowpoke move directly to the side of the captain's cabin, at the front of the SS and, earlier, he heard Team Aqua members mention that many trainers and crew members headed to the captain's cabin as soon as the ship malfunctioned. Sure, some went to the security room, but that area had already been taken over by Yamamoto's men, so everyone who went to the security room was captured. However, the captain's cabin was different. Those who had the authority to pilot the SS and weren't ordinary people. Not only were they elite trainers, but they were also absolutely loyal to the League. Otherwise, the League would not have allowed them to control the SS and, so those who went to the captain's cabin were relatively safe. Moreover, the cabin didn't only contain the captain, but also some of his trusted subordinates. Although they weren't as strong as the captain, they were much stronger than the sailors and ordinary members of Team Aqua. There were even 1 or 2 who had reached the advanced trainer level of the League, being personally trained by the captain. Now they were all cornered in the captain's cabin by Team Aqua members. Given their considerable strength, the Team Aqua members dared not attack recklessly, and both sides reached a standoff. After all, as soon as one of the Elite 4-level trainers won the battle, this area would no longer be a problem. As for the engine of the SS and, it had already been sabotaged by Team Aqua members disguised as sailors in the lower part of the ship. Without specialized equipment for repairs, it couldn't be restarted in less than half a day. Slowpoke teleported Cain stealthily to the side of the captain's cabin, avoiding the view of Team Aqua members. Why didn't he teleport directly into the cabin? Because Cain hadn't accessed it earlier, so he couldn't have Slowpoke leave a teleport mark inside. Fortunately, they were now close enough for Slowpoke to move directly inside. After a brief pause, Cain quickly switched the mask on his face, and Slowpoke teleported him directly into the captain's cabin, just in time to avoid the small Team Aqua patrols. The sudden appearance of someone in the room startled everyone, and all their Pokémon prepared their moves, waiting for the order to attack. Cain raised his hands above his head, holding up a League ID card to prove his identity. Fortunately, one of the League trainers who had arrived earlier recognized Cain. "Cain, so good to see you're safe." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded, and a figure quickly ran towards Cain. Bang! A sound of bones colliding against the wall echoed. The person who ran toward Cain was none other than the ever-friendly Jean. Cain hadn't expected Jean to be there. "Jan, do you know this person?" asked a man in his 40s wearing a captain's uniform and bearing the official League emblem on his chest, observing Cain with a sharp gaze. Clearly, he was the captain of this vessel. Although Cain was holding a League ID card, that didn't make him lower his guard. Jean quickly got up from the floor, threw a glance at Slowpoke, who pretended not to know what had happened, and, rubbing his forehead with a grimace, said, "Yes, uncle, this is Cain, the one I told you about. Not only is he incredibly strong, but he also has deep knowledge and is unstoppable in battles." From Jin's words, it was clear he had a very good impression of Cain. What surprised Cain was that this man, who was clearly the captain of the SS and turned out to be Jin's uncle. Could he be another millionaire? End of chapter. Chapter 242. Tactical planning. Upon hearing Jin's words, the captain observed Cain a little more closely, but he still couldn't figure anything out. He signaled the sailors around him to calm their Pokémon. Once the Pokémon around him adopted a less aggressive stance, Cain finally sighed in relief. These Pokémon were not low-level. If they suddenly attacked, Slowpoke might not be able to get him out of there safely. However, Cain kept his hand on Slowpoke's back, not letting go. Captain, I have a way to get us out of here. Staying in this place isn't a solution. Nearly all the ship's passengers have been captured. One of Team Aqua's objectives could be those talented civilian trainers, Cain said after organizing his thoughts. Right now, Yamamoto and the Elite 4 level experts of Team Aqua are being held back by the Alliance's Elite 4 experts. If the captain can lead a counterattack, it's not impossible to win this battle. Also, I still don't know what Team Aqua is after, but I estimate that if it's not in Yamamoto's room, it's on his person. Cain shared all his speculations. The captain listened to Cain's words with a frown, especially when he mentioned that the passengers had been captured. As the captain of the SS and he was responsible for each of the passengers. However, with Team Aqua's attack, he and his team were trapped here while the passengers were captured. He had the strength of an elite level trainer, only one step away from Elite 4 level, and could have gotten out directly. However, without knowing the outside situation, he couldn't act recklessly. After all, many passengers were also seeking help in the captain's room, so he was responsible for them as well. How can you prove what you're saying? The captain asked after a brief silence, staring intently at Cain. Any sign of suspicious behavior from Cain, and he would detain him immediately. Cain looked directly at the captain and responded calmly, Captain, with your strength, you could surely protect yourself. If any of what I say is false, you could go out and report it to the Alliance, and I wouldn't survive in the Alliance after that. I can't prove what I'm saying right now. It all depends on your judgment. But at least, the Alliance Elite 4 expert who is still fighting above is someone I know. Perhaps you saw us on the security cameras. We used to sit together to eat and drink tea. Does this help you trust me a bit more? Indeed, when Cain ate with the old man Matsuda, they didn't hide at all, fully exposing themselves to the cameras on the SS and, if anyone had paid attention, they might have seen it. The captain signaled a sailor to check the camera recordings. Most of the time, we were at the dining table. Focus on the dining room cameras, Cain suggested. Cain had no objections to the captain's caution. At times like these, being careful was crucial. If Cain were an infiltrator from Team Aqua, they would indeed be in danger. As for identifying Old Man Matsuda, the captain had probably seen him on the external cameras when the powerful trainers began to fight and caused large disturbances. After a moment, the sailor returned to the captain and whispered something in his ear. The captain's expression softened gradually. Earlier, his concern was that Cain could be a Team Aqua spy, but upon learning that Cain knew the Alliance expert fighting outside, he lowered his guard a bit. After all, not everyone can be recognized by an Elite 4 expert, and someone like that wouldn't stab others in the back. Once Cain's identity was verified, he was considered a passenger on the SS and to the captain, every passenger was someone he had to protect. Only, these passengers had very varied skills. I'm sorry, I'm the captain, and I have to be responsible for everyone in this room, the captain said with a touch of apology. Cain quickly brushed off the captain's gesture of apology and waved his hand, saying, Captain, there's no need to apologize. It's what you must do. This gesture earned the approval of most of the sailors. To them, the captain was like a father, and the way Cain respected him made them accept him. So, little brother Cain, what idea do you have? Can your slowpoke take us all? Asked the captain, unable to hold back after apologizing. After all, the ship's passengers were suffering, and as captain, it was hard to shirk responsibility for what was happening to them. Cain nodded. Slowpoke can't take everyone at once, but he can do it in several rounds. Also, before coming here, I had Slowpoke leave a mark in a temporarily safe place. If we go now, there will basically be no safety issues. The captain's spirits lifted. Could you take these passengers to the lifeboats first, so they can leave the SS and? Captain, to be honest, I don't support the passengers leaving first. We don't know if there are more enemy ships at sea. Leaving recklessly would be dangerous. Also, if everyone in the captain's room disappears, the remaining guards might disperse. We must remember that a large portion of Team Aqua's forces is here. If we can keep them here, it would be better to let them stay here. The captain pondered Cain's words, while the others remained silent, relying on the captain. What's your suggestion then? The captain asked after some thought. My suggestion is to leave some people to distract Team Aqua outside, at least to ensure they stay here. We can dress some up as the captain and sailors, and make noise to make them believe they're still inside. Since they fear the captain, they probably won't dare to enter. It's more likely that they'll stay at a standoff, which would keep those inside safe. As for the captain and the sailors, I suggest they dress as passengers and attack Yamamoto's room. They might find something important there, or they could attack the area where Team Aqua is holding the passengers. However, my suggestion is to attack Yamamoto's room first, as there will likely be fewer people there. The Elite Four experts are fighting there, so there should be few Team Aqua members left. If we attack what they're trying to protect, and if there's something valuable in Yamamoto's room, they'll surely send reinforcements. At that point, we can attack the passenger area, increasing our chances of success. Cain laid out his entire plan. Of course, this was in an ideal scenario, if everything went smoothly. However, Cain didn't share all his thoughts. End of chapter. Chapter 243. The action begins, aboard the SS and in a secluded bathroom. It's the same bathroom Cain often used to leave coordinates on some small islands. After several uses of his Slowpoke's teleport move, he finally managed to bring the captain and some of the strongest sailors to this place. After this experience, the captain couldn't help but think he should catch a Pokemon that can use teleport in the future, as it is extremely convenient. When he brought them here, Jean requested to join, but both Cain and the captain refused. In the end, Jean had no choice but to put on the captain's uniform and wander around the command cabin to distract the enemies. So far, Team Aqua had not started killing indiscriminately. They had only captured everyone, so Jean and his men's safety was assured. Additionally, the strongest sailor among the captain's trusted men stayed behind to ensure their safety. Ultimately, it was the captain who decided to take 2 men to attack Yamamoto's room, hoping to draw the enemy's attention, while the rest of the team would go directly to the ship's combat area to rescue the prisoners. Of course, if they failed to attract most of the enemies, Cain and the others should not act recklessly, as they could fall into a trap and not only fail to rescue anyone but also put their own lives at risk. After everyone arrived, Cain gave Slowpoke several high-quality Pokeblocks before it used Calm Mind. Although the distance wasn't great, the number of people was considerable, and transporting them in several rounds was still an effort for Slowpoke. The captain, along with 2 sailors, slowly exited the bathroom, asking the rest to wait there. Once they had successfully drawn the enemy's attention and launched a signal flare, they could act. He also told the group leader that if any problem arose, he could consult Cain. This showed the captain's growing trust in Cain. Although Cain might not be the strongest in the group, his ability to plan was unique. If they worked together, they could devise special strategies. After the captain disappeared down the hallway, Cain and the others blocked the bathroom door. They didn't mind the dirt and sat on the floor to prepare. In reality, it wasn't dirty. A luxury ship like the SS and kept all its bathrooms impeccably clean, without a single bad smell. But even so, several large men crowded into a small bathroom made for a somewhat strange scene. Especially the sailors next to Cain, who, due to their physical jobs, were incredibly muscular. Cain, in comparison, looked like a little kid. Although he was growing and had reached almost 1.7 meters tall, he was still much smaller than them. However, the others didn't think much of it. In a situation like this, they couldn't do anything but wait for the captain's instructions. After Yamamoto boarded the ship, Team Aqua had activated a signal inhibitor covering the entire ship, causing all communication systems to fail. Fortunately, the old man Matsuda noticed it in time and sent a message to the Alliance. Otherwise, the SS would be in much greater danger. 10 minutes passed, and the captain had not launched the flare, which began to unsettle the sailors. "I'll go check. You all stay here. If I don't return in 10 minutes, attack Team Aqua directly," Cain said as he stood up. Slowpoke, after 10 minutes of using Calm Mind, and with the help of the Pokeblocks, had already largely recovered. "Cain, it's very dangerous for you to go alone," said the head sailor who had been left in charge. "Don't worry. I have Slowpoke, who can use teleport. If anything goes wrong, I'll return immediately. I just want to make sure the captain is okay." As he spoke, Cain placed his hand on Slowpoke's back, and the Pokemon's psychic energy enveloped them both, disappearing in an instant. "Sigh. I really need to get a psychic-type Pokemon. Having teleport is too convenient," said the head sailor, expressing what many were thinking. In reality, not all psychic-type Pokemon can learn teleport, and even if some do, they don't use it with the same skill as Cain's Slowpoke. Additionally, psychic-type Pokemon tend to have an intelligence level comparable to humans, and due to their abilities, many do not consider humans worthy of their respect. Psychic-type Pokemon have their own pride, even more than most other Pokemon. In short, Not everyone can catch a psychic-type Pokémon, especially these rugged sailors. They probably wouldn't have much hope of achieving it in their lifetime. Slowpoke's teleport moved Cain out of the bathroom, but instead of taking him directly to Yamamoto's room, it transported him to the combat area in the stands. It was the place where Cain had previously been hiding. The fact that the captain hadn't launched the signal could only mean two things. Either they were discovered right after leaving and began to fight, preventing them from launching the signal, or they had not yet reached Yamamoto's room and encountered guards along the way, so it wasn't the time to launch the signal, or maybe they couldn't launch it due to location constraints. In any case, going directly to Yamamoto's room was too dangerous. Therefore, Cain had Slowpoke take him directly to the combat plaza. It was evident that, aside from the basic combat soldiers, all other Team Aqua members were no longer there. Even the leader who had been giving orders initially had disappeared. Several Corphish and Crawdont surrounded the prisoners, keeping them under guard. Since their Pokeballs had been confiscated, the prisoners couldn't defend themselves, even though these Pokemon weren't particularly strong. The sound of explosions continued to echo on the ship's deck. The battle between the Alliance and Team Aqua leaders was still ongoing. Cain noticed that, aside from the guards, the protectors Yamamoto had left to guard the prizes were also gone. The captain's attack had likely taken effect, and they were urgently called away. The prize platform was about 100 meters from Team Aqua. If Cain moved quickly enough, he had a chance. Haunter, go first to the fire hydrant at the other end of the plaza. When I give the signal, break the fire hose and make as much noise as you can. Then, head to the prize platform, Cain ordered. Kakik. Haunter nodded, and using the shadows, slipped over to the hydrant on the other side of the plaza, leaving only his eyes visible, waiting for Cain's command. When Cain saw that Haunter was ready, and after observing Team Aqua members in the area, a chill flashed in his eyes. It would be better if they didn't stand in my way. Otherwise, I'll eliminate them if necessary to get those items. In any case, he no longer sensed any extremely dangerous presence nearby. With a signal to Haunter, he began to act. Boom, boom, boom. End of chapter. Chapter 243. The action begins, aboard the SS and in a secluded bathroom. It's the same bathroom Cain often used to leave coordinates on some small islands. After several uses of his Slowpoke's teleport move, he finally managed to bring the captain and some of the strongest sailors to this place. After this experience, the captain couldn't help but think he should catch a Pokemon that can use teleport in the future, as it is extremely convenient. When he brought them here, Jean requested to join, but both Cain and the captain refused. In the end, Jean had no choice but to put on the captain's uniform and wander around the command cabin to distract the enemies. So far, Team Aqua had not started killing indiscriminately. They had only captured everyone, so Jean and his men's safety was assured. Additionally, the strongest sailor among the captain's trusted men stayed behind to ensure their safety. Ultimately, it was the captain who decided to take 2 men to attack Yamamoto's room, hoping to draw the enemy's attention, while the rest of the team would go directly to the ship's combat area to rescue the prisoners. Of course, if they failed to attract most of the enemies, Cain and the others should not act recklessly, as they could fall into a trap and not only fail to rescue anyone but also put their own lives at risk. After everyone arrived, Cain gave Slowpoke several high-quality Pokeblocks before it used Calm Mind. Although the distance wasn't great, the number of people was considerable, and transporting them in several rounds was still an effort for Slowpoke. The captain, along with 2 sailors, slowly exited the bathroom, asking the rest to wait there. Once they had successfully drawn the enemy's attention and launched a signal flare, they could act. He also told the group leader that if any problem arose, he could consult Cain. This showed the captain's growing trust in Cain. Although Cain might not be the strongest in the group, his ability to plan was unique. If they worked together, they could devise special strategies. After the captain disappeared down the hallway, Cain and the others blocked the bathroom door. They didn't mind the dirt and sat on the floor to prepare. In reality, it wasn't dirty. A luxury ship like the SS and kept all its bathrooms impeccably clean, without a single bad smell. But even so, several large men crowded into a small bathroom made for a somewhat strange scene. Especially the sailors next to Cain, who, due to their physical jobs, were incredibly muscular. Cain, in comparison, looked like a little kid. Although he was growing and had reached almost 1.7 meters tall, he was still much smaller than them. However, the others didn't think much of it. In a situation like this, they couldn't do anything but wait for the captain's instructions. After Yamamoto boarded the ship, Team Aqua had activated a signal inhibitor covering the entire ship, causing all communication systems to fail. Fortunately, the old man Matsuda noticed it in time, and send a message to the Alliance. Otherwise, the SS and would be in much greater danger. 10 minutes passed, and the captain had not launched the flare, which began to unsettle the sailors. I'll go check. You all stay here. If I don't return in 10 minutes, attack Team Aqua directly, Cain said as he stood up. Slowpoke, after 10 minutes of using Calm Mind, and with the help of the poke blocks, had already largely recovered. Cain, it's very dangerous for you to go alone, said the head sailor who had been left in charge. Don't worry. I have Slowpoke, who can use teleport. If anything goes wrong, I'll return immediately. I just want to make sure the captain is okay. As he spoke, Cain placed his hand on Slowpoke's back, and the Pokemon's psychic energy enveloped them both, disappearing in an instant. Sigh. I really need to get a psychic-type Pokemon. Having teleport is too convenient, said the head sailor, expressing what many were thinking. In reality, not all psychic-type Pokemon can learn teleport, and even if some do, they don't use it with the same skill as Cain's Slowpoke. Additionally, psychic-type Pokemon tend to have an intelligence level comparable to humans, and due to their abilities, many do not consider humans worthy of their respect. Psychic-type Pokemon have their own pride, even more than most other Pokemon. In short, not everyone can catch a psychic-type Pokemon. Especially these rugged sailors, they probably wouldn't have much hope of achieving it in their lifetime. Slowpoke's teleport moved Cain out of the bathroom, but instead of taking him directly to Yamamoto's room, it transported him to the combat area in the stands. It was the place where Cain had previously been hiding. The fact that the captain hadn't launched the signal could only mean two things. Either they were discovered right after leaving and began to fight, preventing them from launching the signal, or they had not yet reached Yamamoto's room and encountered guards along the way, so it wasn't the time to launch the signal, or maybe they couldn't launch it due to location constraints. In any case, going directly to Yamamoto's room was too dangerous. Therefore, Cain had Slowpoke take him directly to the combat plaza. It was evident that, aside from the basic combat soldiers, all other Team Aqua members were no longer there. Even the leader who had been giving orders initially had disappeared. Several Corphish and Crawdonts surrounded the prisoners, keeping them under guard. Since their Pokeballs had been confiscated, the prisoners couldn't defend themselves, even though these Pokemon weren't particularly strong. The sound of explosions continued to echo on the ship's deck. The battle between the Alliance and Team Aqua leaders was still ongoing. Cain noticed that, aside from the guards, the protectors Yamamoto had left to guard the prizes were also gone. The captain's attack had likely taken effect, and they were urgently called away. The prize platform was about 100 meters from Team Aqua. If Cain moved quickly enough, he had a chance. Haunter, go first to the fire hydrant at the other end of the plaza. When I give the signal, break the fire hose and make as much noise as you can. Then, head to the prize platform, Cain ordered. Kakik. Haunter nodded, and using the shadows, slipped over to the hydrant on the other side of the plaza, leaving only his eyes visible, waiting for Cain's command. When Cain saw that Haunter was ready, and after observing Team Aqua members in the area, a chill flashed in his eyes. It would be better if they didn't stand in my way. Otherwise, I'll eliminate them if necessary to get those items. In any case, he no longer sensed any extremely dangerous presence nearby. With a signal to Haunter, he began to act. Boom, boom, boom. End of chapter.
Thanks for watching. You can find the next videos in the playlist linked in the info card, directly on my channel, or right here on the screen. And as always, if you have any feedback, feel free to share it in the comments too.